Hello and a huge welcome to the Cheetah Conservation Fund 30th anniversary celebration. My name is Brian Badger, I'm the Director of Conservation and Outreach for the Cheetah Conservation Fund, and today we're going to bring you 12 hours of streaming content covering pretty much every aspect of CCF, well, as much aspect as I can fit into 12 hours. So first of all, let's have a quick overview of CCF over the last 30 years.
I set up the Cheetah Conservation Fund in 1990. Over a 30-year period of time, we've gotten people to be aware that the cheetah has needs and has problems, and that we have solutions and we can actually do something to save the cheetah. The cheetah is the fastest land animal, but we have to be even faster if indeed we're going to try to save it for the future. And I think the future is all about the people who work here, our staff, the people that I've worked with for a very, very long time. Setting up the Cheetah Conservation Fund has been my life, a life that I've been able to give to this most amazing species there is on Earth. And those of you, our friends, who have actually helped support the work that we've done to put programs together to make the cheetah a part of an ecosystem, a part of a country, a part of a continent, and a part of the world. So a huge heartfelt thanks to everybody who's allowed us to grow, who have seen our vision, supported our mission, and are helping us save the cheetah. Thank you.
Wow, well, I think you agree it's been quite some 30 years, and hopefully it'll be quite some 12 hours, because we're streaming all day today, and the vast majority of it is free. And then there's a ticketed event later on today where there's some special guests. There's the keynote speech of from Dr. Laurie Marker, our founder and chief executive. And also there's an award ceremony and a live auction as well. So if you want to go onto the Better Unite site, one of the easiest ways to do it is actually to go to our website, which is cheetah.org, and then follow the links, and so you can register to view on Better Unite. That way you can see all the silent auction items that are available, some fantastic and very unique items for sale. So that's nice and easy for you to do. And right the way up until for the next 9.5 hours, it's free. But you still need to register to view it on that site. Now, one of the aims of today is to introduce and show you some of the people that are working on the front line, both in Namibia and Somaliland, the Horn of Africa, the Arabian Peninsula, and all the 23 range countries of the cheetah. So first of all, we're going to start our day off with one of our most successful programs, and that is that of our livestock guarding dogs. So I caught up with Callum O'Flaherty, who's in Namibia, and he's our livestock guarding dog and small stock manager. So let's go and catch up with Callum. So how's life in Namibia?
At the moment, very hot. We're currently very busy. So I'm not sure if you know, my name's Callum O'Flaherty. I out here run the livestock guarding dog program and the small stock program here. We're currently in a very busy season at the moment. It is kidding season. So we have a lot of baby kids, baby goats being born. So it's very busy, but it is also very hot. So it's hard work at the moment.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, so the livestock guarding dog program, I mean, that's one of CCF's most successful programs over the years. So can you tell us a brief overview of the program? How does the program actually work?
Well, as you said, yeah, the program is incredible. It's part of the draw of why I originally came to CCF. I was here 3 years ago and I did my master's project on these dogs. And just then I realized how incredible they were. I loved them so much that I left my CV with Dr. Marker when I left, hoping that something may come up in the future. And I'm back here now. I've been here for a year and I absolutely love it. But as I said, we're going to the dog program. The dogs, as I said, are amazing. So the LSGD program started in 1994. So 26 years ago now, this program has been running. And in that time, we placed 653 dogs, which is an incredible number. And what we're doing is we're trying to mitigate human-wildlife conflict by placing these dogs on farms. And so what will happen is we'll raise the dogs here till 11 weeks of age. They'll go out to their farm where they'll bond with the livestock on that farm. And then they'll protect them. It is all instinctive. There's not really much training we have to do. And a lot of people think that these guys are herding dogs. These guys are purely guarding dogs. So what they might be doing, they may not even be with your herd out in the field. They're running perimeter checks and they're marking their territory. That smell of the dog in the area will be enough to ward off most predators, especially cheetahs, which are quite a timid cat. If something does come a bit closer, maybe a leopard or something, these dogs will guard and hold their ground. And that takes away the easiness of the meal for the predator. And these dogs work so well on the farms they go to, they can get to an 80 to 100% reduction in livestock losses.
So when you're saying about the dogs, I mean, what specific breeds of dogs do you use? Are you kind of fussy, for want of a better word, of the breed of dog?
So Laurie started with a breed called the Kangal Shepherd or the Anatolian Shepherd. And because we found that these dogs have worked so well, we have not really needed to change the breed at all. So up to today, we are still breeding Anatolians and Kangal Shepherds here at CCF. And they are doing an incredible job. As I said, getting that 80 to 100% reduction in livestock losses. These guys, they originated from Turkey, the high desert of Turkey, where these guys are used to guard livestock against bears and wolves. It's similar temperature and terrain that we have here in Namibia. So there is a short head and a long head version. We have obviously the short head version here in Namibia because it does get quite hot. And as an Englishman, I do find that temperature.
Yeah, tell me about it. So the breeds, as far as the husbandry, if you like, of the dog, are they relatively easy to keep for the farmers?
Yeah, the dogs are relatively easy to keep. They're very friendly breed with people. We try not to habituate them too much with people because obviously we are wanting them to be guarding dogs and not just wanting to stay with the owners or the herder out in the fields. Uh, they're relatively self-sustaining. Just need to provide them with some shelter and water, and they're usually quite good. And then obviously feed them. What we do is we feed them twice a day here, and it's quite an easy feed for them. Just normal dog kibble, dog biscuits, whatever you guys would feed your dogs at home and stuff. And that's what we get the farmers to do. Unfortunately, sometimes in the drought, we do have problems with farmers feeding the dogs, but we do a lot of training with farmers to make sure that they know how to look after these dogs before placing the dogs, so that we know that they are going to take good care of these guys.
Yeah, speaking of that, I mean, I understand that it's more of a program rather than just a service. So when the dogs, you said they go out 11 weeks, if I heard you correctly. So what's the process of the ongoing training, if you like?
So yeah, it is, as I said, a program. So we are always working with farmers because the dogs work so well that there's currently a 4-year waiting list for them. And so they are very well known here in Namibia. And so we do trainings with farmers that haven't got dogs yet to maybe look at them training with mongrel dogs until they get one of our Anatolians. But we'll also be going out to these farms once we place dogs at 3 months of age of the dog, 6 months, 12 months, and then yearly then after. So we just make sure that the dog is settling well, bonded with the livestock, checking that it's working well. We'll also at those times do the vaccinations and the deworming for the farmers as well. So they pay a 1,500 Namibian dollar fee for the dog. This is, if you're in the US, I think about 100 US dollars. And the UK is just it's about 80 pounds. So these is quite cheap for a dog, but obviously we don't want to outprice these dogs for the farmers. We want to help mitigate the human-wildlife conflict. But we feel if the farmers are invested in the dogs, they've got money in the dogs, they're more likely to take better care of it. And as part of that incentive fee, that's why we go out to do the deworming and vaccinations for the farmer and help with any problems or training sides that the farmer or the herder might need. It also allows us to also check up on the dog because the welfare of these dogs is the most important thing to us here at CCF. And so it means we can check up on the dog. If the dog is being mistreated or malnourished, we do have the power to confiscate to them and bring them back to CCF. We want to make sure that all our dogs in this program are looked after to the best care. And at the moment, we have about 153 dogs out on farms.
So you say there's not much training that goes on as far as the puppies go. So what's the kind of the timeline, the process once the puppies are born?
With these dogs, as I said, they are incredible. So all this is instinctive. They've known it for generations through these bloodlines and stuff, and the breed of dog. But we do some things with them. So they go through little life stages, I should say, when they're here. So obviously they're born. At 3 weeks, we'll start putting them on some solid mashed food. So we'll mash it up on a tray for them. And we'll do something called a puppy call, which is just about to hear me go. It's very embarrassing, but it's puppies, puppies. So that they do get to learn a bit of basic recall while they're here. Because obviously, when these guys are in the field, if they do chase after something that we don't want them chasing after, we want these dogs to be able to come back to their name or a call. So we do this basic puppy call when they start going on mash food. So we have a little bit of basic recall training with them. At 4 weeks, we'll introduce them to some goats, so they get used to what they'll be living with in the future. So only 3 or 4 goats, depending on the size of the litter. These guys can have a litter size of 1 to 14. We do have one female that gave 12 2 years ago, which is crazy. So at 4 weeks, we'll introduce them to the goats. 7 weeks, we'll go give them a puppy aptitude test. So we'll give them a test on how they react to different scenarios. So we'll put a fence between us and them to see if they're smart enough to work out if they could go around it to get it to us instead of go through it. We'll throw a ball to see if they'll look at their chase response, and then we'll score them on that. Luckily, no puppy has ever failed that, but it is a good way for just to see how we engage how good a working dog they'll be in the future. Then at 8-9 weeks, we do look at spaying, neutering them. With our clinic team, we do a spay neutering program out in the field as well, which I'm sure you might hear about in another call, another talk. But we spay neuter them so that when they go out, these guys can't be bred. There's already problems across the globe with people breeding dogs unnecessarily. We want to make sure that these guys are not bred. Their main focus is on working, because if the dog is out there with another dog and they want to breed, they'll take their main focus away from the guarding. They'll just want to breed. So we want to make sure that these guys aren't, our main focus is on the guarding. We'll also obviously give them their first dewormings at 3, 5, and 7 weeks, and their first vaccinations at 6 and 9 weeks. And so it's all those little things that we need to do to make sure that they're ready to go out at their 11 weeks of age, ready to be great guarding dogs.
So when they go out at 11 weeks, they're not completely trained. I know they've got the natural instinct, but they wouldn't be out on their own with the herds or the herders at that point, no?
No. So what we ask is that they put the dog in with the herd straight away, and then they stay with the herd for about 2 weeks constant without going out. That's the sort of time frame it takes to form that bond. And then, because they are still quite young, we ask them to just only do half days first of all, and slowly, gradually build up towards full days. Because obviously they are quite small, they are still growing. We don't want to overexert them so young. So they start off with not going out at all, just bonding with that herd, doing half days initially, and then working themselves up to full days by a year of age.
Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense, because I didn't want people thinking that 11 weeks old, because that's obviously still quite small. So you're almost training the trainers. So you're training the farmers to carry on what you've been doing up to the 11-week period.
Yeah, that's basically what we're doing. We give them a document when we do hand over the dog to them, which has basically all the nutrition information, but also any how they should carry on what we're doing, basically, with how I said, with the half days, not lay them out in the first 2 weeks, and all those sort of things.
Mm-hmm. That's great. I think it's worth pointing out that because when I talk to people about the program, I sometimes have to reiterate that these are not sacrificial animals. This is not an animal that says, go after the dog, but leave my goat alone, type of thing. That's that. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, you're definitely right in saying that. These guys are there to protect your herd, not just to be the other meal, basically, for these guys. It is there to protect your herd. And most predators, unless they're really hungry, will not test these dogs. These dogs are big. I thought I was a big guy, but standing next to these dogs, I feel small. So these guys do a great job. And if the worst case scenario is if a leopard does come close, these dogs have been known to fight them, and both leopard and dog have walked away perfectly. These guys are not afraid.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing a predator wants to do is fight another predator, because it's going to end normally for one of the animals. Yeah, so that's when you're talking about livestock, typically what livestock are we talking about as far as Namibian farmers go?
So the main form of livestock out here is bull goats and Damara sheep, and those are your main two small stock. And then there's a lot of cattle here as well. Our dogs at the moment are primarily with small stock, but we are doing a lot recently to try and get them trained up to work with cattle as well. So we're trying a lot of new things. And here at CCF on our model farm, where we have our livestock guarding dog program, we also raise dairy goats. And these guys have come in from South Africa, and we're showing farmers with these dairy goats that there's another form of income into their farm. So most people here in Namibia rely on the cattle for milk, but we here have our own on-site creamery where we use the dairy goats, and you can keep a lot more dairy goats for a lot cheaper here. So we usually promote those as well. But your main form of livestock is the bull goat and the Damara sheep.
Great. So you mentioned the model farm. How does that work? I mean, what is the main purpose of having the model farm? Because when people think of CCF, they may think of just cheetahs and some more cheetahs. So yeah, with the model, what's the the purpose of that?
Yeah, so without being biased, the model farm is the best section at CCF, I feel. And so the model farm is basically what our main training regarding farming here in Namibia. So what we do is we invite farmers from all over Namibia, schools, teachers, to come and see our farm and to see our livestock management techniques. We don't want to go tell farmers how to look after their livestock, how to keep their livestock. That's not always best received. If you're being told to do something, it's not always the nicest, especially when it's your own thing. So we invite farmers here for training to see how we keep our livestock. Because if you have good livestock management, you can reduce your livestock losses by up to 60%. And then we have the dog program over there, because that's how you get your 80 to 100%. And so we'll run trainings. We'll have school groups come here. We'll take them around the kraal that we have here, show them the high fencing to show how we keep leopards out. And if they've got one of our dogs, keep the dogs in. We'll show them that we breed at only one time of the year, so that you have all your youngsters at the same time. You can raise them in the kraal until they're big enough to go out with the herd, because obviously you don't want youngsters with the herd at all times, because that makes a very easy meal for the predator. And then we also do goat checks and health checks on our goats and sheep every morning and every PM, because if there's any ill or injured goats, we don't want them going out with the herd, because again, that makes an easy meal. And what we're trying to do with this livestock management model farm is showing that we want to mitigate these human-wildlife conflict by reducing the easiness of the meal for the predator, so they're more likely to go for a game like a steenbok or a duiker.
Okay, so when sometimes the word model farm again is a little bit misunderstood. So it's an actual working farm.
Yeah, we're an actual working farm. We currently have 377 head of small stock, 210 dairy goats, and the rest are boars and sheep. The bulls and sheep, I get this asked question a lot. The bulls and sheep are not here to be fed out to the cheetahs. These guys here are for training purposes. So we do breed these guys. So we always have a nice head of a herd here at CCF. And then we'll sell to local farmers as well to help them create bigger herds for themselves as well. And also, as I said, we have the dairy goats for our on-site creamery, which is another way that we bring business into CCF, but also show farmers how to bring more businesses into their farm. So it is very busy. As I said, we are in the middle of kidding season for the dairy goats. We've currently had about 50 kids at the moment. So I've got kids coming out of my ear, and they are absolutely adorable. I think this is probably the best time of the year, as well as the time where we have puppies.
So, because obviously in the southern hemisphere now you're kind of midwinter, as it were. So it's a lot different to what it is obviously in the northern hemisphere. So you're really looking at the holistic side of farming. I know that CCF is a very holistic organization, and it looks at every single aspect and addresses every kind of stakeholder within the ecosystem, basically. So is there much research and stuff that goes on as far as the actual farm?
So yeah, the main sort of research has been mainly in the dogs at the moment. As I said, I was here 3 years ago doing my master's on the dogs, mainly looking at their effectiveness, looking at the breed, how well the breed works, and all those sort of things. We are now setting up some more research, looking at the goat side and the goat management, looking at parasite control, because that could be quite a big problem out here, looking at vaccinations and all those sort of things. So we want to start now putting more effort into the research on the small stock side to really help small stock research out here in Namibia. But also we'll always take research on the dogs as well. And project we're doing at the moment is looking at sleep on dogs to see if they actually go into full REM when they're at night or otherwise, or if they're actually always alert and awake to see if there is predators around the kraal, which is going to be quite an interesting study.
Yeah, so basically you're taking away all the guesswork. You're doing all the research and development, so it makes it easier and more effective for the farmers out on the front line, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and another thing we're looking forward to doing is a lot of feed research for the small stock to see what you could get the most productivity from the dairy goats on which feed, and looking at which one has basically the healthiest herds with which best feed. Because we have our bush block plant here, which I'm sure you'll hear about in another talk, but we create bush feed here as well. And we're looking to see how effective that will be, feeding it with dairy pellets here to see if we can get more productivity out of our goats.
So just going back to the obviously tying in with the farmers. I mean, it's fairly open landscape farming, isn't it? It's not what some people would normally consider a farm, which is just a few acres with a fence around it. So what typically are the threats? When you're talking about human wildlife conflict, what typically are the threats directly to the farmer and his livelihood?
Yeah, so as you said, it's a lot different farming than what I'm used to in England and stuff. So we have the communal farms here, and we have the commercial farms. Commercial are more closely related to what you'd have out in the UK or the US, where it is eventually fenced. But the communal farm, that's basically open land, and farmers, even without herd, would usually just send their livestock out with or without a dog. And so what the threats are is we have wildlife all around us. Otjiwarongo, where we're based, is known as the cheetah capital of Namibia. And so we have cheetah passing through our farm every now and again, but we have a lot of leopard here. And so it's mainly the predators which are going to be the problems in these communal areas. Jackals are quite known for taking a lot of livestock, especially the small stock. And you have jackal numbers are very high here, as well as the hyena as well. But you also have the problem with theft as well. And there's a lot of people here in Namibia that are actually scared of dogs, especially big dogs like this out here. And so having these dogs with the herd also acts against theft as well. And a lot of people will sometimes use them for that. They won't be aggressive to the human, but if the human will see these dogs, they're usually quite scared of them.
Yeah, I could imagine. So. So you, as far as like the research and the bits and pieces, so I would imagine that you work in collaboration with other departments at CCF as well.
Yeah, no, we do a lot of things here. Well, I feel I do a lot of things here, helping other departments. It's one big family here at CCF. We all try and help each other. My main two, I have a background in a lot of. I used to work in zoos and wildlife parks, so I have that background with more exotic animals. But I did, as I said, fall in love with these dogs when I came out here, so that's the way I wanted to go. But I do help out with the cheetah team. But a lot of things I do is working with the ecology team. And so the ecology team do a lot of camera trapping out here on CCF, looking at the predators around and the prey numbers and stuff. And so what I do is I go to one of our farms that we have around us, help with the camera trapping to see what sort of predators we have where we have our livestock. We have livestock from cows, goats, sheep, all over the CCF property. And so if I can know what sort of where the predators are, I can help out at those different areas.
Yeah, that's great because again the holistic side keeps on jumping up all the time, and it's not just a single problem or a single project. It is very cohesive, and it's great to hear about the interdepartmental thing. I know with some zoos and stuff, there's kind of little cliques sometimes, but it's great to hear the collaboration. So, is there any stuff going on that may be an alternative to the dogs, or should I say, that can work in collaboration with the dogs?
As I said, we do that livestock management training. That's a big part of working. If you can't get dogs, if you can get your livestock management down, that would be great. We then, if they can't obviously get one of our dogs, we talk about other breeds and how to train up other breeds to be these livestock guarding dogs. But we also look at other livestock guarding dog animals. Something that we've always wanted to try here as well is livestock guarding donkeys, because they have been known to work well out here, mainly in Kenya as well. Because donkeys can be quite aggressive, and if you raise them with your cattle, they work very well with cattle, and you have a guarding animal with them there. So we do try and think of other ideas to help along with this. The main thing is this training and education, because if we can train and educate farmers on how best to look after their livestock, that is what's going to be the thing that reduces their livestock losses. And I feel like we are getting there with educating people. We have lots of kids come through here that want to go and say they take these dogs back to their farms, tell all the things they've heard on these days. we had a group of teachers from Husbandry, which is a place in the east here in Namibia. And there was 27 teachers, about 24 of them were scared of dogs. I brought our ambassador dog out, Kiri, and 19 of them left wanting an application for a dog, and 4 of them left wanting one of these guys as a pet once they've been retired. And so it is just educating and training people of these dogs, but then there is other ways to it. If they are on our waiting list or if they can't afford a dog, we try and help them with these trainings, especially our Future Farmers for Africa training that we do as well, which is a big program that we run, inviting farmers here to come and learn how best to keep livestock and everything.
I mean, I'm a bit biased because I love the Anatolians. They're a fantastic breed, and I actually fostered one while I was in Namibia. Would you say that if somebody wanted them as a pet, or are they more of a working dog? Would you say?
In their younger years, I'd say they're more of a working dog. Once they get to the older, so these dogs live for about 12 to 15 years. These guys will work probably up till about 11. We have had some work past that, some work not up to that. But once they reach those older age, they come a little bit slower and stuff, and they enjoy retirement just as much as anyone else would. And as long as you've got a nice big yard for them, they become such a lovely pet dog. I currently have a retired dog at my house as well. His name is Liu. He is a youngster because unfortunately he broke his ankle when out working, and we retired him from the program because we didn't want to put any more strain on that ankle. And he absolutely loves just sitting on my sofa, just relaxing. You could never tell he was a working dog. They do have such a great characteristic that you can form really strong bonds with them. But if they're in working mode and they're a working dog, that's purely what they'll focus on and stuff. So they're absolutely beautiful around people. We've got really nice dogs here. We've got beautiful bloodlines. But if they see a predator, it's a completely different dog.
Yeah, I should imagine. So you say there's around 150 out at the moment, and you say a 4-year waiting list, which is incredible. Are you looking at expanding the program so you can maybe reduce that waiting list?
Yeah, so we've had 9 new pens built in the last year to help expand the program. So we currently only got 1 breeding male at the moment. So we were hoping to get a breeding male in from Germany, but unfortunately the coronavirus played a big part in that. And then we are looking for new breeding females as well. At the moment, a lot of our females are reaching the retirement age of breeding, which is about 7 or 8. And so we don't want to breed them anymore. So we're looking for new younger dogs to be able to breed to hopefully hit that 4-year waiting list. But I have had these new pens built so that we can add to the amount of breeding dogs that we do have, so that we can get more puppies for these farmers.
Now that's great to hear, because with such a success, then you can't really. I mean, it sounds good having a 4-year waiting list, but sometimes that 4 years is a long time, and some farmers must be desperate to get these dogs.
Yeah, no, they're very desperate. We've got farmers emailing every day wanting these guys. We've got applications coming in left, right, and centre. People chasing up, and obviously we don't want to overbreed what we already have. So we, as I said, welfare is the most important. So that's why we did have these 9 new pens built. They're actually called the Pender Memorial Pens because unfortunately at the end of last year we had one of our famous breeding females, Pender, pass away. So we named them in her honour. And so we are hoping to bring in new breeding dogs so that we can help that and we can have more puppies.
Yeah. So if people do sponsor a livestock guarding dog, they're kind of buying in is the wrong word, but they're really investing in this proven program.
Yeah, and look, as I said, we're getting that 80 to 100% reduction. So this is a very well proven program. Any donations would be incredible to help these guys. We have a guy out in the field called Gebhardt who does all our field visits and stuff. He's got to visit 153 farms at least this year. But obviously we do 3 months and 6 months, so he's got to go twice and stuff. We've always got dog food. We treat these guys because obviously they are breeding dogs. So we get very high quality dog food in for them. So everything, all the money is very well used in helping us support the dogs with their husbandry wise, whether it be blankets, food, bowls, medication, and also helping our guy out in the fields with fuel and all those sort of things, so we can constantly be checking on our dogs. COVID-19 played a massive part with our lockdown, not being able to move between the country, so we're playing a bit of catch up now. So he's having to do a lot of kilometers or miles wherever you are at the moment. So he's very busy, but you would really be going towards helping this incredible program. As I said, I fell in love with this program 3 years ago, handed in my CV, didn't hear anything for 2 years, and then I got the call to say, do you want to come run the program? I handed in my notice at my job the next day, and I was out here within a month. So this program is incredible. If you guys ever do get to come and visit, I'd love to give you a tour of the place. The dogs are incredible. I can show you the dogs and the goats are the best section at CCF.
So if you take the dogs and the goats out of the scenario, because I'm not accusing of you being biased, but you are totally biased.
Yeah.
What's the best part about being in or living in Namibia?
Well, my dream was always to come and live and work out in Africa. I was lucky enough to, as a child, go on 2 safari holidays to Kenya. And for people who've been to Africa, your heart just stays there, and you always just want to come back. And so I was lucky enough to go to Kenya. I did some research down in South Africa, and then 3 years ago came to Namibia, and I knew Namibia was the place. The country is so friendly. I can walk down the street in the local town, Otjiwarongo, and you can say hi to people, and they all say hi back. The wildlife here is incredible. We have CCF's own reserve on our back doorstep where we have giraffe, oryx, eland. So if you're having a bad day and you just want to get out, you can just go out into the reserve and see this amazing wildlife and be truly one at nature, and it's incredible. And we have this big family feeling here with Dr. Marker, all my other colleagues and stuff. We just all get along. We eat our hotspot together. We have events in the evening. I take the interns out on night drive, so it's not even just a staff relationship. You have good friendships with the interns as well. It just becomes one big family, and it's just incredible being out here with the wildlife. Although in the winter it does get very cold at night, and I was hoping to get to Namibia to be a bit warmer, but I wasn't expecting how cold it was be.
Yeah, it's a stereotypical vision that we've got about deserts. They're thinking it's blazing hot all the time. Yeah, it can get really cold. So when you're out, if you obviously taking sheep and goats and dogs and cheetahs out of the equation, what would be your favourite animal when you're out in the field? What is your
leopard, hands down. Absolutely love leopards. I don't tell Laurie that leopards are a bit higher than cheetahs, but but they're both spotted cats, and they are absolutely stunning. The cheetahs we have on site, you see them as you walk down to have breakfast in the morning. You can't beat seeing these guys. Maybe you'll just see their silhouette in the sunrise, and it's just incredible just seeing these. They are so majestic. Seeing them on top of a mount. So they are slowly winning my heart back over, but leopards have always been a firm favourite of mine.
I would like to disagree with you, but I can't. So so we spoke about the good stuff, and I know that that CCF can be a bit isolated because you're kind of 45 kilometres from the nearest town. So if you could list something that you missed the most about being, back in the UK or out of Namibia, could you have a guess at that one?
I know it's going to sound really bad. There's a good Domino's pizza. Like, I'm a big guy, and I like my food, and so having a nice Domino's pizza takeaway. Not the food here at CCF is really good. We've got some great chefs on site, but every now and then I do like to indulge in a bit of fast food and takeaway, and that's probably what I do miss the most. And obviously, I should probably say my family as well, but
yeah, I should have mentioned that along with the goats and the sheep. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, but yeah, no, food. a nice takeaway every once in a while to treat yourself, or a good cheesecake as well. But we've just started making some nice cheesecakes here out of our goat's cheese, so that's sort of filling the void there.
So you just to go back to work and away from the food just a bit. So you mentioned the internships that CCF offer. I mean, they're both international and local internships. Do they get involved with the dog program as well?
Yeah, no. So my assistant Stella Mvula, she was an intern here 2 years ago. She was a local intern. And so she eventually became the assistant program manager here. Currently, at the moment, we have a sole livestock guarding dog intern who's actually from America. She got stuck here in lockdown. Like me, fell in love with the place. Didn't take any of the reparation flights back to the US. I just wanted to stay here and help with the dogs. So all the interns here will have general intern days where they can do all sorts of tasks, whether it be the dogs, the goats, cheetah husbandry, meat prep for the cheetah, all those sort of things. They'll get to experience everything. But we also, on our own sections, we also get to pick and choose interns to help solely on those sections. And that's why we have Sophie, who's our dog intern. And then on my goat side, I've got Mike, who's my assistant manager. And he, again, was a local Namibian intern here who really excelled and showed his passion for it. And he is now obviously my assistant. And I also have a local Namibian called Elma here, who's also helping with the small stock side. So I have a mix of local and internationals here helping me with both the dogs and the goats. I think it's quite eye-opening for the internationals to see the different way of farming. And it's also good to have the local interns here so they can help take back to their families what we do here as well.
That's great to know, because I often get asked questions about internships and stuff like that. So it's great to know that they get pretty much an overview of the whole operation, which is incredibly valuable as far as education.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
they get the wide range of experience here and stuff. So Sophie will go off and do, and Elma will go off and do help with the cheetah team and all those sort of things, just so they get the experience of other things. But they obviously mainly like to be here. Sophie did say as well that dogs and goats are the best section. I don't know why. I didn't bribe her or anything.
Yeah, I wonder if she'd have said that if you was a little guy. So
yeah, I know.
just saying. Who knows? Well, Callum, I know you've got like 50 goat kids to look after and dogs to walk and feed and training to do. But I want to thank you for joining us and finding the time to open our eyes to what's actually going on in Namibia in these weird times. So we wish you all the best of luck. We thank you for everything that you do, and hopefully we'll see you again very, very soon.
No, it's been great speaking to you. Great being able to tell you about the program and stuff. I hope to see some of you guys who may be watching this in the future to be able to give you tours, show you the dogs and goats. We really miss all the people, all our guests, all our tourists who come here, because you do become part of our CCF family when you visit. So we are missing you all. We hope to see you guys back again soon. But I hope you're all keeping safe wherever you are. And if I can end on something, as I am a bit biased about the dogs and goats, I do love the cheetahs here, but it is the dogs that are going to be keeping these guys out in the wilds. So it is dogs saving cats, which is very weird to say.
It is, but never a true word said. So thanks again. You take care, stay safe, and best regards to all the team in Namibia.
Thank you very much. Best regards to you as well.
Well, it's great to hear from Callum there. Now, we on our website, you can download lots of activities for children and younger people. There's also guides for teachers, and there's various activities that young people can get involved with on the kids section of the website. So go on to cheetah.org, top right-hand corner, you'll see a kids logo, click on that and find out what's to be had. And also there's the resources as well, where you can get teacher guides for conducting lessons for predators in the ecosystem and stuff like that. But our New York chapter has also started running camps, and one of which is going to be happening in a couple of months' time. And here's a few little details about that. Well, there's something for the young people to look forward to, and details are going to be coming up pretty soon on our website, cheetah.org, in the kids section. So look out for that one. Now, we've been talking about dogs already, and obviously with the Cheetah Conservation Fund, it's all about cheetahs as well. Now, people that have adopted our resident cheetahs, our non-releasable cats out in Namibia, they received a few updates. So I thought I'd actually share one or two of those with you. With Becky, one of the keepers, and she'll be coming up in the next hour telling us all about the husbandry side of our operation in Namibia. And she's going to be first talking about Dominic, so you can see one of our cats up close. Take a look at this.
So this is Dominic. Dom, as we call him for short. Hard to believe he is the same cheetah that came in 2 years ago at only about 10 days of age and had to be bottle fed every 3 hours. No longer is that the case. He is now a beautiful 2-year-old, much bigger than he was for sure, and doing really well. Super relaxed, very chill. Has the most recognizable purr probably out of most of our cats. You always know it's him because it's very loud. It's very deep. Had a couple changes this past year, mostly to who he is living with. So he was living with 2 females, Sasha and Savannah. But now he is living with our other young arrivals, Jaya and Rocket. And doing really well with them. He, being hand-raised by people and living with dogs for the first little bit of his life, didn't really understand that he was a cheetah. And when we introduced him to Sasha and Savannah, he still didn't quite understand. He didn't really know how to play, didn't know how to socialize with them, and they were a little bit bigger than he was. He was still the baby of the group. But with Jaya and Rocket, he's bigger than they are. And Rocket is actually very persistent. He is going to make Dom love him no matter what. So it's been really nice to see. Dom has actually started to play a lot more. He's chasing Jaya and Rocket are chasing him. He's interacting with them a lot more. We see a lot of grooming, a lot of purring. They're not quite cuddled up together at nighttime yet, but we're gonna get there eventually, I'm sure. But it's really nice to see him just being confident in who he is. He's still a mama's boy, don't get me wrong. He will always choose mom if he has the chance. But it's really nice to see him just calm when he's interacting with other cheetahs and to be comfortable in his own skin, in his own fur. So excited to see how he continues to grow and change. He still has a little bit of growing to do, we think, but he is turning into the most handsomest boy in the whole wide world. And I can say that because I'm his mom.
Great to see Dominic doing so well out in Namibia. Now quickly going to join up with Dr. Laurie Marker, our founder and chief executive, and also Anarchy, who's our education manager, showing you a little bit of our museum at our Science Research and Education Centre just outside Otjiwarongo in Namibia, and just going through what we call the Cheetah Olympics.
What are Cheetah Olympics? Who do you think is going to win the race? And so what are the fastest animals in Africa? Is the elephant? It's big. Oh, it's in 4th place. That's not bad. Oh, black mambas. We were talking about snakes earlier. Right. The black mamba is one of the most poisonous. Thank God it's in 9th place. And where are we humans? We're in 7th. So we're a little bit faster than the black mamba, which is good. Yeah. And of course the cheetah is in 1st place. And then what is the fastest animal in the world? The peregrine falcon. So that is, remember, the cheetah is the fastest land animal.
And then the second fastest land animal in the world would be the pronghorn antelope, which is a North American species and springs up to 86 kilometers per hour.
And that's, remember, when the cheetah used to live in North America, it used to chase the pronghorn. So the second fastest land animal.
So just before we start our next hour, which is going to cover husbandry and looking after all the cheetahs out in Namibia, just have 5 minutes or so, just having a little look all around CCF and see how many different animals you can spot.
Hi everybody, Jack Hanna here. I want to wish Lori and everyone involved with the Cheetah Conservation Fund a happy 30th anniversary for all they have accomplished and all they plan to do to save the cheetah for future generations. Thank you for all your hard work.
Well, here we go for another hour of a celebration of CCF on our 30th anniversary. And this time we're going to be looking at husbandry and the care of the cheetahs and all the other animals that are involved in cheetah conservation. So I'm going to take you out to Namibia and meet with Becky, one of the cheetah keepers, to learn the ins and outs of what it takes to look after the non-releasable cheetahs in Namibia. Hope you enjoy it. Hi, Becky.
Hello.
Hello, all the way from Namibia. We've known each other for quite a while now, but why don't you tell everybody who you are and what you do?
Yeah, so my name is Becky. I'm one of the cheetah keepers here at CCF in Namibia. So I get to look after all the captive cats that we currently have here at the center.
I'm sure you're the envy of everybody watching, but we'll go into the ins and outs of what that actually means and what that involves. Because I mean, how many cheetahs are at the centre right at the moment?
Currently, we are at 38.
38.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and out of those, the majority of those are the non-releasable cats. Is that right?
Correct, yeah. So at the moment, we have, of the 38, 5 that are releasable, and the rest are permanent residents here.
Okay, so the way that you look after those cats is pretty different, I would imagine, because you with the 5 releasable candidates, they have to be kept away from the centre and to stop that that habituation. Is that right?
Correct, yeah. So our release candidates are kept about a 10-minute drive away from the main center. So it's only myself or Eli that go out to feed those cats. We'll only use typically one vehicle with them, so they're not getting used to seeing tourist vehicles around. They're not used to our safari vehicles that we're using on tours. They only will see our food truck. We'll go out, we'll make sure that they're healthy, that there's no cuts or scrapes, anything like that, that everybody's healthy. We'll feed them, make sure that their water's topped up, their enclosure's clean, but then we will leave them. We don't spend any extra time with those cats. We don't do any sort of extra training or anything with those guys. We want to keep them as wild as we can.
Yeah, that's great. It's sometimes, you know, it's a shame that every cat can't be released when it comes into CCF, but that's, you know, that's life, unfortunately. And so when a cat comes in, once it gets through the initial stages and it's deemed to be healthy, and it can go out into the holding areas of CCF. How do you start with your, you know, so obviously the keepers have to start building a relationship with those cats. And I think it's important to point out that they're not turned into pets or anything or anything along those lines, but for the management side. So when it comes in, what are the stages of that building that relationship with the cats?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing for them is getting into a good routine. So they love consistency. They like things to stay the same. It really helps to reduce stress in a lot of our captive cats to keep things the same. And so getting that cheetah into that routine where we come out, we're feeding them at the same time every day. We're feeding them typically in the same feeding camps, in bowls from the food truck. Getting them into that routine is really important for them. but as well just spending time with them, especially with the young cats that come in that are maybe only a few months old. They're scared. All they want is their mom, and suddenly mom is taken away from them, their siblings are taken away from them, and we're what they have. And suddenly there's new people, there's new sights, there's new smells. And so getting them just into that routine, but spending a lot of time with them and building up that trust with them. They know us, that we bring them food, and that's the best part of their day typically. But that's really all they care about. They don't really care about us as people, I don't think, but they care about us bringing them food. So that really helps build that relationship and build that trust, always if there's food involved typically as well.
You bring up a very interesting point about the routine. Myself, I've worked with many species of cat over the years, and the cheetah is very different to other cats, and I think it's worth kind of highlighting that really, because the cheetahs are born nervous. You know, they're born scared because they've got so many enemies. So a natural routine. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but that gives them that almost like a sense of security. They kind of know, and you're taking a lot of the fear and the unknown. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. So I think they, as you say, they are very nervous animals. And if we feed them in a different way every day, and we feed them in a different spot and at a different time, they don't know what's coming. And in a wild cheetah, that's true. They don't know when their next meal is coming. But if they're going to be around people and around us, it really, really helps to calm them down, to have that really consistent routine. And with our cats that have been here for a long time, our 15-year-olds, for instance, they need that. If we feed them in a different time or in a different way, they get really mad at us. They get really upset with us. But it really does help, to calm them down, because they are very, very nervous animals.
Yeah, I mean, you can categorize a cheetah, you know, as a species, and we know what they're stereotypically like as a species, but then you get the individual traits as well. And I think that's incredibly important with keepers like yourself, that you understand, and basically what you need to do is to identify what's normal.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why it's important for us as well to have a smaller keeper staff. In a way, there are a lot of animals to take care of, and it would be great to have maybe 6 or 7 people looking after them, but then you don't have that consistency. And the fact that Harry doesn't come up for food today might be normal for some people, but for us, that could mean that something's wrong for that day. And that's really important to pick up on. Anything, the tiniest little things can be a big deal, can become a big deal really quickly. And the faster you pick up on those, the faster we're able to treat maybe any problems that are happening with them.
Yeah, so it's very important to identify any potential problem very, very early. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so I mean, any illness, because they are very sensitive animals, as you said, they can get sick very easily. They're really prone to stomach issues, to digestive problems, and that's really important that we treat that right away, so that it doesn't become a big ongoing problem for a longer term.
So feeding 38 cheetahs on a daily basis, that in itself is quite a task. So you do all the food preparation yourself, is that right?
So luckily we do have some interns right now, some volunteers that will also help. But a lot of it, is double checking everything. So every day, each cheetah gets one kind of piece of meat. It's about 1.5 to 2 kilos. And we do prepare all of that. So it's cut for us by some of our workers, but then we go in and we make sure that there's no small bones, there's no excess fat on the meat, and just making sure that each piece is prepared properly. and then sorting the meat, like you were saying, based on the individual. Because some of our older cheetahs need really soft pieces, versus some of our younger cats can have a spine piece, they can have a leg piece, they can have a rib piece, anything like that. So making sure that every cheetah is getting the right amount, and also just the type of piece that they're getting to.
So you said about the diets being different, or the requirements being different for individual cheetahs. So what is the what is the age range of cheetahs that you've got there at the moment?
At the moment, our youngest is just under a year old. And then our oldest is, they are 15 now. It's Harry, Ron, and Hermione, a group of Harry Potter cats, and they turned 15 this year. So quite an age range. And
that way exceeds the wild life expectancy of the cats, yeah?
Yeah, so typically in the wild, I think average is about 8 to 10, maybe 11 or 12, if they're really lucky. But here, our oldest cat was solo. She lived to be 18 and a half years old, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and also that working with the other departments and being able to study these animals and in all of their life stages, I would imagine is invaluable.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, part of it as well is really interesting for me is that I work with the International Cheetah Stud Book as well. So keeping track of all the captive cats in all the facilities around the world and seeing kind of the averages that happen in captivity. So knowing that an 18-and-a-half-year-old is pretty old even for a captive cat. But then, yeah, in the wild as well, looking at the wild data and knowing that even though these animals are captive, we're still giving them a pretty good quality of life compared to what they would get in the wild as well.
Yeah, you mentioned the stud book, and that's a huge part. Why don't you quickly explain what the stud book is, what the International Stud Book is?
Yeah, so the International Cheetah Stud Book, Lori started it. This year, 2020 will actually be the 29th edition, I believe. 2021 will be the 30th edition of it. But it keeps track of all of the captive cheetahs in all of the facilities around the world. So looking at every year, what I do is I compile all the data from all the different facilities. We look at births, we look at deaths, we look at any movements that are made, so some animals are transferred between facilities. I compile all of that data. I graph it, it gets put into a document. The document then gets sent out to other regional stud book keepers. So there's some in North America, there's some in Europe. And what those regional stud book keepers can then do with that data is look at breeding and looking at how we're going to sustain the captive population going forward. So cheetahs being a very inbred species, we need to be looking at the genetics, and that's really important. So we want to make sure that individuals from similar family lines are not being bred together and introducing genetic variability to the captive population.
And with the cheetah, that's probably more important than any other species of cat because of the lack of genetic diversity. So having that central database, all of that information in a concise, controlled way, it makes decision making, so much easier and so much more efficient for the facilities that are keeping cheetahs around the world. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's really important to be keeping getting as much information as we can. So the stud book is a voluntary process for a lot of places, so you don't necessarily have to be part of a stud book, but the data we get from it is so valuable in terms of breeding and genetic lines, as you were saying. So it's something we're working on, especially in places like South Africa that do have a lot of breeders and everything that are that are happening right now, trying to get as much of that information as we can, and looking at as detailed as we can of the overall population. So at the moment, just putting together the 2019 stud book, there's 1,820 total individuals that I have at the moment. So quite a few.
Yeah, and that's some task. It's yeah, excuse the pun, but I would imagine it's like herding cats sometimes.
Just a little bit. There's a lot of follow-up emails and follow-up phone calls, and yeah, but it's really interesting. So I mean, that's why I love my job, is because I get to go and feed cheetahs in the morning, and then my afternoon I get to do some data entry and look at the stud book, and it's a really, really good balance. But I love being able to work on the stud book. It's been a really interesting learning curve for sure, taking it over from Kate 4 years ago. The first year was a little bit interesting, but I think I've gotten into a good routine now, and I love it, absolutely love it.
So I'm sure that the viewers won't grumble if we go back to cheetahs.
I'm sure not.
So keeping the cheetahs healthy, which is the number one goal. The cats have found themselves in a situation that we have to deal with. So when everybody thinks about cheetah, they think about maybe the speed, and the hunting abilities of the cheetahs. So what ways do you kind of fulfill that natural way of thinking for the cheetah, the natural instincts?
Yeah, so exercise is the biggest thing that we can do for them. Obviously, if we're bringing them their food every day and they're not getting any exercise, they're going to become very fat and very lazy very quickly, which is not healthy. So the biggest thing that we use is we actually have a lure course set up at the center. It's based on kind of a greyhound racing system in a way. It's a long piece of string line. It's about 300 meters in length. It goes all the way around one of our enclosures. We attach a piece of cloth to that line, an old t-shirt, an old piece of rag, and we're able to change the speed and change direction of that lure of the rag. And that's what the cheetahs are chasing, and that's how we give them their exercise, at least at the main center. Always a bit of a fun game for them. Otherwise, our other cats that are not at the main center, that are in other enclosures elsewhere, we actually use our vehicle. So we have a white feeding bucket, a truck, that we put their food in. They know that truck means food, and they will chase it for their food every day.
So we're, a lot of it is about mental stimulation as well as physical. When you say with a lure course where it changes speeds, changing direction, so it's not just the same old every day.
Exactly, yeah. So if we kept it the same all the time, the cheetahs are very smart, and they will just sit in a corner and just wait for the lure to come back to them, pounce on it, and then get rewarded for catching it. But so we have to make it a little bit more challenging for them. So they never quite know what to expect, but it is always an optional activity for them as well. So they can come in and run for as long and as hard as they want to. So our young cats, it's always a really fun game. They will run and run and run and run, and we will actually eventually just have to stop because they're gonna just keep going all day if they could. Our older cats have figured out our system a little bit. They might do 1 or 2 really good sprints, and then they just walk away and they're done. So they get as much or as little exercise as they want. Being cats, we can't force them to do anything.
And it's much the same as the diet. It's the individual, so again, not everybody is going to hit the gym every day. Some maybe just once or twice a week, and some never,
Yep.
I'm not casting any aspersions over any individuals. I'm just, speaking generally.
Yeah.
With CCF being so diverse and involved in such holistic stuff. Do you, on a regular basis, do you find yourself overlapping with other departments of CCF?
Yeah, with the cheetah team, the biggest section that we overlap with is obviously the veterinary team, the vet team. Because if we do have a sick animal or an injured animal, they're the first people that we will go to. But it's been really interesting for me, having come here really with no experience. I've actually picked up quite a bit of veterinary kind of knowledge just by interacting with them. So learning how to give injections, learning how to give fluids, learning how to treat wounds. So the vet team, I would say, is definitely the biggest one that we overlap with, but doing talks for tourists and visitors that we unfortunately don't have a lot of right now, but normally we would. Doing tours, talking about the cats is also a big thing that we do. So we're not only looking after the cats every day, but we also get to talk to people about the cats.
Being able to kind of help treat the animals, with the cooperation with the veterinary team, I would imagine that's very useful because of that relationship that you've got with the cats. Whereas you will be able to get a lot closer, and there's a lot more trust in the cat. Have you found that?
Yeah, definitely. So the second we bring the vet over, the cat is fine. The cat pretends that they're not sick, they're not injured. If they haven't been eating for a few days, suddenly they're starving when the vet rocks up. But yeah, it's been definitely that trust. I mean, it's really hard because when they do have a scary day, on vaccination day, for instance, our yearly vaccines that we do with them, it's a scary day because we do have to contain them a little bit. We have to poke them with a needle. And you can tell that trust, you lose a little bit of it. But we try and do as much kind of preparation again as we can, and try and make it as not scary as we can. So being able to do their vaccines, myself and Eli went out and did all the cats nearly in one day because we were able just to get them in with no issues, versus had we brought the vet team out. We do have some students right now as well, and it would have been great practice for them to inject a few cats, which we did let them do. But if we brought them out to all the cats, it would have taken us days to do it because the cat sees somebody new, somebody different, and suddenly all bets are off. No matter how much training you've done, no matter how much that routine has been really consistent up until that point, all of it goes out the window the second somebody else is involved.
So after the bad day, as you put it, as far as the cats are concerned, do they get that extra special meal afterwards as a reward?
Definitely, yeah. And we will normally just kind of leave them to it for a few days, and we will we'll spoil them extra over the next few days. So normally we would bring them up into the feeding camps every day for food, but after that scary day, some of them don't even want to come into the feeding camps for fear that something's going to happen, and we'll bring out their food to them and give them some extra attention, some extra love, tell them it's all going to be okay. They don't have to do this again until next year. And but yeah, we always try and but your heart always breaks a little bit. You always feel like such a bad parent having to poke them, but it's for their own good.
Yeah, and there's a payoff to it. They get the extra pieces of liver or bits and pieces. So if they was able to analyze it, it's perhaps not such a bad day.
It's true. It's true.
So your journey has been quite diverse in itself. I mean, you started off as an intern at CCF. Is that right?
I did, yeah. So I started January 2016. I started as a general intern. So I was doing a little bit of everything. I was working with the cheetahs, I was working with the dogs and the goats. I was working in a little bit with the genetics team as well. And I was only supposed to be here for 4 months. And I've now been here 4.5 years. which is crazy.
You did let other people know that you were staying. They're not standing at the airport waiting for you. Is that right?
No, yeah. So I put a message on Facebook, I think, in May when I was supposed to come home initially, and said, "Oh, just kidding. I'm staying until August. I'll be home in August. It's all fine." And then in August, I said, "Just kidding. They're gonna pay me to stay here now, so I'm gonna stay."
I often feel with interns that have come through the centre, it's not just about learning what you do want to do. I think more importantly, it kind of exposes you to stuff that you may have thought that you wanted to do, but then that opens your eyes and helps you choose a direction. Would you agree with that?
No, definitely, for sure. Because some people come and they say, I want to work with cheetahs, and that's all I want to do. But then they meet the goats, and then they fall in love with the goats. Or they get to do some outreach, some education work in the tourism department for a little bit and realize, hey, I really enjoy talking to people, or I enjoy teaching. So you never quite know what you're going to get. But as you said, there is a little bit of everything here. So even if you don't know, it will help because you have a genetics lab, you have education, you have tourism, you have cheetahs, dogs, goats, sheep, a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's certainly that some of the interns and like former interns that I've spoken to, they just it's always part of them. It's kind of almost gets ingrained, and that level of understanding because they get to sample so much, and such a wide variety of subjects. I think it's priceless. So you mentioned like sponsoring the cheetahs, and I'll make a gratuitous plug that you can do that on the website cheetah.org. So how much does that mean to you, the team, and CCF? Just kind of knowing that so many people have invested not just money, but also the fact that they care so much. How does that make you feel?
No, it's such a nice feeling because we love them as the keepers. I mean, we kind of have to love them, but honestly, we do from the bottom of our hearts. We do really love them, but we want other people to love them as well, and to have that support and know that so many people do love them too is really, it's nice to know that it's helping in a way.
I totally agree. I know exactly.
Or just the other day, I had a 12-year-old little boy that came to center feeding, and he was so knowledgeable. He was saying how fast they were running. He was telling me what their tear marks were for. He was telling me why their tails are flat. And he was asking amazing questions. Is there such thing as an albino cheetah? Is there such thing as an all-black cheetah? What genetic mutations do they have? Who would win in a fight, a falcon or a cheetah? Who can go faster? And it was a 12-year-old, and he was grilling me at center feeding. I was feeling a little bit like, whoa, like, I don't know if I'm smart enough for this kid. But it's moments like that you can't ever top that, I don't think.
In that in itself, I mean, people would look at people like yourself and the job that you're doing and the work the CCF's doing as being the inspirers, but sometimes the coin is flipped. Sometimes you're inspired by people's passion, by people's interest, by people's support, because none of us can do this alone, and to know that, you mentioned the 12-year-old there, I mean, he's the future, because however much we want to think that we'll live forever, and with Laurie's old adage of conservation is never done, it's never finished, that must be inspiring to engage with those people with just a sense of there's a future.
Definitely. Yeah. And that made my whole month. I think just that one little boy, that one interaction made my whole month. And yeah, it's those little moments that then pushes you forward to say, okay, I want to do better today. Here's what I want to do today. I want to accomplish this today, because that little boy gave you that little spark of that inspiration and that drive to continue to know that you're doing good work.
And the other, and if we go the other way as well, I'm sure if we was lucky enough to speak to that 12-year-old during these talks, I'm sure that he will always remember you, because of the work that you do. So it's it's a mutual thing, I'm sure. But it's nice to hear that those little things sometimes they seem quite innocuous, but it's nice to know that those things are there and they're happening. Well, Becky, I know that everybody will be envious of the work you do, but at the same time, we realise how hard you work and a daunting task of doing this day in, day out, because however much the COVID-19 has affected everything and stuff, life has to go on. The cheetahs can't work from home. They can't be fed via Zoom. So the work that you do is amazing, and we want to thank you for it. And thanks for sparing the time out of your really busy day and joining us today. So thanks very much, Becky.
No, always my pleasure.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that, meeting Becky in Namibia, and all about pretty much our non-releasable cats, as well as some of the releasable candidates as well. So when we're talking about captive cheetahs, the most common place that you would probably see them are zoos and safari parks, and they're a great supporter of conservation. A lot of the zoos have supported us over many years. So I'm going to take you across to the Turtleback Zoo to hear from them, see how they're getting on with their cheetahs.
This is our coalition of male cheetahs. We have 3 boys, Alvin, Simon, and Theodore, and they are brothers. Naturally, in the wild, males would live with their brothers and stay together. Our boys are going to be 2 years old this November, right around Thanksgiving. Alvin is a little bit more of the dominant cat, and he likes to be the leader of the activity. He has a very strong personality and is very confident. Simon more enjoys to spend time alone at certain times. He does like to play with his brothers, however, he does also enjoy his alone time and doesn't really care what the others are doing. He likes to kind of do his own thing. Theodore is our most playful of our boys, and he loves to especially roll around and rub in the grass. And he also loves to chew on his chew toys. And of course, the 3 brothers together love to run and pounce and play with one another. Right now behind me, you'll see that they are learning to spend time in this exhibit so that our guests can see them outside of presentations. We are so excited to share our cheetahs with our guests so that they can get an up-close encounter with these endangered cats. In Africa, there are only about 7,000 cheetahs left in the wild, and they are racing towards extinction. The Cheetah Conservation Fund does excellent conservation work to help these cheetahs survive in the wild and hopefully increase the population. One of the largest challenges facing cheetahs in the wild is the interaction with humans. Many people that share the environment with cheetahs in Africa earn their livelihood through farming livestock. They'll see the cheetahs around during the day, and then the following morning find that a lot of their livestock has been killed. And they assume that it was the cheetahs hunting their livestock, which really does a lot of damage to their livelihood. What the Cheetah Conservation Fund does is help pair dogs with these farmers, and the dogs are trained to bark and protect the livestock on that farm, therefore scaring the cheetahs away with their barking. This keeps the livestock safe and keeps the cheetahs safe, as farmers know that their livestock is protected and they don't have to worry about cheetahs. We work very closely with our cheetahs and do a lot of training with them and they're also trained for presentation. So Nandi is one of our ambassador cheetahs, and she is joined by her companion dog, Bowie, and they've been together for pretty much their entire lives. They've only been born about a month apart from each other, so they're going to live together for their entire lives. They do have pretty much the same life expectancy, so one won't outlive the other much more than they will. So Bowie does have a pretty important job here at the Turtleback Zoo, being a companion dog to Nandi. So cheetahs in nature are typically very skittish and shy, but they do have a reason to be. Now, a lot of people think that cheetahs are just big cats and they're predators, but they actually can also be prey animals to animals like lions and hyenas, and sometimes even leopards will come and steal their prey. Now, Bowie is a Labrador Retriever dog, and generally they are pretty calm and collected. So when Nandi feels shy or skittish, she'll look to Bowie for her cues and cue off of him. So here at Turtleback Zoo, our enrichment program is designed to encourage natural behaviors that these animals would naturally do out in the wild. So here we have two different items for cheetah enrichment. This is actually an old spool that we found in storage, and this is used for grooming purposes. So here inside of this spool, we have some AstroTurf. Now, Nandi, our ambassador cheetah, loves to come in here and groom. So if you actually kind of look at the inside of the spool, you might see some hair, and that's normal. Now, the reason why we like to offer this, especially up in the yard, is because she can jump up on here, and she actually loves looking outside. Cheetahs are very visual animals, so they love looking out, and this gets her nice and high. Cheetahs tend to be more comfortable up higher rather than on the floor. So since they enjoy being on higher surfaces, this is a great item to give them. So here we have another cheetah enrichment item. This is called a Licky Loo. Now this is really offered to our males especially. Although Nandi enjoys it, the boys tend to be more interested in it. Simon loves this enrichment item specifically because he loves staring at himself in the mirror. He actually finds it super reinforcing. Now this eye hook right up here is an added feature that makes it super unique because we're able to add it up into his enclosure and hang it so it hangs, or we can add it up in his habitat as well. These guys are given enrichment every single day. It's part of their husbandry care. So in addition to their training that they receive a few times a day, they also receive a variety of enrichment as well. So we did a husbandry training session with one of the boys, Alvin. We've been able to get a lot of success with our husbandry behaviors with all of them. So we've spent a lot of time working on paw descents to be able to look at their paws, their nails, do a whole body check. Then we also were able to use their same transportation crates as a space to do more invasive husbandry behavior. So we'll actually use their crates to do blood draws. We've done successful blood draws with all 4 of our cheetahs, as well as subcutaneous injections, IM injections. We'll also start working on blood pressure, taking their blood pressure while in those crates. It's a really great way for us to be able to keep it a positive experience, use a tool that we already have and use every day, and it gives us a safe way for our vets to be able to assist with those procedures too. So we'll do all that husbandry training on the regular mixed in with all of our ambassador training work as well. We're so excited to share our cheetahs with our guests because we hope that by having a close encounter with these amazing cats, we can inspire a deeper care for conservation and the environment as a whole. We hope that by meeting these animals up close, our guests will do everything that they can to help cheetahs in the wild, specifically helping with the Cheetah Conservation Fund.
So huge thanks to the Turtleback Zoo. Apologies for the sound quality there, but that's what happens. That's the only downside of having to wear a mask. It makes capturing the sound quite difficult, but they did a great job nonetheless. Now, taking care of cheetahs and taking care of other animals, and as Becky mentioned, the closest department that the husbandry team work with are the veterinary team. So we're going to head back out to Namibia to catch up with Paul Sett, who's the resident veterinarian at CCF, and get some updates and some news from Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so joining us from Namibia is Paul Sett, who's the resident vet at CCF. Hi, Paul. How are you doing?
Great, great. How are you doing, Brian?
I'm doing very, very well, thank you. So, how are you coping with all the COVID-19 and bits and pieces like that? How are you coping over there?
Well, it's quite difficult, to be honest. But of course, being a veterinarian, human life is definitely affected. That makes a little bit. It makes it quite difficult to interact and mingle with other people. But we continue with our role, that's saving the animal health and ensuring that all our animals are very healthy and they are all in good shape. So definitely an unprecedented time. Uncertainty is quite playing a role, but we are being optimistic.
So when people think about a veterinarian at CCF, they may think that you're working on cheetahs all day, every day, and I know for a fact that's not the case. But what can you tell people about that?
Well, to be honest, cheetahs are, well, it's Cheetah Conservation Fund. So many people definitely have the idea that we're only dealing with cheetahs here. But there are quite a lot of other animal species that we deal with. It's a collective animal husbandry facility where we don't only deal with cheetahs, we deal with livestock guarding dogs, we deal with milking goats, we deal with livestock in general, like cattle and all that. So a collective of all animal species, to be honest. There's wildlife on the farm, there's quite a lot of other animals as well.
Yeah, so I mean, CCF is a very holistic organization. So, but by definition, you're going to have different species of animals. But so with the livestock guarding dogs, for instance, I mean, a lot when you're dealing with the newborns right from birth to the moment that they go off to their new farms, I would imagine the veterinary department is heavily involved on a daily basis with that.
Yeah. With the newborns, we definitely have to ensure that they're healthy from the onset. We need to make sure that they get all their vaccinations up to date. We make sure that they have got all their deworming and they have a very good, healthy lifestyle here on the farm. And also quite important, what you do is we try to establish a relationship with the owners on the farms where they are going to maintain the same kind of principle to ensuring that these animals are healthy and kept as healthy as possible all the time.
I would imagine with all the animals, with the livestock guarding dogs and when you're working with the farmer training, and it's very, very much the preventative side of medicine that you focus on.
Yes, I focus mostly on the preventative medicine, which is quite important because if you focus on preventative medicine, you keep out a lot of costs. It's easier to prevent than to treat, and that is what you try to focus on.
And with the farmers, it's not as easy as just popping down the road that takes a couple of minutes to the veterinarian or anything. Sometimes it can be a 5, 6, 7 hour drive. So that even puts more emphasis on the preventative side. Would you agree?
Definitely, because the costs are quite heavy, to be honest. To be running around and making sure that you reach out to people, you get the right message across. It can be very costly because of the diverse space around the country. Farms are so much sparsely located. There's quite a distance between one farm and the other. So it's very important to get the information in an efficient way to keep costs.
Yeah, I can totally see that. And when we talk to other people that have to travel, we know that the problems facing just getting around, getting to the people is a problem almost on its own. So it's great when the preventative side is given such importance, and that goes on. So when going back to the cheetahs, I would imagine that the most intense time is when a rescue cheetah comes in, because then the time factors are so much. So can you take us through, if a cheetah comes in that's been rescued from a farm, for instance, what kicks into gear? What's the first process that you would have to go through?
Well, for me as a veterinarian, I don't deal with the cheetah husbandry. I only deal with the workups where there is a team that deals with the husbandry part. They take care of the cheetahs by feeding them all that. So what I do personally, I do the workup on the cheetahs. The husbandry team will tell me when we'll need to do a workup on the cheetah. I need to prepare the drugs that we need to use. I need to anesthetize the cheetah. I need to make sure that the cheetah is still healthy under anesthesia. I need to make the right calculation. And if anything can go wrong, it's when a cheetah wakes up on the table and the veterinarian is in charge of everybody, not only the cheetah, but the people involved as well. So it's quite strenuous. It's quite a lot of work that has to be put into place. And you need to make sure that the animal wakes up in a very, very calm manner. Otherwise, cheetahs, especially if they are wild, they wake up and they're in a strange environment. They can harm themselves quite a lot.
Yeah, you mentioned the husbandry team. With working with even just using the word team, and CCF has got many teams. So the collaboration and the cooperation between departments is incredibly important and makes your job achievable. Is that right?
Yeah, it's quite important that you have to have a collective effort from all the departments, because there's quite a lot of intermingling and collaboration that has to go hand in hand. The departments have to work quite closely. Like from my point of view, I work with most of the departments at CCF, because they all have animal that take care of, and the veterinarian has to be involved in that process. So it's very important that you have to work as a collective and as a team. And I think it's the only way that you can achieve the best results in the end.
Yeah, and it obviously works with the amount of the animals that come and go and that are cared for by CCF. So it's kind of a proven formula. So when you're out in Namibia, where you are now, and you're working, you're going to be reliant on outside sources as well. It's not just with the with the team actually at CCF. So I would imagine that it's kind of difficult sometimes getting drugs, medications, and equipment. So can you tell us a bit about the challenges that face the veterinary team in Namibia?
Well, currently, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic, which is ongoing, it's very difficult to get some of the most crucial drugs that you need to use, the most efficient and the most reliable drugs to use, because every other veterinarians or health professionals are all after these drugs. But then the market is it's very narrow at the moment, and the import of these drugs into the country has also been severely affected by the closed borders or by the movement control and all that. So it's very, very difficult, and we currently just working with what we have and try to improvise quite a lot in many instances.
Yeah, and that's what I've been and worked in Africa for a long time, and that always amazes me. The phrase "bush mechanics" comes in. There's no use complaining about it. Just look at what you got, and we'll get the job done. So. I would imagine that kind of blows people's minds initially, but you kind of have to get into that mindset. You kind of have to make the best of what you've got. And I'm sure that you've been very inventive in some of the processes that you've had to develop over the time.
Yeah, that's correct. I think at certain times when you're put under pressure and when you don't have the most reliable resources, it also gives you time to introspect and to reinvent new things which you never thought of using before. And I also think it's quite important because you need to develop other strategies so that when you're faced or with times like this, you have an experience and exposure to how to handle and go through it without any difficulties. It has its benefits and also disadvantages, but I think if you just go through it with optimism, it will definitely be an easy walkthrough.
Yeah, every day is a school day, So,
yeah.
Yeah.
True.
So, you know, and that is priceless when you're 7 hours into the bush and
Yeah.
having to deal with something. So it kind of puts you into that mindset, which is admirable, you know. And I'm sure a lot of Western vets will admire your ingenuity, you know, to do that. So when we was talking about the preventative side, we also go out into the communities. So
Yeah.
it's just a case of being at the center. So can you tell us briefly about some of the community projects that are going on as far as the veterinary care goes?
I personally just returned from Heroland. Heroland is about 150 kilometers east of CCF farm. I went into Heroland. I went to do rabies vaccination on dogs there. And the issue is it's quite important to go out into these communal areas because these communal areas are very far from towns. People there don't have the means to travel to towns. So that's why we thought it's very important that we go into these communities, try to assist them in terms of vaccinating their dogs against rabies and also doing a normal or a regular health check on their livestock. The rabies vaccination has been very, very welcomed by these communal areas because the people don't have the services close by. The government services are not as close by, and they really do appreciate us going out there because we are doing an outreach project which they don't pay for in the first place, and it helps them a lot also to just come close to their animals because rabies has been going on for many, many years, and we're trying to help the government in eradicating rabies in Namibia.
Yeah. So when you've got like needs and stuff like that, we're heavily reliant on kind of donations, both financially and also equipment as well. So can you tell us some of the equipment that you use on a regular basis that's been donated from our supporters in the outside world, as it were?
Well, currently we use quite a lot of the the ultrasound. Ultrasound comes in quite handy on a daily basis, and the radiography as well, the X-ray machine that is it, and the consumables that you use on a daily basis, your syringes, your needles, and some of the drugs as well. Well, it's quite a lot of products and consumables that we use on a daily basis, which are all coming from donors. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, again, it's you know, I know with zoos and veterinary facilities and stuff like that, they sometimes it may seem that it's kind of trivial stuff. You know, it's not your big heavy drugs or your big heavy machinery, like you said before. So even just the consumables are not all available readily. So those donations are very, you know, gratefully received.
Definitely, that's correct, Brian, and we really appreciate it because they just make our work efficient. We are doing the work that we're doing because we have all this at hand. Otherwise, it will be a big struggle.
That's that's great to hear because again, we don't like to assume anything. So when it comes directly from the facility, it helps people understand a little bit more of how important all of these bits and pieces are. So with CCF, it's also a teaching facility as well. So with interns, not just veterinary interns, but other interns, do you sense that value on exposing the interns to that's your side of the operation?
Yeah, definitely. I think with the veterinary team being quite diverse and dynamic, and here at CCF doing quite a lot in terms of healthcare, the interns do get quite a lot of exposure in terms of seeing how to go about on a daily basis as a vet, how to manage, how to facilitate, coordinate, and all that. And I think it's very important that they learn this, especially many who are studying. They get quite a lot of commitment, and they get encouraged.
Yeah, there's only so much you can learn from a book. So to
Yeah.
seeing it in that live context, you know, it is priceless, and it's an experience I'm sure that hundreds of interns over the years will never ever forget. Yeah. So Paul, I really appreciate you sparing the time to join us. I know how busy you are out there, but thank you very much for all you do. Thank you for you know, looking after the cheetahs as well as the goats and the dogs, and educating the next generation of conservationists. So stay well. Thank you very much, and hopefully I'll speak to you again very, very soon.
Thank you so much, Brian. Thank you for having me.
Well, big thanks to Paul and the team out in Namibia for joining us on this hour, all about husbandry and the care and the medical jobs that they're doing every single day, whether it's COVID or not COVID. Life goes on at CCF. It has to. We can't slow down and we can't stop. Don't forget, if you're not watching this on the Better Unite site, you can head over to there and see all of our silent auction items, and after 6:30 tonight, or the main event, the keynote speech and everything will be made over in there. So to register and to get tickets for tonight, you can head over to our website, cheetah.org, and there's a link there. Makes it nice and easy to register, so you can join in with all the fun. Now, one of the items that are in the main auction tonight, there's going to be around about 8:30 or so, or 8 o'clock, should I say, is this little gem. Take a look.
Hi, Ann London here, sending my congratulations to my old friend Lori for 30 years of pushing the dream forward. Who would have thought the sketches that I made at CCF in Namibia 15 years ago would someday be a part of this great event? It is my great honor to immortalize Chewbacca and lend my support to Lori and all of my friends at the Cheetah Conservation Fund. I hope you'll join us in this fight to protect and preserve cheetahs for future generations. Thanks.
Thanks so much for being with us today. There's more going on later on today, so don't miss anything. We've got special guests, and there's a live auction. I've got a keynote address that I'd love you to join. So please do join us. There's an award ceremony. It'll be great fun. Keep being with us.
Wow. And yet another hour flies by here on our all-day extravaganza. I've just been asked to point out that all the times that are quoted are USA time, and that's Eastern time. I'll try not to mention times too much, otherwise it will get really confusing, kind of recalculating different time zones and stuff like that. So I hope you understand. Well, the foundation of conservation is education. So that's the topic that we're going to move on now. And there's some inspiring stories that go on at CCF. Did you know that over the course of 30 years of CCF, we've engaged with over 650,000 Namibian learners, and still it goes on. So I'm going to take you out to Namibia to meet one of our key educators. His name's Ignatius. Let's go meet him. So hi, Ignatius. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, Brian. How are you doing? Are you
doing very, very well?
Are you okay?
Yeah, in these very strange times. So Ignatius, at CCF a long time now. So how long have you actually been with CCF in Namibia?
I've been with CCF since 2010, and I went away 2013, and I came back again 2014. Since then, I haven't been gone from CCF.
So your main role is educator, is that right? So you're educating all types of people.
Yes, I am. I'm an environmental educator with CCF in our education department, and we're school kids and community members.
Okay, so you educate both the groups that come into CCF, but you also go out on school trips and stuff like that, yeah?
Yes, we have our we have our educational programs that's based at CCF grounds, where school kids will come and visit us and live with us for weekends or a day visit. And then we have our outreach educational programs where we visit the school groups outside of CCF.
Okay, so when the groups come to you, say for the weekend, what type of things would they be doing? What would they be learning?
What CCF has actually done is that CCF has a sort of a curriculum-based educational programs for the school groups. And with these school groups in mind is that it correlates with actually what they're busy with in their school at that time, being a predator education, being wildlife education, or conservation in general. And so we would be looking at teaching them about cheetahs in particular, but also looking at a holistic approach to predator conservation. That is basically what we will be doing with school groups coming in at our center.
So typically, how big is the group when it comes in for that weekend?
Due to the availability of our accommodation, we would, with overnight school groups, we would expect them to be not more than 35. And with school groups coming in for a day visit, they could be 200 kids coming in here. Right. We could accommodate them. Yeah. So that's how the sizes of the school groups would range. From overnight school groups will be a smaller group, and then day visit school groups will be a huge group from 100 to 150 kids at once.
It's probably a stupid question, but in general, do the kids enjoy that weekend?
Oh, it's overwhelming. The first day, it's very much they don't know what to expect. All of them come with their own expectations. First of all, there is fear involved due to the fact that it's a predator. Mm-hmm. And then there is also the safety aspect of it involved, that they are now in an environment which is out of their comfort zone. So I always like it Saturday afternoon how all of these have just disappeared, how all of these have turned into a really amazing, fun-filled, educative program that they had throughout the weekend. So the first day is my most exciting day. Then I can pick up on what are their expectations from us, and how are they feeling at this moment. And then on Saturday, when we have a full day's educational session, I will just see how it started to change. That's what I like about the weekend programs.
Right, and we know that we've had, school people that are been on school groups that have come along, and that's sparked their interest. That's kind of caught them, and they've got the conservation bug, because they've been exposed to it. So, sometimes when you're looking at a group, can you see that little spark happening, maybe?
I have experienced that spark with these school groups. Especially, I can make an example of a group I had about 2 years ago. And this group of kids, most of them wanted to, I remember clearly I had 3 boys who really just wanted to be wilders. And after the weekend program, they told me that we wanted to be wilders, but I see that conservation really makes sense to me. Even though welding is also a very important tool to have, an important skill to possess. But they saw that they could relate to the cheetah being in Namibia, being around them, coming from a farming environment, or not even necessarily having a farming environment, but coming from a city. And they could see that, it starts to relate how important this is for us. And they have emailed me back actually last year and said that, we are done with our matric and we are actually in college now doing wildlife conservation programs. And I could see how these educational programs have changed that and created that spark that Brian has mentioned.
Mm. So without CCF, that's just probably one of 1,000, kids over the years. So without CCF, they wouldn't get that exposure. They wouldn't get that understanding, that kind of hands-on that would drive them forward and change their beliefs or the myths or whatever goes around.
I would really agree with that. Due to the fact that CCF is a different form of, a different way of really getting the message out there. It sometimes looks very formal, but it also looks very exciting and enjoyable. There's a lot of scientists here. Not all of us are scientists. Not all of us can read these scientific papers. We can read it, but not all of us can understand these scientific papers coming out of CCF annually. So this department, I feel, has a very important task in taking that information and demystifying it for the public, the layman that did not go to school maybe, or did not go through to a tertiary education that's able to understand these publications, and making environmental education enjoyable for them, making environmental education understandable to relate to environmental education. I feel CCF has that secret weapon that they have created, and it's working. And it's been working over the years, and it's going to work for more.
Yeah.
Many years.
I have no doubt at all that it is. And, lots of words are kind of used, people call themselves interpreters rather than educators. But, what you've just said completely demystifies that. You are interpreters. Everybody that's a teacher is an interpreter. It's interpreting the facts in a way that somebody can understand, and then that understanding can be developed into further education. So I don't doubt for a second the importance of the education at that grassroots. So if we've covered the kids that come in very, very, very briefly, and we'll go back to that. But when you go out to the schools, how different is that sort of education?
I feel that when kids group or school groups come to our facility, as educators, we are in our comfort zone.
Mm-hmm.
And it has taught us really to be innovative when we go out, because we do not have all the resources that surround us here at the center. Like I could call a curator anytime when a kid has a very interesting question pertaining a cheetah release. I could call Eli and say, Eli, this kid has this question. Or when there's a genetics question, I could call a genetist or a lab technician. So as an educator, when I do an outreach, I don't have all these amazing resources that I have at the center. So I have to be very innovative. I have to be in the comfort zone of those kids. So those kids are in control basically now when I'm with them in their villages or at their school. So it has really changed the shift for us educators. And it's just amazing to see that in which environment they live and what type of questions come out of that environment when we are doing outreach. That's most of my main signs that I pick up. And it's quite fun for me to learn that when I'm out there also with them.
It's great to hear that the point where you say that, you know, if you don't know the answer to a question, then, you know somebody who does and stuff like that. And that's great, because I always say that the first sign of strength is being able to show your weaknesses. You know, I don't know is a perfectly acceptable answer, you know, but you can't just leave it there. So you can, and in fact, you're almost educating yourself at the same time.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Yeah. So when you go out, I mean, Namibian history has always fascinated me, and the different people. And I know we've had long chats about all the different peoples around Namibia, all the different ethnic groups and stuff like that. So when you go out, I mean, you travel quite long distances to visit these schools. I mean, what's the longest journey that you tend to make doing school trips?
We have our local schools here, which I would just go in there, drive, have a 30-minute or 40-minute drive. Mm-hmm. Then I'm right at school. The longest distance that I visited was a school that I visited in the Oshihero district or the Ochitua district. It was quite far. It took me about a full day. And that was not the end of it. From that full day, I had to go deep into the villages, which took me another half day. So in total, it was about, I would say, 17 or 12 hours mm-hmm. of getting to that school.
Yeah.
And I would say that really, sometimes you would ask yourself, but why? Is it really necessary? And the moment you get to that place, it makes sense to you. And it makes sense to you in a way that it was necessary to leave your family behind, to leave your friends behind, and travel way deep into those villages to visit those schools. Just when they see us, that glow that these kids get, the excitement that the teachers get, the appreciation the principal gets to say that somebody is thinking about us to visit us this far, these remote places. And I know CCF always does that. And that puts a deep satisfaction to our hearts in the work that we are doing.
And it also makes the education almost more valuable, you know, because there's such gratitude and stuff like that. So I'm sure that you know, the schools in the rural areas, that, like you say, the ones that are really away from the towns, I'm sure that they are just like sponges, you know, they just want that education. They want that. So there's a real desire there. And when there's a desire, you know, that's when you really start getting results. So it's great to hear that. So when you're out obviously you're visiting different groups, different people. So maybe you were saying Herero or Ovambu or Damara people. So is the education different with individual groups? Do you have to address it in a different way?
That is so true, Brian. That is definitely so true. We all have the same, we all live in the same country.
Mm-hmm.
We all run through the same educational system, being it private or being it a public. But we have noticed that the culture plays a very important role in accepting of these programs of us. Let me make, for example, when I visited Opuo. Opuo is it's about let's say about 300 kilometers from the center. Mm-hmm. And then from Opuo, I had to travel about 60 more kilometers into the Himba villages, where the Himba live. Now the Himba, they are such an intellectually gifted people when it comes to the environment, the natural environment. You yourself as an educator would even be like, what am I really going to tell these people that they don't really know about? Because they are so ingrained into their natural environment. So but they would be so excited. They would be like, wow, we did not know something about the Oshitotongwe, the cheetah. We did not know this and that about the cheetah. We know the cheetah lives around us. We know we live from our environment. But some aspects of stuff that you have, we did not know about the cheetah. For example, that not all cheetahs are there to kill prey. Not all predators are there to kill prey. But if I look after my livestock, it will make it difficult for this predator to come to my livestock. So little things like that, they start to understand. When I go into the city, where there is not a lot of farms, where I get to the city kids, they have the technology, they have the Google, and the funny thing is that when I give a presentation, some of them will already Google me or Google this information that I'm giving them. And they would be like, but say, you missed out on a point here. And I'm like, oh, what did I miss out? And they say, this information says this and this. So I could see the dynamics, the different dynamics of groups that is more, that's technologically advanced or that has able to get technology or that's able to use it versus a group that really do not even have a touchscreen or a smartphone or a laptop around them. So I could see the dynamics in how they are definitely perceiving or receiving our educational sessions. When I travel to some of the groups that's like my tribe, I'm from a Nama. We are also very much environmentally conscious. We love our wildlife, but we love the springbok more. I don't know for what reason, but we would see that sometimes you would have the groups that has animosity against a predator, they have this perceived hatred or perceived fear against a predator. So as an environmental educator, I'm not there to change their mind. I'm there to give them the information and allow them to change their mind on their own, to make sure that I gave them the correct information for them to take the decision to say that really, this has really, really changed me. So you would definitely see some groups are very much open. They accept the information. Some groups have built a wall. So as an educator, I have to climb over that wall. So it's kind of fun.
Yeah, that's a very good way of putting it. You know, we have to get over the wall, round the wall, or under the wall, as long as it's the other side.
Yes, it's Brian.
So I know that you're one of your things, one of your passions is the museum at CCF that's been developed over the years, and I know you're passionate about that, and I know that we became members of the Museum Association of Namibia. So can you give us just a very brief outline of what the museum's all about? What would people expect to see and learn within the museum?
Our museum, I would say, is one of the best museums when it comes to environmental education. Not that I'm working for Cheetah Conservation Fund that I have to say that, but really I've went through a lot of museums, and museums, when I ask a child, what is a museum? He will say, it's history about the country, it's history about the struggle, it's history about war, and they would always relate that to museums. But when you step into the museum of CCF, it's a different world. So what I love about our museum, it's divided into 5 sections. It's got the history section, and there's a room alone for that specific information about the cheetah. It's got history of that animal. We've got the biology section, where the kids will learn about the biology of this animal, of the cheetah, and also of other predators. We've got the ecology section, and then we have got the environmental, or the section that talks about collaborations with other organizations. So it's not an island. That museum, it's not talking about only about Cheetah Conservation Fund. That's what I love about it. It talks about collaboration with other organizations, collaborations in the mean of working together with other, because environmental education, or in museums in particular, you cannot do this job alone. So that's what I love about. And the other thing about our museum, the language is very important.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up speaking Kwekwe, and I learned English. And the language that's written in the museum, it's so simple. It's so simple to understand. That's the main important point that I love about our museum. And the pictures, the graphics, that also pulls us a lot.
Yeah, I know you say that you're not biased, but I mean, I love the museum as well. So
it's set up in a way that
I'm biased too, so that's fine.
Yeah.
So when you're taking the groups around, because I'm sure, like most of CCF, you wear many hats. You know, you have to. You all work together within the organization. So, do you enjoy educating the tourists, maybe in a different way than you do with the kids?
Oh yeah. That's also one part about, or one aspect of our work that's really exciting. And the tourists they are very mellow people. They are relaxed people. Sometimes they have their itinerary or their set time that, no, by 1 I want to be done. By 2 I want to be done. Or by 1:30 I want to be out of here. So as a guide or as an educator, I always have to think about that. And we would start off talking about the country. We would start off talking about conservation successes in the country, and then we would talk about what part has Cheetah Conservation Fund played in those conservation successes in this country. So it's quite exciting, the dynamics of how I'm talking with a school group versus how I will be talking with a visiting or a tourist that has visited our center.
So when you're out and about through, not just around Namibia, but around CCF, do you take the kids and the school groups? Because we're not just talking about little kids, are we? We're talking about older kids as well.
Yeah.
Do you take them into the bush, and maybe do they see it in a different way when somebody's explaining it to them, rather than just passing through?
Yeah, we have, as Brian mentioned, that we have older school kids. So our education system is lower primary, higher primary. Lower primary would be grade pre-primary, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. And there would be about, let's say, from 1 year to about 8 years. And then from 9 years, they would go up to higher primary, which would be grade 4, grade 5, grade 6, grade 7. That's now higher primary. And then the high school kids from grade 8 to grade 12. So when we take the higher primary kids into the field, as we call it over here, we have talked about the cheetah. We talked about the environment the cheetah loves to live in, or any other wildlife loves to live in. And then I would take them on what we call our Lightfoot Nature Trail, which has such an amazing learning stops. We would look at an example of a savanna, the perfect savanna, how a savanna looks like. And those are the stuff they only learn at school, at home, at school, in a book. So they would see that this is an example of savannas. We would look at bush encroachment. They would see bush encroachment there. We would talk about plants. Plants. We will talk about trees. The importance of trees, the cultural aspects of trees, how important trees are to us culturally, what we do with these trees. We will talk about grass, spores or tracks of animals. And they would start to click. It will start to click. And my favorite part is talking about the termite mound, taking them to the termite mound and showing them. They have seen termite mounds, Brian. Don't get me wrong. They know what termite mounds are. But when you go and talk about the ecology of the termite mounds, that's when it starts to get exciting. So that really helps a lot to take them into the field and also having them in the classroom.
You've just sparked some memories for me, because I remember when the the universities came in to study termite mounds. And I just thought, it's a mound and termites live in it. What's to study? And then I started to learn about, the even just the mechanics of the inside, how it develops, how it changes, almost like the air conditioning and everything like that. And I was totally hooked, it's the example that you just used there, where the kids see them all the time, so therefore they're not important. But that little bit of deeper knowledge, again, that little spark being started, and I was a victim of that as well. So you're never too old to learn, obviously. So when you're out in the bush, because obviously you've been in Namibia all your life, you've traveled the country, and for one reason, what still excites you when you're out? So because what kind of takes your breath away when you see it?
I love two parts of my country. I don't know what. There's something about the desert. I love the desert in my country. It always blows my mind every time I visit it. Because the desert for me, it looks like there's no life, but life happens around us all the time in the desert. If you have that eye, if you start to open that eye, you will see that all the time. And that always blows my mind. Because I asked my daughter once, what's important about the desert? She said, it's a dead place. And it just struck me like, really? And I took her to the desert. And I showed her the tracks the beetles will do. I showed her what they do here, what life in here is. And that's one part of the desert that always blows my mind away. The other part is the savannas here in our area, the trees where CCF is situated, this area that we have, this farmland that we're situated, how beautiful it can really be with the deep bushing or what Bush Block is doing, and how it's just restoring this environment. So I like the two dynamics of Namibia, where there's nothing growing. And then there's another part of it where there's so much growing. So I'm always fascinated, even though I was born here, by these two dynamics of my country.
I completely understand, and it's just giving yourself the time to stop, look, listen, and understand, in it. And it's, I think we're all guilty of not just stopping, just stop, look, and appreciate. And I think there's a lesson to be learned for all of us there. So Ignatius, I know that you're just about to hit the road again. So I want to thank you very, very much for finding the time to talking to us today, and we wish you all the best and safe travels. And I know that traveling around this time isn't the easiest thing in the world, but you're very innovative, and you'll find a way, because that's just another wall that you have to get over, get round, or get under. And I know that you'll do it. I've got every confidence in you to do it. So thanks for everything you do. What you do is fantastic and so important. And hopefully we'll get together again and maybe cover some other areas of your fantastic country of Namibia. So Ignatius, thank you very, very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Brian. Thank you very much for this indeed. And I really appreciate seeing how younger you get all the time. And but I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And please take care, everybody. And we will also be safe out here. Thank you.
Thank you. Great to see Ignatius again. Now, the foundation of the education programs that are adapted by CCF for Namibian learners and international learners are based on the ecosystem. It's a holistic approach. So our next face from the front line is Carolina, who is with our ecology department that looks at everything that to do with the ecosystem. So fasten your seatbelts. We're back over to Namibia to meet up with Carolina. So hi, Carolina. How are you doing?
Hi, Brian. I'm doing well.
Why don't you introduce yourself to everybody?
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. I'm the ecology coordinator here at CCF, and I'm excited to share more about what we do here with all of you.
Great. And it's great that you can find the time, because I know how busy you are in Namibia in these strange times we find ourselves in. So ecology, I mean, that's a big word, because it covers so much. Why don't you just give us some highlights of some of the projects that the ecology team is working on at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have several different projects, but I guess the most important ones are our primary ongoing research on wildlife monitoring. We do this with several different techniques, and the main ones I would say is conducting game counts. And we do these through different techniques as well. We have strip counts and we have waterhole counts, but we obviously use camera trapping, which is also a very nice way to get like a sneak peek inside into the animals' lives with minimal disturbance. That's because we're not there, so it's kind of just like a window towards the animal's life. And that way we can identify individual cheetahs. We can know different behaviors. We can understand their prey. And all of the ecology we do here at CCF is to, assess the ecosystem and see if there's viable prey for the cheetahs, which we know is essential for their survival in the long term.
Yeah, so looking at the ecology of something basically is looking at the complete ecosystem. You know, it's like looking at that big bubble that everything looks in. Now, I don't apologize for emphasizing that, because, you know, some of the words that we use in conservation and in life, we just kind of accept them without fully understanding them. So you're talking about game counts, and there's three distinct ways of doing that. So you mentioned strip count. Briefly, how does that work?
Well, we have several different types of strip counts here, but let's say the one we do the most often is we do every single month. We go out into the big field area, which is one of our open fields out in our reserve. We also call it the little Serengeti. And we basically just get on a vehicle. We have 3 designed transects, so like just 3 roads, pre-designated roads that are perpendicular to each other. I mean, parallel to each other, sorry. And we just get on a vehicle with binoculars, our data sheets, and we drive down these roads for 3 days in a row. So we have 3 repetitions of these counts, and we basically, anytime we see an animal, we stop. We count how many animals we're seeing, their demographic composition. So this means like how many adults we have of each species, how many subadults, and how many calves. And then we get the perpendicular distance from the road to the group of animals. And we use this information to estimate densities and population overall. So that way we can get, you know, trends over time. And we do this by using distance sampling, which is one of the methodologies we apply to analyze these numbers. But then we also conduct these strip counts across all of CCF's farms that we are managing at the moment. So we survey these like also designated roads, just driving around the farms, and we survey them in the morning and in the afternoon. So it's a pretty busy, like a couple of days, trying to cover as much land as we can, counting all the animals. And we end up driving around 380 kilometers. Sorry, I'm not sure how much is that in miles, but it's quite a bit of driving and field work. So yeah, we do those, you know, like 3 times per year. So we know the seasonality here in Namibia. We have 3 designated seasons. We have the rainy season, which is also very hot. And then we have our hot, dry season. So it's really, really dry, but it's very hot. And then we also have our cold, dry season. So we do those counts, you know, and that way we can see, oh, perhaps, you know, during the rainy season, we see less animals because the grass is so long. So we cannot see them as much. They're there, but we cannot see them. And all of these little factors affect the density estimates. So it's good to have a good overall picture of how the game looks across the area throughout the entire year.
That's great, and it's very important data because CCF has been doing it for so long. You know,
exactly.
The more data that you got, the better understanding that you have of trends more than anything else. You know, increases, decreases, or just general change. And then you've got your other ones, your game counts,
waterhole counts.
Definitely, yeah, waterhole count. That was the words I was looking for. Thank you. I have trouble with words, but I'm sure some people watching this have even taken part in some of the waterhole counts. But for those who haven't, just tell us about those.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do one annual waterhole count. We actually did it just a couple of weeks ago, and it was a lot of coordination due to COVID. You know, we obviously don't have the amount of volunteers, and we usually have Earth expeditions here. Really, really important group that comes every year, and we love receiving them. And they're amazing, like the support we get throughout these monitoring the waterhole counts. Because basically what this entails is we are gonna survey every single water point across CCF land and sit in a hide, so like a little conspicuous construction, so we are not easily seen by animals. And we sit there for 12 hours from sunrise to sunset during the new moon. So whenever we do a water hole count, we just look for the new moon on that month, because this is when the animals are most active during the day. So when there's a full moon, there's more light for them to see, so they're probably going to be more active and coming to water to drink water because they can see better. So they're not as scared of being ambushed by a predator. So we do this during the new moon, and it's the same. Like, we sit there for 12 hours and we count every single animal that comes to the water, their demographic composition, whether they drink or whether they use a salt lick whenever there's one available. And we also are able to extrapolate a population across the property and get density estimates, precisely for what you just said, to monitor the trends over time. And this also has been doing, we have been doing it since we started, basically since 1995. So we have a pretty good data set, and we can see the overall trends throughout the years, which is, obviously there are fluctuations depending on how much rain we got that year. But overall, we see that we have like a steady increase, like over the years. Like, it's very slow, but it's an increase. And the importance of this is that we're not a game fence property, right? Like, all the wildlife we found on CCF land is free ranging. So it's pretty interesting to see. They basically just find themselves like a haven here whenever they arrived here, and they just decide to stay. And that is important as well, because the more prey there is available, the more likely that our predators are gonna survive, not only the cheetah, but all the other carnivore guild that we find here.
Yeah, I'm sure people that have taken part in the game counts, or the waterhole count, should I say, you know, that's kind of a highlight for them, because there's no distractions. You know, there's no option. You know, you're there, you're dropped off at kind of 6 a.m. or whatever it is, and then you're there for the 12 hours, and you're watching animals. You know, and you're watching for animals rather than watching animals.
Yep.
But the it doesn't end there. That's if you can call it the fun bit. That's the fun bit. But processing all that data and getting it in, and kind of not manipulating it, but getting it to fit in with the previous 27 years. It's you know, that's a big task.
Yeah, absolutely. We, like, just a few weeks ago, like I mentioned, we did our water hole count, and we're still entering the data into the database to get it in the format that we need, you know, like precisely so we can compare it with previous years. It's a lot of effort, but like you say, the fun bit is like sitting out in the bush, but it's still like, it's a lot, like, people underestimate, I think, the effort it goes into coordinating all of these, getting the volunteers out, making sure they're going to be safe, that there's going to be water and food. And then we come back from the field, and it's always exciting to share the different sightings, like, oh, what did you see throughout your entire day? And some people are like, it was really cold and I didn't see anything until like 5 hours in. So it's also a good bit of work, but because we can control when the animals are gonna come and drink, right? But it is fun, and we're always excited to hear all the stories afterwards, and obviously entering the data and then analyzing it and producing reports, because it wouldn't make sense for us to collect all this data and just leave it there sitting, right? We want to understand our ecosystem, and that way we can make more informed decisions.
Yeah, you were saying about the coordination, and just so people understand a little bit better, when we're talking about just CCF land, you know, we're talking about huge expanses of land, and I think currently it's in the region of 222 square miles. You know, so which you know, for a city in the US, that would be the equivalent to Chicago. So, you know, dropping people off at strategic points around that area, and then, you know, being responsible for them because they are out in the bush, and then collecting them all again and all the data that goes with it. So it's not it's far away from being just a 12-hour event. It goes on for, you know, weeks leading up to it, and obviously sometimes months after it as well. So you mentioned camera traps as the third one of collecting data, and camera traps, I would imagine, is the constant, you know, where the waterhole counts are structured and at a certain period of time, and likewise with the strip counts, but more often, and then you've got your camera traps. So tell us a bit about the camera trapping.
Yeah, so we have two of the CCF farms are dedicated exclusively for wildlife. So this means there's no livestock farming. As we know, we have our model farm, and that takes place across most of our landscape. But we do have this smaller section that is just to see, you know, like how does wildlife do without any sort of competition from livestock. And obviously there is where we find our highest density of wildlife, because precisely there's no competition, but we do have obviously wildlife across the rest of our property. And so we're very interested to understand the dynamics in the reserve, what we call our reserve. And we place these camera traps at water points because that's the best way to monitor some of the, you know, the more water dependent species. So we can see them, you know, and you can count how many are coming to the water and drink. Basically, we can do also like kind of water hole counts, but we can also do occupancy analysis. So whether there is a species there or is not there, you know, wherever there's a camera, are we seeing this animal there or are we not? But we also have an ongoing play tree research. So what we call play trees is basically where the cheetahs come and scent mark. So it's kind of like their social media, right? So whenever there's a cheetah here on our property, they usually come and just investigate these trees. So they either scratch or they spray urine or they're defecating. And this is just a way of communicating between each other. Since they're solitary animals and they have huge home ranges, whenever they find these trees, they can see, okay, they use this for mating purposes, for example. If the females come to these trees, is because they are, you know, maybe open for mating and they want to communicate that to other cheetahs that are in the area. Or in males, for example, they also use these trees to scent mark their territories. So what we do with these camera trap photos we collect is that we can identify every single individual cheetah that comes to our property, and we do also camera trap studies across the years, particularly just to estimate the cheetah densities. We've done this since 2008 as well, like on a regular basis. And yeah, we can get lots of different insights. Like I said, with the camera traps, it's really interesting that you can just be there and not disturb the animal's behavior. There's minimal disturbance. Sometimes the animals do come and rub themselves against the cameras and investigate the camera because it's something new, but we can get a lot of information from utilizing camera trap. Obviously, it requires a lot of effort as well, going out into the field and changing batteries and collecting the SD cards, but we do this, we try and stay on top of it. We go out to the reserve every Monday, we collect our camera trap data and we start sorting them into species, and then that way we can also utilize this data to analyze it.
And these camera traps, when they do collect the images and stuff, we're talking about a lot of images, aren't we?
Yeah, it's a lot of images. Sometimes during the dry season, especially at the water point camera traps, we can get just in a week, the most I've gotten is 40,000 camera trap photos in just one camera trap station. So you can imagine when we get to those, you know, amounts of photos, it's quite daunting and requires a lot of organization and just like, okay, we really need to start digging into these photos if we want to get them processed. But it is a lot of photos, which obviously, you know, like that comes coupled with storage. Like storage is crucial to manage all this data we're collecting. But it's very nice to be able to get that just sneak peek, secret insight into the animals' lives.
Like you were saying, it's totally non-invasive, so it gives you, you know, the real picture. Excuse the pun, but it is a true picture of what goes on. Because, you know, even with the waterhole counts where you're in a hide and you know you're as non-invasive as possible. I mean, animals do pick up scent and, you know,
Exactly.
the slightest noise and stuff, but a camera trap is just you know, kind of inert, just sitting there on a tree, camouflaged, and a lot of the animals don't actually see it. So that's you know, that's an incredibly valuable resource and project that goes on. So when you're processing the pictures, is it always easy to identify what you're seeing?
Well, it obviously comes with experience, right? I can see the developing of, you know, like volunteers that start helping us with camera trap photo sorting. Since we do get a lot of these photos, sometimes we rely on, you know, the help of our volunteers that are on site, because there's also so many other things that need to get done. But so at the beginning, you see that they come and ask more questions like, what is this species? And sometimes you get like weird angles, and it's like, is that, you know, especially with the ungulate species, the antelopes, they're, you know, have slight differences that make it a different species, but unless you know what those differences are, it's going to be harder to identify. But the more you do it, your eyes start kind of just seeing all these shapes. And, you know, for example, you know, like predators are more seen at night, and you kind of start seeing the cat shape, or like, I don't know, the shape of the antelope's horns, and all sorts of little details that you kind of just are learning and learning the more you do it. Same with our game counts. Like, it's easier to identify the species the more you do it, and you start learning the animal's behavior and how they move. And for sure, there's a learning curve, but you get there pretty quickly. And once you do it more and more and more, you just identify the animals that we have here on site quite easily.
You said about when you're studying the play trees and the cheetahs on their huge ranges and on their passages through CCF land, and they go to the play trees, and you can identify individuals, not just the species or not just the sex, but the individuals. Share with us how you go about doing that.
Right. So cheetahs are, well, one of the very interesting species that you can identify them because of their spot pattern. So every single cheetah, you know, you see different cheetahs and they all kind of look the same. But in reality, if you look closer, this spot pattern is unique to each single cheetah. It's kind of like our fingerprint, you know, like every single human fingerprint is different. And that's how it is with cheetahs. And with time, you also start learning, like seeing differences even in their like facial expressions. We see it a lot here with our resident cheetahs, that you kind of start learning just by seeing them, you know, which individual it is. But with these wild cheetahs that we capture on camera traps, we can capture their both sides. It's ideal if you have like a photo of the same individual from two different sides, from the right side and their left side, because there are similarities with like offspring, especially, and siblings. There might be some similarities, so it is easier if you have the two sides. But you know, their inside patterns, like inside their legs and their collar markings, and their even sometimes their tear marks, are some are really thin, some are thicker. All of that is individual to each cheetah. So that's what makes it really interesting. We can just from a photo, we can know if we have captured this cheetah before or not.
So you're working closely with other departments within CCF. You know, like most departments, there's a lot of overlap. So with the cheetahs, you know, with the play tree studies, just taking that one alone, what would be the key departments that you would be partnering with along those lines?
Yeah, well, so the two key departments with those would be our scat dog department. So anytime we capture a cheetah on a play tree, we immediately inform the scat dog team. So it's basically Tim and Enya. Tim is our scat dog handler, and he goes out into the field and sniffs. It sends Enya to sniff around to find scat. And then with that, coupled with that, is the genetics lab. So anytime if we do find scat, and sometimes they are even like on the tree that you can see it and you don't need the dog. So we collect this scat, which is just the poop, and we send it to the genetics lab, and we can run all sorts of different analyses that gives us even a better understanding, a deeper understanding of that individual and their genetic variability and so on. So yeah, just with the play trees, you know, like there's a lot of coordination that has to go on. And same like if Tim has found some, you know, like recent cheetah fresh scat that we know that is not an area that we are surveying, we can go out and put a camera trap up and see we maybe capture the cheetah on photos so we can identify it.
So it goes both ways, basically. You know,
Exactly.
it's not just a single chain moving forward. It's backwards and forwards, side to side, and
Yep.
and just getting the same data.
Oh, and even like now that I think about it, you know, it's also if we have an individual that's often found on the property, so means that his core home range is here at CCF. We will try and capture this animal to put a satellite collar on it. So that would be with our, you know, like longer ecology understanding. By having this collar on the cheetah, we get an even better understanding on their movements, their home ranges, their feeding behavior. So yeah, it's kind of like goes from the basic, from camera trap to collecting scat to then potentially capturing and coloring a wild individual. So we get a better understanding of the cheetah wild population.
Well, Carolina, it's great to hear all the different facets and stuff, because again, with you know, with some of the things, you know, you just say camera trap or trail cameras as they're often known.
Yep.
But to get a better understanding, and it's great. So thank you very much for sparing the time and coming and joining us.
Absolutely.
And we hope to speak to you again soon. Stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Same your way. Thank you very much.
Great stuff. So back to the USA now, and another big supporter of CCF is the Indianapolis Zoo. So let's pop over there and see what's happening.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rob Shoemaker, President and CEO of the Indianapolis Zoo. As part of our mission to protect nature and inspire people to care about our world, we support projects that save wild things in wild places. We've been longtime supporters of the Cheetah Conservation Fund and Dr. Lori Marker's important work in Namibia and beyond. Here at the Indianapolis Zoo, we have 4 cheetahs, 2 brothers and 2 sisters. And we know firsthand how incredible these animals are. When guests come to the zoo, we want them to leave with a deeper appreciation for these magnificent animals, but also more fully understand the survival challenges they're facing in the wild. So to help educate about conservation, we created Race a Cheetah. It's a chance for visitors to make a small donation, and then usually kids race a light array that mimics a cheetah at full speed. So our goals are really clear. We want to educate people about cheetah behavior, teach them more about cheetah conservation in the wild, and also raise funds that directly support CCF. We've been especially proud to honor Dr. Marker and her important work at our Indianapolis Prize Galas. We commend her on her incredible achievements and her decades-long commitment to saving cheetahs. It's been our honor to be part of your race to save these magnificent animals.
What a great effort, and a really different way to raise funds for Cheetah Conservation Fund. So if you want to help donate or just learn a bit more about us, the cheetah, and the plight in the wild, then please visit our website at cheetah.org. Thank you.
Hi everybody, Jack Hanna here. I want to wish Lori and everyone involved with the Cheetah Conservation Fund a happy 30th anniversary for all they have accomplished and all they plan to do to save the cheetah for future generations. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thanks, Jack. We appreciate it. So stay with us, and don't forget, if you want to join in for the rest of the fun this, later on today, then please visit our website at cheetah.org. More coming up. So welcome to our next hour. Now, when some people think about tourism or even ecotourism, they kind of see it in sometimes a bad light. But true ecotourism, that benefits the local people and it empowers them. And not only that, supports conservation efforts. Now, CCF's ecotourism program, that sustains CCF in huge ways. It accounts for around about 1/3 of CCF's income to allow all the programs that you've learned about and you are learning about today. So I'm going to take you to Namibia to speak to Bianca, who's in charge of our tourist section, to let you know the types of things that are being offered by CCF, COVID-19 allowing. So hello, Bianca, and welcome, and thanks for joining us. Why don't you just introduce yourself to the viewers, please?
Hi, I'm Bianca. I'm Bianca Jacobs. I'm the tourism manager here at CCF. Yeah.
And thanks very much for sparing the time to join us. So, what are your main roles at CCF? What would you say your main roles are?
I usually take care of all the guests and all the queries. I do the bookings and together with exclusive reservations. My main role is to take care of guests when they are here and make sure that everything runs smooth, they attend to all the activities they want to, and that their stay is enjoyable and relaxing.
Well, I'm sure that's not an easy task sometimes, because I know that tourists can be a bit demanding sometimes. But when you're talking about visitors, are you talking about day visitors as well as overnight guests?
Definitely. All the day visitors that arrive, I try to say hi to most of them, or at least most of them that come during the day. Sometimes I miss one or two, but I definitely try and say hi to everyone and make sure that they had a good tour or so. And I definitely say hi to all the accommodation guests. I see them in the evenings just to check in with them again and make sure they are happy in their rooms. And in the mornings we say hi again just to confirm that they were enjoying their stay and that all the activities have been running smoothly.
That's great. So it's been quite an exciting time over the last few years at CCF with the new accommodation that we've managed to develop over there. Can you tell us a bit about the Cheetah View Lodge?
Of course, my favorite place. Cheetah View Lodge is a bit more modern. It's got 5 rooms. One is a family room. The others are 4 single or twin bedrooms. And they are a bit more modern style. They're very spacious. We do have air conditioning now there, which is supplied by solar power. So it's all good. Still very eco-friendly. And yes, and we have a beautiful full view of the Waterberg when you sit down for a sundowner on our deck, which we have also a bit renovated now since we had time. We have a nice viewpoint where you can sit and relax.
So if people come and stay for a couple of nights at CCF, what type of activities would they be would they expect?
Okay, normally Cheetah View Lodge is booked on a dinner bed and breakfast basis. So you can book your activities as you go, or you can book in advance if you don't want to miss out on something. We do have Babson, which is also fully inclusive, so that goes on with the schedule. But while you're staying at Cheetah View Lodge, you can book either a cheetah run in the morning, which happens at 8 o'clock normally. And that is where cheetahs run after a lure and get some exercise, well-needed exercise, while you can have a look at them without a fence in between. You have a fencing where you stand in, it's about body height. Yeah, which is quite nice. And then we have a cheetah drive, which goes out every hour on the hour. It goes into one of the cheetah enclosures where you also have a fence-free view with nice photo opportunities, with a guide that explains why they are there and why, unfortunately, they cannot be released back into the wild. Those are mostly our orphan cheetahs. We also have a daily tour, which is included in your stay if you stay at Cheetah View Lodge, center tour, which is about the museum, as well as you have a look at the introduction video. You have a guided walk around these facilities, and you meet the livestock guarding dogs as well as the model farm. And then, sorry, then we also have the behind the scenes, which is quite special because this is an opportunity where you go out with the cheetah keepers and you get to feed some of the orphan cheetahs, where they explain to you nicely. You have more of an interaction of this with the cheetah keepers and the people who actually take care of the cheetahs. You go at the back of a truck and you feed some meat to the cheetahs while they also get some exercise.
So when we are talking about overnight guests, be it for the Cheetah View Lodge or the Babson, when it comes to the evening time, what type of activities would people look forward to there?
So for the overnight guests, we have a special drive into our CCF reserve, which is a sundowner drive. It is led by one of our trained tour guides. They're very knowledgeable on what animals we have around. It's more of a nature drive than where you will see cheetahs. It is more with birds and the different type of bushes that we have, different type of grass that we have, as well as the antelopes. And maybe you'll be lucky and see some giraffe and ostrich. You'll also have a nice view of the waterbird, which is great when you stop in the Serengeti, we call it.
Yeah, and it's great with when you're out on the little Serengeti or the game drives, because again, and what I think is great is that again it's not contrived. You are out in nature. Nothing's guaranteed you see anything. I would be amazed if you didn't see anything, because I've never been on CCF land and not seen anything. But it's not a procession. So it's going out in unspoilt landscape and seeing Africa, especially when the sun goes down, because I would expect they could expect to have a small beverage maybe when they're out on the Serengeti.
Yes. We put out a nice tablecloth with some drinks as well as some snacks, and maybe you'll even get a chance to taste some of the CCF cheese. Yeah.
It's very attractive, and you're making me very, very homesick, Bianca. So we know that CCF is a real conservation. It's not it wasn't built or designed in a way to be a tourist attraction. So the guests coming in are seeing real conservation taking place.
Definitely, yes. I always, mostly if I meet my guests, I always try and make them understand that I am the tourism manager and I love my job and I love my guests and I love everybody, but I also need to remind them that this is not just a tourist attraction. They do see full conservation in action and what we do daily, and that we have so many different departments that have so much to do with this whole tourism attraction, if they want to call it that way. But it's more than just tourism, it's all conservation as well.
And I'm sure that the tourism in itself is a form of education, because people will always go away learning something, and I think that's the secret of life, just learn something every day.
Yeah, the message they take along is much more than, oh, I saw a cheetah behind a fence. I hope they take the message along that these cheetahs are being cared for, because Unfortunately, they can't be released back into the wild, but we want to make a difference and we want to have more in the wild.
Yeah, and we've spoken to some of the cheetah keepers and other people working in different departments, and they've obviously told us that the cheetahs that are suitable released are kept way away from any of the tourism vehicles, even when they come and go. The tourists, so we don't have to worry about cheetahs getting too used to tourists and visitors and vehicles and everything that goes along with that. So you talk about the tours and everything, and I know that you work with other departments as well, because obviously we want to show visitors as much as we can. But how many, or roughly, because I know it's difficult to grab a number out of the air, but you employ like local people on the tourism?
Yes, we do. We try to only have local people under tourism, because we feel it's a nice opportunity for them to also learn, as well as it's easy trainable. We can train people easier on a tourism level because it's service, and I think Namibians, we have it in our blood to serve people. So we are the serving type of people, and it's easy to show people how to do it. Sometimes we have a glitch here and there, but nothing we can't sort out.
Where would life be without glitches? That's why, So you're a native Namibian, is that right?
Yes, I always say I'm born and bred Namibian. I grew up in Otjiwarongo. I was born in Ochu, but I grew up in Otjiwarongo. Stayed there all my life. Went for 2 years to Cape Town, studied hospitality and catering, and then decided to come back to my home Namibia, which is also Otjiwarongo, and I've been in the tourism industry about 14 years now.
So what attracted you to the CCF?
Laurie and cheetahs, I think. It was strange. We used to work for Africat, and obviously heard about cheetah conservation also a lot because I grew up in Otjiwarongo, so we always knew about cheetah conservation. My dad used to talk about Laurie a lot, good things. So when I heard that they have a position available, I said to my husband, "Let's just go try. We'll see what happens." And we came for an interview, and we left very, very happy. Hoping that they were very happy, obviously, hearing that they wanted. And it was about a week after we got the good news, and we just said, we're going, definitely going. It's our home now. We don't want to go away.
That's nice to hear. So obviously you working in the tourism industry and being a native Namibian, those two together, a lot of people haven't traveled to Namibia, and I have on several occasions, and I lived there for quite some time. I'm biased, and I'm sure you are too. And Namibia is such a fantastic country. If you could kind of name a few highlights of other things around Namibia that would be, that people could kind of work towards visiting.
Yeah, definitely there are 3 places I absolutely adore and love in Namibia. Etosha is one of the attractions that everybody loves, and we also love to see the wild cheetahs there and the wildlife and all the other types of wildlife. Definitely you'll be able to see some lions and some elephants, which is always great, as well as rhino. Then we love the Caprivi, which is also very close to us, or close to our hearts, just because it's so nice and it's a different world up there. So if you travel in Namibia, I would say every 50 kilometers looks different. So you have to travel the whole of Namibia to make sure you know where. And then another place close to my heart is the northwest of Namibia, where we have the desert adapted lions and cheetahs and rhinos and elephants. So They are very endangered, we can say, and it's amazing to see them out there in the middle of nowhere. And yeah, it's just an amazing experience to experience that.
Yeah, because it's again, you're more biased than me, but it's a very friendly country, and it's relatively easy to get around as well. So you're traveling long distances, and because, like you say, sometimes Namibia, I believe, is a bit misunderstood because it's described as a desert country, and people's idea of desert is just nothing. You know, like. You know, there's different forms of desert. So I'm sure that that you know, when we see the pictures and see the videos, people will start getting the bug and get back. So we're speaking in very strange times with COVID-19 and all the restrictions and the border closures. So how has it really affected the tourism department? I think it's an obvious question, but it's you know, I'd like to hear it from you.
It's not been fun, I can say that. It's been hard. It's been harsh towards all the staff and everybody. We're also used to this. Is like August is normally our peak season, so we are so used to always having guests. We had in August last year, we had about 150 people. 100 to 150 people some days, and it was insanely crazy busy. It's been a big effect to now because obviously I had to change my whole type of how I do things because I need to do more paperwork now and I need to be more behind a computer and things, and I'm a people's person. I want to talk to people. I want to make sure they're fine. I want to be even my staff, if I talk to them, they're like, oh, can't it get busy now? We need to have guests and we need to do something. We can't, like, obviously we do all the things that we normally don't get to do now. But we really miss being busy. We really, it's been hard. It's been harsh.
Yeah, I can imagine. And also as far as CCF on a broader terms go, I mean, that was, you know, it's a big source of income for CCF, and you know, the tourism isn't done just for fun as well on CCF's end. So I know that it's had a huge impact on the income of CCF. You know, and what are you going to do with all that goat cheese? You know, it's like
yeah, the tourism supports about 1/3 of CCF's income, so it's been hard. It's been harsh on everything, every department as well, because tourism also supports a lot of other people's wages and things. Every guest that comes here supports CCF. Every supports a cheetah, supports a person. So yeah, it's been a big effect on everyone. And like you say, the cheeses need to get sold, but I think we kind of got our foot into the door with the locals now, so we hope we can keep it that way.
Yeah, that's good, because you have to be very inventive in these times, and I know that everybody out there in Namibia has been as inventive as, or beyond expectations. Really, you know, we're not just sitting back and complaining about it. We're being very proactive, and you know, you have to think of different things to do, and what we're doing today is an example of that. You know, we need to talk to people. You know, that's
get people involved and let them know how we're doing.
Absolutely, yeah. So you mentioned Babson House. That used to be the only really guest house, as it were. So when you with Cheetah View Lodge, do the two kind of marry up together, or is it a completely different experience?
I would say it's a complete different experience. Babson is quite, the activities, some of them are the same, but Babson is quite different because it's also decorated different. It's more African luxury style house. It's got like fully inclusive spaces, which means you get a private chef, a private parking, a private house. The whole house is yours. You get private host and and private service of everything. Your activities are all private, so we create a full schedule for you of everything you're going to do. You're not going to rest when you're here, especially if it's only 3 nights. If you stay longer, you might get some rest. But if it's for 3 nights, we'll have 2 full days scheduled for you, not really resting. So, yeah. And lots of activities we want to show, and you get the full insight of what CCF stands for and why we are here, and you get a full tour of each department, or almost each department that we have.
That's it's good to get that sort of comparison, and so we've seen images of both, and one's not bad and one's good. They're just different. It's just a different type of experience. So with the day visitors that come in, I mean, typically, how long is that day? Because I know that when you're traveling in, you have to allow time to arrive, and also time to get back to wherever they're staying on the next. So typically, how long would a day visitor stay at CCF?
Depending on what they're looking into do, if they're just there for a center tour, which is a tour of the facility and meeting some of our cheetahs as well as the livestock guarding dogs, and having a look into each department with the overview and stuff, I would say it's 45 minutes to, it can go up to 2 hours depending on how many questions they have. We also, with each center tour and Cheetah Drive, you have the feeding included. So if you're on time for the feeding, or if you want to wait for the feeding, which is normally at 2 p.m. in the afternoon on weekdays, and 12 over weekends, it can, some people stay up to 4 to 5 hours, but then they have the time to actually stay that long. The normal person would be, I would say, 1 hour to 2 hours.
Yeah, because I know that on organised tours, they come in on a bus. I know that it's almost time in it, not by us, but by the
guides also.
Yeah, so people that come in on their own steam or stay overnight will see so much more in a more relaxed way as well. That's great. Also, the guests that are staying overnight, either at Cheetah View Lodge or Babson, if they've got any particular interest, I don't know off the top of my head, maybe the veterinary side, or the the genetics, or things like that. Do you try your best to accommodate that if there's any particular requests?
Definitely. If we even if we just find out that they like pets, or maybe into genetics or so, we ask them if they would like a personal tour or so, and we gladly arrange that for them if they would like to meet our geneticist or our vet, which is great. But it always makes it a bit more interesting for them as well to find out what we're really doing here. Just a note on that, like, I know at Cheetah View Lodge we don't do fully inclusive normally, but we do it on request. So if people want to stay at Cheetah View on a fully inclusive basis, with a schedule and everything, we do that. So it's just on request. We don't mind.
Yeah, so if it's a larger group, that would be a perfect sample of both worlds, as it were. The Babson staying at Cheetah View Lodge. That's good to know, because I know how organised some places are, and sometimes it's over-organised and it becomes inflexible. So it's great to hear that there is that flexibility to accommodate, almost individual requests whenever possible. We know on a day-to-day basis, sometimes things are not possible, and that's life, I'm afraid.
That's how it is.
When you did come to CCF, did many things surprise you? Did you think that you knew everything, and then all of a sudden you think, wow, there's so much more?
For me, not really, being Namibian, it was perfect when we arrived. It was just because it's like a farm. In a way, it's like a farm as well, and we felt very at home. Me and my husband, when we arrived, we were just happy to feel that homely feeling. It's not where it's all like Russians, crazy and everything. You do still feel, oh wow, these people really care. And it was just great when we got here, and we love the farm setup. learning about, again, I grew up on a farm and things, but just different ways of farming and things. It's all, yeah, it was just interesting. It's, yeah, nice.
You make a very good point, because again, it's not fake. You know, it's we know that the wild in Namibia is certainly to the greater extent is farmland. You know, that's what it is. So you know, and we operate the model farm, as well as, you know, the cattle branches of the farm and everything else. So you know, people are getting that, you know, that real experience, rather than, you know, it's not contrived.
Yes, that is very important, I think.
The theme park, and you've got farm world, you know, and then you go over to conservation world. It's
not at all.
No, that's good to know. So, Bianca, I know how busy you are, and I want to thank you very, very much for finding the time to come and visit us. You know, we wish you all the best, and hopefully this horrible situation will rectify itself sooner rather than later, and you can do what makes you happy and what you do incredibly well, and that's looking after the guests at CCF. So, Bianca, thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Brian, and thank you for inviting me. And yeah, just remember, Namibia stays in your blood once you visit it.
Fantastic.
Well, I hope that's whetted your appetite for Namibia, if not CCF. And Bianca spoke about the day visitors that come in, and some of the school groups. And I want to share with you a real success story of this young lady. She first came to CCF just as a visitor with her church group. Let's see where she is now.
So hello, Aniki. Welcome, and thanks for joining us.
Hello, Brian. Thank you for having me.
Why don't you tell our viewers who you are and what you do?
All right, so my name is Aniki Siaya, and I'm the Research and Education Manager here at the Cheetah Conservation Fund, Namibia. And I actually grew up in the closest town to the CCF Center here in Namibia. And so growing up, we would always come for environmental education programs here at the CCF. So I'm not that new to CCF. I've been around.
So you're a true Otjiwarongo girl, yeah?
Absolutely. Yep.
So the CCF is kind of renowned to be a science research and education centre. So I would imagine that your job covers all of those aspects. So
right.
when we're talking about education, what type of education would we be talking about, and what would be the audience?
So basically, our education is known as the Future Conservationists of Africa program. So that is where all our education programs fall under. And so what we do in these programs is we educate students, we educate teachers, we work with rural communities, and basically educators all around Namibia, teaching them about predators, what the roles of predators are in ecosystems, and what the role of us humans are in conserving this ecosystem and the diverse wildlife that are found in these ecosystems, primarily the cheetah, because of the negative perceptions and attitudes that we have among our people with regards to predators. So giving them an understanding and developing a perception of cheetahs among our young people, and also educating or teaching teachers to teach or how to teach about predators in their lessons, for example, when they are teaching, because environmental education is a cross-curricular subject, right? So basically what we teach teachers is that, it doesn't matter what subject you specialize in. You can find a predator, a cheetah-related topic that you can incorporate in your lessons when you teach about predators.
I mean, you bring up the point that, in my belief, is one of the most important aspects of education, where you're educating the educators.
Right.
So that's not, you're not just, and I think it's a point worth highlighting. That's that's the importance, because it's kind of, it's an ongoing thing. You're
right.
almost cultivating an ethos or a way of teaching, because environmental education is very niche. It's very
right.
specific, but like you say, it can go across so many different subjects. So I think like educating the educators is incredibly important and incredibly valuable as well. So
Absolutely.
you work closely with like the education system within
right.
So the curriculum. So you've got like training notes or teacher notes or things. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So what CCF has done really neat is that they've developed what we call a teacher's resource guide, which is titled A Predator's Role in the Ecosystem. So what this teacher's resource guide does, or what CCF has done with this teacher's resource guide, is to link this teacher's resource guide with the national curriculum. So from grades 4 up to grade 7. So linking the national syllabus to the teacher's resource guide. That way, when teachers are covering, say, for example, they are covering ecosystems or food chains, they are able to go into the teacher's resource guide and pick out a lesson on food chains, which also incorporates cheetahs into the lesson. So really making it very easy for teachers to incorporate teaching about predators and ecosystems and the environment into their lessons. Very, very easy.
That's great.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that the grades, that's quite specific grades. So is there an adaptation that goes into the higher level of education as well?
Absolutely. So this teacher's resource guide is made in such a way that it can be adapted for any age level, for any grade level that you have. You can make it easy depending on, if the kids are very young or if, they are older kids. Basically, you can adapt it to fit any age level of the students.
So when you started with CCF, I know that you said that you've had an association for a long time. Did you start off as that student? Is that how you got into CCF?
So actually, I first came to CCF at the age of 13. My church club, which was called the Pathfinder Club, brought us for the first time to Cheetah Conservation Fund. And then, fortunately for me, that second year or the following year, I was going into high school. And in high school, I got to join an environmental club. And that environmental club always brought students out here to Cheetah Conservation Fund. And I would join on every excursion. And so really, that is how I got introduced to conservation. And I like to believe that it is through these, experiences that, I found my way, or was the beginning of my path here at CCF and in conservation, really. So, yeah.
So that's a great teaching tool in itself, because you're a living, breathing example of opportunity as well. Because it's all well and good giving people pipe dreams and say, oh, maybe you could do this, but you are a prime example of
absolutely
education, taking that passion and actually using it and developing it. So that's great. So how does it feel to be a role model to young Namibians?
I mean, for me, it's just exciting. I mean, a lot of the times I see myself in these young people that I work with. At the end of the program, they will tell us or tell me that, I want to be like you when I grow up. I want, to help save the cheetah when I grow up. And I tell them like my story and tell them that I was in your shoes, years and years ago. It is doable. You can where I am. And so it's really just, I get inspired myself by young people who say that they want to be like me when they grow up. And so really environmental it does work. We don't always see the impacts of environmental education, or they take a long time, to manifest. But I always say that, once you've properly inspired a child, that inspiration will take them, to greater heights. And in conservation, this is really what you need for young people to carry on conservation, for their generation and for future generations. And so when they're inspired, we've really done our job in making sure that conservation is carried forward among the younger generation.
Yeah, because they need to pick up the baton. They need to take it forward, because some of us are getting older, and not me. I'm only 27. Don't laugh, Anarchy. But it's an inspiring story from the outside, and I'm sure within as well. So in these strange times that we find ourselves in with COVID-19 and the restrictions that are embedded into us now, as far as social distancing and shutdowns and lock-ins and goodness knows what, how have you had to adapt to carry on that education, keep the inertia going?
All right, so our programs obviously have been impacted by COVID-19. We are not able to go out to schools and visit schools, and the schools are not able. So what we've done is that we've created an account on a platform called Edmodo. So Edmodo is a very interactive platform where teachers can interact with, or anybody can interact with a target group. And in our case, our target group is students as well as teachers. So what we've done is that we've taken the lessons from our teacher's resource guide, and we have using a tool called VoiceThread. So this is basically a multimedia a tool that allows for you to speak over the slides. So while you are presenting, whatever you are presenting to the students, you are able to speak over them and really explain in detail the message that you want to get across. And so what we've done is we've taken most of the chapters from the Teacher's Resource Guide and converted them into the voice threads, which we then upload onto Edmodo and share with our teachers and our students, and basically anybody who's interested in our education programs here at CCF. But our target groups are definitely the older kids. Those are students which are in grades 11 and 12, as well as teachers, teaching any grades or any subjects across Namibia.
So with you mentioned the voice threads and the different presentations. So you're almost designing a living, breathing lesson plan. It's almost off the shelf. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So is Edmodo and all the packages that you mentioned, is that free to teachers and students?
Absolutely. Edmodo is absolutely free. All they need to do is sign up to be part of the class or part of the group on Edmodo. That's all that is required. Absolutely free for anybody to join and teach and learn. Yeah.
So is that available internationally?
Yes, absolutely. The instructions are available on our website as well on how to join Edmodo, but usually we just provide a link. You can join via email, or you can join via a link that we then provide, and you click on it, and then you sign up to join our group. So we have two groups on Edmodo. We have the student group as well as the teacher group. We share similar information, but we tailor it on the specific needs of the students and the specific needs of the teachers.
That's great, and I'm sure a lot of people will watching will be, you know, interested in taking a look. I know that some of the voice threads are available direct on our website, just as a taster. But then you've got obviously you've got more in-depth lessons and sub.
Right.
And I believe that there's I just had a quick look while we was talking. You know, you've got like quizzes and stuff like that on there just to keep it fresh and keep it interesting.
Absolutely. I think our next step now that will go along with our lessons is to create quizzes for every one of these voice thread lessons that we create. That way you can take the quiz before you do the lesson or watch the lesson, or after you watch the lesson, you know, to see how much you've taken away from the lesson that we've presented. And in a way also for teachers, that also helps the you know, the teachers measure understanding and knowledge of students.
So have you seen successes in that? Is the uptake good? Is it a positive? Do you feel positive about it?
I absolutely feel positive. I'm challenges to it with that, you know, you need, for example, stable internet connection, you need a smartphone or you need a desktop to be able to, you know, to access these platforms. And so for, you know, teachers and students who may be in areas where that is not possible, that might be a challenge. But otherwise, you know, for the rest of the people that, you know, have internet and they have, you know, somewhere this platform, definitely. I mean, I even have teachers, you know, asking for my cell phone number and asking, you know, more information on our lessons from the Teachers Resource Guide and what other tools they can use, you know, to reach out to their students, because teachers and students both have also been impacted by COVID-19. So everybody is just looking for a way that they can basically, you know, educate and teach or learn in the case of the students. And so Edmodo is a really great platform, not only for CCF, but, you know, for anybody out there who's into education or who wants to, you know, various things. It can be anything, lots of information on various subjects on Edmodo. And, you know, what we're doing at CCF here is just, you know, one of, you know, dozens of subjects that are covered on Edmodo by various teachers around the world.
That's great. And I mean, I always love to find a positive out of a negative, you know, and I think that the situation that we've found ourselves in over the last few months or so has kind of made us be very inventive, you know, and what you've been doing with Edmodo and developing these type of lessons, I think it's not just going to be for this period of time, I believe.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think we are going to definitely going to carry it forward. One of the things that also came up as a continuation, you know, working with students on Edmodo is, you know, to provide mentorship for students who are, you know, in the transition period, transitioning from high school, going into, you know, college or university, you know, provide career guidance on, how they can go about, you know, for those that are interested in conservation, guide them into the sorts of courses or the sorts of subjects that they need to take in university or college, you know, for a path in conservation. So we're definitely going to use Edmodo for that as well.
Yeah, and I would imagine that's quite unique as well, to have that almost like a portal or somewhere where these students can, you know, kind of direct their interest. Because previously, I'm guessing that, you know, it may have just been one visit to CCF or us visiting a school, then really that's it. Then it's up to the teachers, and then, you know, and I would imagine that, you know, kids being kids, you know, the interest sometimes could waver, but this is a way to keep people and students and teachers focused and that interest for the next generation. And as you mentioned before, the future conservationists of Africa, you know, that's going to really take hold, I think, and move forward. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, I absolutely agree. And I think really, Brian, for our young people here in Namibia, I have seen that, you know, you just need to provide them with platforms and experiences. You know, I was provided in an experience, and see where those experiences have brought me. And so really also constantly engaging young people in conservation, like my school and my church did. Every year we would come to Cheetah Conservation Fund. And so with repeating the message over and over and over again until a chord is, you know, struck in the head that, okay, I am set, this is what I want to do. And so I think with Edmodo, that is definitely what we are trying to do. And you know, we hope, you know, young people come back and be, you know, and tell us that, you know, I was a participant in one of your programs, especially on Edmodo. And really those are some of the success stories. And I can tell you one other story, Brian. We actually at the moment now have an intern from the Namibia University of Science and Technology who started interning with us a month ago. And in her application letter, she mentioned that I attended the Future Conservationists of Africa program 2 years ago when she was in high school here at the CCF Center. And she was so excited that she decided she wanted to do a course that will enable her to come and join us here at the Cheetah Conservation Fund. And 2 years later, she's a second-year student. You know, she's an intern here at the CCF. And so, you know, we like to joke about it and say that she is a mini me. And so really what we want to create is, you know, mini me's, you know, that conservation forward in the future. So, yeah.
That's a great story. And things like, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but that almost drives you, you know, when you see.
Absolutely.
You know, and that's what we all need sometimes. We just need a bit of proof of what we're doing, and that is
absolutely,
that is the best type of research that you can get.
Yeah,
you know that it's
absolutely,
which is fantastic. So when you when the teachers and the students, in fact, when they do contact you, is there more of an interest in internships that maybe for the future? So do you see the educational internships growing?
Absolutely. I mean, our internship programs here are primarily for university students who may require an internship for the program that they are doing in order to graduate. But as we visit schools, school students also ask to come and do internships here at the Cheetah Conservation Fund. We are able to accommodate about 1 to 5 high school high school students for internships here at CCF, but our internships are primarily for university students. And so really there is an interest in schools as well, high schools that we visit, to come and do internships here at the Cheetah Conservation Fund. And what we usually tell them also is that, if you are, very much interested in doing an internship at the Cheetah Conservation Fund, you are in a critical grade in your academic career, choose science-related fields. That way, when you go to university, the university will definitely require you to do an internship at an organization. And if you've been through our programs, we don't hesitate to give students that have been through our programs the opportunity to come and intern here.
That's great. And I think it's worth pointing out is that to date, over the history of CCF and the education program, we've educated over 600,000 learners, so we're talking about a huge number. When
Absolutely.
you consider the population in Namibia is like 2.2 million, something along those lines. So proportionately, it's huge, the amount of students, kids, teachers, and whatever that the education department engages with, and continues to do so.
Yeah, yeah. And a huge part of basically from, my colleague Ignatius and I visiting schools on outreach, sharing the conservation message, talking to them about cheetahs, why they're important, why they're endangered, and what their role is in conserving these cheetahs. And it's always a plus for us when they come and visit the center, because we have visited them. And so they go to their teachers and they tell their teachers, we have to go to CCF this year, we have to go to CCF. They came to us, we have to go and see these magnificent animals that they are talking about. So really, through that we are able to reach the vast majority of students here in Namibia.
So it's as much about.
And also.
So now go on, carry on, please carry on.
And also I should mention that we try to focus our programs or our outreach programs in the cheetah, but teachers that have heard of our programs outside of the cheetah range, they contact us and they tell us, why are you excluding us? Please come and visit. And so we really spread out and we visit schools, not just in the cheetah range, but outside the cheetah range also, to ensure that we really, everybody is really getting to know and learn about cheetahs through the Cheetah Conservation Fund.
And the clues in the name really is environmental education. It's teaching, engaging about the whole ecosystem.
Absolutely.
But local and a national and an international level. So it's as much about building relationships really within the communities and the education system, the universities, the colleges, and stuff like that. So it's a constant relationship that's being built and strengthened all the time.
Absolutely. Definitely. And then they see last year, we had teachers contact us and tell us that, because of our programs, they feel like the students that went through our programs had good results in the biology subject, for example. And, part of that was because of, the environmental education programs here at the Cheetah Conservation and the use of the Teacher's Resource Guide for the teachers that use the Teacher's Resource Guide. And for us, really, that is really positive that, we can see, tangible, if I may, tangible results from the programs that we have with students, as well as and what we also do is that we train teachers on how to use the Teacher's Resource Guide. So early this year, before the COVID craze, I was invited to a workshop to train teachers on how to use the Teacher's Resource Guide. And so we had lots of teachers in that workshop teaching various subjects, and just explained to them and had activities with them on how to present these lessons and help kids understand predators and cheetahs. And it's also learning for the educators themselves. The teachers themselves are also learning something. You have teachers say that, oh, I didn't know the difference between a cheetah and a leopard, for example. Oh, I didn't know that cheetahs are found in this area, and so, we are teaching students, we are teaching teachers, but we are also teaching communities.
I think the education, is obvious, and the need for education is obvious. But I think underlying what's equally as important is almost creating that desire to learn. And I think that's where the results come from, because if the teachers and the students have got a desire to either learn or teach, I think that's where the results are generated. It's that desire, that interest, that passion, and the kind of the support network that's there. It's not just a one-off thing. So I think that
absolutely, and
that all comes down to the relationships again. So building the relationships, creating the desire, and then getting the results. So
absolutely,
that's admirable that that attitude is taken.
Absolutely, and also the lessons from this Teacher's Resource Guide are very hands-on, and kids are able to learn through play, through activities, through things they can touch, and feel. And really, that is what you want to engage kids, to get kids interested in what you're trying to bring across to them. And teachers are always looking for ways in which they can engage their students as much as possible, or for longer periods of time without boring them to their skulls. And really, at the end of the day, kids learn through play. They learn through feeling and touching and seeing. And so this is what we help teachers do with their lessons.
Well, I can sense the positivity that you're coming out there, and you make a very good point where you can give all the facts, all the details, all the slides, but it needs to be fun as well.
Absolutely, yes.
And that only feeds the desire, because who doesn't have fun?
Yeah, everybody wants to have fun.
So when you, I know that there's no kind of fixed date and for reaching out to the schools, but are you looking forward to going back out again into the communities? Do you miss that?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I just miss going out there and talking to people in their comfort zone, or wherever they are, and using their surroundings, for example, and linking it to the message that you want to bring across to them. And so I do miss traveling out to schools and communities to teach about conservation and what we do. And part of that is the Future Farmers of Africa program, where we work with communities. We show communities mitigation strategies on how to coexist with predators, appropriate livestock management techniques. I mean, we have our vet team going out into these communities to go and do rabies vaccinations. But I miss going out there and having workshops with communities on strategies that they can use to coexist with predators. And one of my favorite activities to do with them absolutely is the kill ID activities, where we investigate which predator is potentially the culprit in the killing of livestock. And just the excitement on their faces when they have identified the responsible predator correctly. It's like an aha moment. They look out for things or clues to the predator that is responsible. And really, the learning is in finding the clues, the bite marks, how it was taken down, where it is found, learning and making it, fun teaching and making learning fun for communities as well. So it doesn't matter whether you are young or you're old, like you said, learning means, and so I miss that.
Yeah, I've seen that lesson being delivered on many, many, many occasions. And I've never seen a group not enjoy it. It looks quite bizarre.
Oh, yeah. Right.
A Stephen King movie sometimes, but
right.
Very quickly, you can see the cogs grinding inside, and
yep.
You need to identify. We need to do the next one. We need to do the next one.
Right. Yeah.
It's great to watch, and I'm sure we'll see some of that going ahead. Well, Anneke, I want to thank you very, very much for sparing the time to join us today in these terrible times that we find ourselves in. But as you've demonstrated, there's so much positivity that stemmed from it. And what you've done with the Edmodo programs and and reaching out and helping the next generation of conservationists is fantastic, and we thank you for that. So hopefully we'll speak to you again soon. You take care, you stay healthy, and thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much for having me, Brian. It was good to share, what we do here at the Cheetah Conservation Fund, Namibia.
What a great success story. And don't forget, you can get all the educational information and free downloads and goodness knows what on our website, which is cheetah.org. More coming up.
Hello from the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens here in Palm Desert, California. We are so happy to congratulate Cheetah Conservation Fund on their 30 years of saving cheetahs in the field. We have been privileged to host Dr. Marker and the board of CCF for their board meetings here at the Living Desert. It has been a great opportunity to share our experiences and stories with each other. We look forward to continuing to share the story of the cheetah and the work our partners like CCF are doing every day with our guests. We understand that we cannot save animals from extinction like the unique cheetah alone. Our collaborations are imperative to the survival of these species that we care so much about. Cheers to another 30 years of outstanding work, CCF.
Congratulations for 30 years of amazing conservation work, CCF. We here at the Living Desert are incredibly proud of getting to work with you and support you in your massive and impressive efforts. We're particularly grateful to be able to collaborate with you directly and with the organizations that you've helped start in Botswana and in Kenya to help further conserve cheetah across the continent of Africa. We are very grateful for the wildlife trafficking work that you're trying to do in the Horn of Africa so successfully and trying to reduce poaching of cheetahs and cheetah kittens across the whole of Africa, not just the Horn. And last, we're particularly grateful for the amazing work that you've done in literally writing the book on cheetah conservation, cheetah research, and cheetah care. We here use your book quite frequently, and it's a major touchstone for us in all of the things that we do. It's an honor to have been able to work with you all these many years, and we look forward to many more amazing years of success in conserving cheetahs in the future.
Hello and welcome back for those that have been watching some of our exploits and explanations of some of the work of CCF. And for those of you that are just joining us, welcome. We're conducting a 12-hour marathon today, celebrating 30 years of CCF. So if you're watching it on any other platform or rather than the Better Unite site where all of our streaming is going to be occurring later on, you can go to our website, which is cheetah.org. Follow the instructions there and the links, and that'll get you through and enable you to register so you can take part in the silent auctions, and you can see other bits and pieces that are going on, and you can even buy tickets for the event later on today. So we've been covering, we've covered livestock guarding dogs, we've covered cheetahs, we've covered education and tourism. And this time we're going to be talking about community projects, because community projects are really important when it comes to conservation. You know, you have to look after the people. So I'm going to take you out to Namibia to meet up with Nadia. Now, Nadia is our community coordinator that deals with the locals, both out in the communal farms and some really hard to get to places. So let's go and have a chat with Nadia. Okay, so hi Nadia. It's great for you to find a time to join us. I know you're out and about and incredibly busy, but why don't you tell everybody who you are and what you do?
Hi. So yeah, Nadia with Cheetah Conservation Fund. I'm Namibian, born and bred, and most of my career has been around conservation and communities. So I have a background of working with people and conservation. I met Laurie when I was 16, actually, Dr. Marker. And the first time I went to Cheetah Conservation Fund, I was still in school and begged her if I could come and help out. And so I spent my summers and holidays with Dr. Marker, and she was one of my inspirations, mentors, and role models as to why I went into conservation.
So you've only known Dr. Marker for 3 years then, is that right?
No, I was 16, 21 years.
I'm being kind, Nadia, go with it.
Yes, 3 years, 3 years.
You're the community coordinator, and which means that you're, unlike a lot of the other people that we've spoken to, you know, you're not confined to the center, as it were. So you're out and about everywhere, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So I work now predominantly in the field in the Okakarara communal conservancies, which is part of the Greater Waterberg landscape, of which CCF is a member. And Cheetah Conservation Fund and Dr. Marker have been working there for over 25 years with the communities and the farmers there, helping them with their livelihoods in farming, livestock, in harsh conditions, poverty, very, very difficult an environment, and of course carnivores.
Yeah, I'm sure that a lot of people don't understand even just the word farming. You know, it means so many different things in so many parts of the world. So a lot of these, the people and the communities that you work with, they're not actually landowners themselves. Is that correct? You tell us a bit.
Yeah, so they're communities that live on state-owned land, and they're not landowners at all. So it's traditional farming, and it is their only major livelihood. And in this case, they live on communal conservancies, and communal conservancies are basically gazetted areas of land that are legally recognized and have been given through our Namibian constitution rights to their natural resources, so wildlife, plants, in other cases it's fishing where there's rivers, and so they've got the right to manage it and benefit from it, and that can be done in many, many different forms. So we've got 86 registered communal conservancies now in Namibia. A lot of them benefit through tourism, and this is now incentive to conserve their wildlife, living with animals that can cause big issues like elephant, hippo, and of course carnivores that cause a lot of damage. But having that right, having that ownership, puts the want to protect it, because suddenly it's ours, it's not the government's. And so we work in 4 particular communal conservancies intensely, although our programs have been run pretty much all over Namibia with our livestock management, Future Farmers of Africa training, as well as our livestock guarding dog program that's spread out between the 86 communal conservancies. But in Okakarara particularly, that's where our real focus is, because it's a community and land that doesn't have a lot of tourism potential, really. And so they, at the moment, have no benefits whatsoever from their wildlife. So we're working with them to try and at least get mitigations in place against carnivores and start building up more tolerance and looking at different ways of being able to coexist as a first step.
So you mentioned Okakarara. Am I right in saying that's predominantly historically Herero land? So the
Yes.
Herero people. So when you're working out these initiatives and working along those, I'm guessing you have to be very mindful of their history and their belief system and their traditions as well. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah. The Herero are cattle owners. Everything to them is their cattle. And what makes it even more emotional is the individual connection each farmer has with every single cow. So traditionally, the houses are built to face the kraals, so that the first thing the farmer sees when he wakes up in the morning is his cattle, and he can see which calves have been born that night. And between the kraal and the house is the holy fire. And this is a place where people meet to discuss issues, to talk about problems, to solve disputes, to connect with ancestors. It's a very culturally rich tradition. And so there's a huge emotional attachment to their cattle. They know every single one of them. And so, of course, when you have predators like cheetah and African wild dog or brown hyena that kill their calves, it's very, very emotional.
So it's not just financial, you know, although financial is very important. That's a very important point to make. You know, it's that tradition that goes in there, and I can totally relate in some ways. I mean, for obvious reasons, I'm not Herero. You may have guessed, but you get so much done sitting around a fire.
Yeah.
I totally see that, but to understand that imagery and that importance and the things that you have to bear in mind, I think is a very important point. That you know, so if you go to another area with a different people, a different group, a different ethnic group, whatever way you want to call it, you have to kind of slightly adapt, I would imagine.
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, we go out there saying, you know, I'll often say, and it may be controversial, but I'll say, I'm not here to tell you to kill cheetahs or not to kill cheetahs. It's not my land, it's not my livestock. I can't tell you not to, but I'm here to say, let's find a solution. Let's try something different. Because we've got to develop trust. We've got to develop respect. You really develop individual relationships with everybody. It's, you know, conservation at the end of the day is about people, land, livelihoods, and wildlife. That finding that balance is what it's all about. And when you speak to people, they all say wildlife is a good thing. You know, they say, I'd love to sit in the mornings and watch kudus and oryx drinking at the water point, but we're struggling and we're suffering. So if they were leaving us alone, we'll leave them alone. So there's not this aversion or hatred towards them. It's just saying, well, we don't know what else to do. So it's a lot of our time, believe it or not, is spent talking. And like you said, at a fire. Everywhere we go, the holy fire is always on. It never goes off, and that's where we sit and talk and get shouted at or laugh or sympathize, and you know, that's sort of how we try and get that done.
I think the importance of longevity as well, you know, where I'm sure over the years there's been a plethora of so-called experts that have come from afar with their shiny new diplomas trying to tell people what to do and not understanding the things that you've just spoken about now. So I would imagine that there's a level of mutual respect because you do understand that and you do embrace that. And like you mentioned before, I mean, this year we're celebrating 30 years of CCF, so we're not going anywhere. You know, we're not the quick fix. and looking for those alternatives and working within their tradition, I think is pretty much priceless. Yeah, you mentioned about the natural resources and stuff like that, and I know that you've mentioned to me that there's a nationwide initiative on that. Could you tell us a bit what that is?
Yeah, so the communal conservancies are basically what we call CBNRM. So it's community-based natural resource management. Like I said, they've got ownership. And so what that means is that within each of these zoned areas, gazetted, there's a committee that are voted in by the members. And this committee is there to source and look for ways to bring in benefits from wildlife. They're there to help share information with their members. They're there to address issues. So they're kind of a representative between the people and the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, who are our custodians of wildlife in government. Now, in our communal conservancies, like I mentioned, there's not much really happening. But what we have done in the last 3 years, in 2018, Cheetah Conservation Fund and the ministry got together and we got funding to put together some community game guards. Now, these guys work voluntary, they don't get paid. So we took them off on an intense training where we taught them all about wildlife monitoring. We've got a national resource here called the Event Book. And the Event Book is a really easy tool that all the rangers fill in observations, any tracks, mortalities of wildlife, human-wildlife conflict incidences, rainfall. So we did training on that and also training on livestock management, carnivore ecology. We got the guys' uniforms, guys and girls, uniforms and field gear. And after that initial training, what we've been doing the last 2 years now, 2019 and 2020, is we've been working strictly with our rangers as part of the team. And so we're building their capacity even more. We've now got them doing patrols where they know how to use GPSs. They know how to set up camera traps. They know how to take scat samples. They can do just about, many of the workshops that we did over the last couple of years, they can do themselves now. They were helping us doing sections of our workshops. And so we've really progressed, at least with these areas, on bringing the game guards in. And this tool, this event book, is so important because on a national level, every year it gets audited twice. And this feeds into our wildlife numbers. Between annual game counts and the event book, this is data that we put together that can show increases, decreases, stability, and what's going on with our wildlife nationally.
So knowledge is king, isn't it? And to have that resource. And I'm sure that a lot of people, when they hear the phrase things like, government initiatives and stuff, you start getting nervous. But that's where Namibia is very, very different, I find. They're very forward thinking and it's all about empowerment, and empowering the people and giving them that ownership and that responsibility, I would imagine is just so valuable, and it makes it more sense. And I'm sure that a lot of that initiative fits into the ethos of what CCF's about anyway. So
absolutely.
Yeah, so that holistic side is becoming more and more inherent within the communities as well.
Well, I mean, in the 90s, when communal conservancies were in their developmental stages, Dr. Marco was very, very involved in being part of the stakeholders, leading and talking and coming up with the strategies on that. So Dr. Marco has gone far back into the development stages of communal conservancies, as well as the freehold farms, so the private-owned land conservancies, of which CCF, our properties are a member of. So we've got our own Waterberg Conservancy, and that's where all of our farms and neighboring farmers, we work together as well from private landowner perspective. And Dr. Marco was very instrumental in getting that going as well.
So I know that CCF East, as we're calling it, and that's I think that's where you are now, is a relatively new setup. How much has that benefited the work within the communities?
Hugely. So we've seen a shift in cheetah presence and conflict more towards this eastern side of Namibia. And that's a big contribution towards the bush encroachment in the more central areas and up near where CCF base is. I mean, the bush encroachment and loss of habitat is the biggest threat. And also we've got a very high leopard density, and this is causing a lot of carnivore conflict between each other. So suddenly there's just been a spike in a lot of the cheetahs out here, a lot of conflict, a lot of killing of cheetahs from farmers. And we're getting a lot of our orphaned cubs from here as well, which is tragic. So by setting up the CCF East office, myself and Dr. Hanli Winterbach are stationed here. We've only just recently set it up, and we got it going just before this whole COVID-19 hit us. So we both work in human-wildlife conflict, and we both predominantly work on some of the carnivore ecology. So we're a response team. We do rapid response. We get a call from farmers saying, I'm having a cheetah problem, and we go out to that farm and we start working with that farmer. We attend farmers association meetings. We work a lot with our regional government offices here in the wildlife management side. We work as a team. In fact, quite often any call outs we do, we go with our colleagues from the ministry. So it's a lot of education, a lot of talking, and explaining cheetah ecology, explaining better livestock management practices, the use of donkeys as protecting livestock, the use of livestock guarding dogs, and then also the process that farmers have the right to follow. So instead of just shooting the animal and not saying anything, we explain that there is a process in place by the government that can help you, to declare an animal as a problem animal, and we can go through the system of then looking at removing and relocating if we have to. So also explaining to farmers what their rights are and how we can help them, but the importance as well, as we all know, especially with territorial animals, you take one out, you're going to get a whole bunch more come in. One of the very interesting things as well is using the scat detection team with our scat detection dog, Enya. So she manages to go out with us as well at times, and looking at scat, we can determine what hair is in there, and this way be able to come back to the farmers and go, this isn't a problem animal. This particular African wild dog or cheetah is not predating on livestock, so it's another one. We've got to find that one. I'm in and out of here. I'm not here too often. So I'm more based in Okakarara, and that's where I'm dealing with the African wild dogs, African painted dogs, which is a relatively new thing with CCF, where we are focused on this critically endangered population of African wild dogs.
I think you made a very good point about when you if there's a potential problem animal, and then you'll go out. One of your first objectives, if you like, is to identify the problem. Maybe not what's perceived by the farmer or the community, and that's and correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not just trying to vindicate a cheetah. That's trying to identify the true problem, so you don't waste time. Or the farmer doesn't waste time. We can get to the root of the cause and then perhaps do that. So you're both, reactive and proactive as well.
Yeah, that's something that with my predominant work out in Orca Carrara, that's African wild dogs are the most hated carnivore in the area, and they get blamed for absolutely everything. And so our rapid response is fantastic. CCF has developed a tool called Predator Kill ID, and it's a training activity that we've done with model live goats and sheep that have, you know, bite marks in it, and we use these little fake goats to kind of show people, and we've done training on that in Orca Carrara. But now we're at a stage where we're doing real response. So there's been so many occasions we get a call, the African wild dogs have killed my calf, and we get out there, we look at the scene, we walk to the site where it's been killed, and we go through the whole process with the farmer, and we say, well, look at this bite mark, that is an association with wild dog. Look at this spoor, look at the size, look at where this animal's been dragged. So we're getting practical stuff now by doing this rapid response to conflict, and being able to show farmers that it's not just African wild dogs that are blamed for everything in the area where I'm focusing on. So yeah.
And I'm sure just the fact where you know, they've got a point of contact now, I'm sure that gives the farmers some sort of stability and some sort of hope, really, you know, because before, if CCF and people like yourself weren't there as a response unit, the alternative was just to trap or shoot or whatever now. So at least they've got someone to talk to help their problems. And I'm sure, you know, the farming community talk to each other, and I'm sure word gets around, and I'm sure it's almost self-advertising as well, you know, that there is an alternative, and a better alternative.
Mm. Well, one of the really cool things that I'm very excited about this year is with this African wild dog population that we're working with, they're in a very, very particular area. It's about 12,000 square kilometers, and we've got 3 identified packs, and over the last 2.5 years, we've really figured out where they move, how they keep their territories. So this year, we've set up a communication network. And so we've got a contact group between the 3 packs where they move. And every day we're sending SMSs out to one another. Communication out there is almost impossible. There's no cell phone connectivity. There's times we've had to climb up a tree, try and get some signal, but we send out messages either saying, have you heard where the dogs are? Have they moved past your area? Yes, they were here, they're moving in that direction. Okay, SMS that farm and say, guys, the dogs are moving towards your area, bring your calves in. So we've got this 3 separate groups of communication now where everyone's talking, and that's what it's about. It's about letting people know where they are, because they can be proactive versus being secretive about where they are. They're going to find out anyway, and then we're going to see issues. So this is something that's super, super cool that we've initiated in this particular area with real rural subsistence farmers. So we've got a lot of chattering going back and forth.
Chatter's good, yeah. I mean, you was kind of mentioning a little bit earlier about there's not many tourism opportunities and bits and pieces like that. Do you foresee that changing in the future? And the reason why I asked that question is that African wild dogs, or painted dogs, whatever you want to call them, are incredibly rare, and you know, they are so endangered. And as far as I don't want to use the word tourist attraction, but tourist desire to see them, you know, once the fear and the hatred has gone out the way, as far as the farmers are concerned, and you've helped them manage their livestock, you know, can you see a value in, you know, even just the wild dogs themselves generating the tourism in that area and all the benefits that come from that?
Absolutely. This is one of our sort of medium to long-term goals, is to start something out there. And if no one is going to do it, CCF is going to do it. So, you know, the difference between this is an experience out where we are is an experience on the ground. It's joining a team and what we're doing. It's not a game drive and luckily seeing wild dogs. This is a free roaming population of African wild dogs. They're not in any form of fencing. And they actually play a very vital role in the genetic diversity of the broader African wild dog population, which is seriously endangered. So this COVID thing has obviously just destroyed us. I mean, yeah, in every way possible. But ideally, what we'd like to see is through Cheetah Conservation Fund's Working Guest program, we'd love to have working guests that come out and join us out in the field, join us with what we're doing, and start getting a real on-the-ground experience. And this is something that Namibia in general has to offer. You know, we have our tourism is so much based on authentic experiences, communities, people, ecotourism, adventure tourism. You know, we offer such great packages and wonderful culture out there. It's not the prettiest landscape, that's the truth. It's farming land, but magnificent things to learn about. And the moment our farming community can start seeing that, where people are actually interested to come learn and farmers can benefit, we could very easily start seeing a very sort of niche tourism product for that area. But we will start building, and this is the dream, on having cheetah be able to naturally migrate back into the area. They've been wiped out. Cheetah and African wild dogs are two carnivores that can coexist very well. And the area has low numbers of leopard, if any, no lions. It's the ideal place for these two carnivores to coexist and live. And they also have similar ranges, big ranges. They move big distances. And so your density is not so high that it would cause farmers more conflict and more anger. So, you know, the big dream is, well, if we can get them on board with African wild dogs, hopefully our cheetahs can start migrating back in there, and we can start working with that.
I think what you said, I couldn't agree more. And also it kind of demonstrates that holistic side. I know I'm doing this word holistic to death, I know, but it's true. You're kind of looking at so many different angles at the same time. And, you know, the rest of CCF operation, because I know that CCF works very much as a team. You know, you were speaking about the scat detecting dogs and the genetic side, and I'm sure the ecology team gets involved as well. I know that fundamentally you're ecologists too, but you know, it's great to see, because again, you're totally right. Where Namibia is incredibly unique. You know, the experience that people will get visiting Namibia is like no other. Many places that I've visited in Africa, you know, they're almost trying to be someone else, or they're trying to kind of reinvent themselves. But the inherent history, the history of Namibia fascinates me, it always has done. And the different people and the different beliefs. I mean, who wouldn't want to see the sacred fire? You know, who wouldn't want to experience that mentality, if you like, that oneness with the land? And I think you paint a very, very good picture. I know the situation isn't always easy, and I tip my hat to the work that you do. But I think you make a very good point. Whereas it's not only giving the opportunity for the working guests to come and have this totally unique experience, but also that it's got that knock-on effect where it demonstrates to the community that there is interest. You know, if you live somewhere all the time and everything becomes normal, perhaps it becomes less valuable over time. But it's I can't stress enough how much people need to get this COVID thing out of the way and go visit Namibia.
Absolutely. No, definitely. I mean, it's something that Laurie always says, come to Namibia. And we're saying the same thing. Come out here, come join our teams at the center, in the field. This is what we're about, sharing and giving experience. We've got such a wonderful intern program as well, international interns, but also Namibian interns. I think we host over 50 Namibian interns a year, which is the largest number of interns going through any kind of NGO within the sector in the whole of Namibia. CCF hosts the most. So we get a lot of great students out, and they come out and do practicals out there. To date, we've been just moving camp by camp, and I mean camp. no toilets, no showers, no access to water, no power. But we have now found an area where a local farmer has just so generously given us a space to set up something more semi-permanent that we can actually set up and be able to work out there properly. So we're kind of building up. It'll be nice to have a hot shower every now and then.
It's again, it can sound quite glamorous sometimes about, it's like you're on a permanent safari. I know only too well. Yeah, that's not me saying that, so don't shoot the messenger. But the amount of work and the results that you're seeing and achieving over a pretty much limited time. You haven't been there for a long time, as far as CCF East goes. I think that gives so many people hope. CCF has been going for 30 years. We haven't got another 30 years to start again almost. So yeah. The fact that we're carrying on and we're using that longevity, and we're using the relationships that we've built, and we're using the trust that we've built in the communities, I think is admirable. And what you're doing out there, I think, is fantastic.
I think it is really hard work, and the environment is tough. But the small wins are just amazing. When we respond to conflict, that thank you that someone pitched up and someone cares, it really goes a long way. We've also got our veterinary team that comes out on occasion, and that's probably where we've had some really touching moments, because in a case when the veterinary team is there, we have an injured calf or cow who's got some severe kind of injury that, if not treated, would die. And our vet can sort it out there in the bush. And that gratitude of you saved, it's just simple things like infection and antibiotics that we can supply them, where in most cases that cow would die. And we pull them through. That's a huge win, and it just takes a little bit of our time. But to that particular farmer, it means everything.
And I don't apologize for backtracking and bringing up the point again. That example that you just used, and the fact that calf or that cow has been saved, it's so much more than just a financial thing, because of their relationship with their cattle. So I think it's worth bringing up that point again, that it means even more to these people, and I don't think that can be underestimated.
No, never.
Mm-hmm. Well, Nadia, I know how busy you are, and I know that you've just fitted us in before you hit the road again and go. Where are you going next? Are you going back out to Okakarara?
Back out. My students and I came in for 2 nights just to get some Wi-Fi, write reports, have a shower, stock up, and we're out of here tomorrow.
Well, you know that we can't thank you enough for joining us, and we thank you for what you're doing out there, and what you're doing out there is fantastic. So keep the faith, keep going forward, and you know, and I don't doubt that some of those dreams that you've just mentioned in our chat will come to fruition, you know, and it will be good for everybody. So Nadia, we wish you well, safe travels, and we'll see you again hopefully very, very soon.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
A huge thanks to Nadia and the team out in CCF East with the amazing work that they do, mitigating all this human-wildlife conflict that's been going on in the past, and things are getting better. There's positive stuff coming out there, which is great to hear. Now at CCF, we get loads and loads of school groups, university groups, college groups coming through. And I'm probably not allowed to say this, but one of my favorites is a project called Project Dragonfly. And that operates out of Miami University in Ohio. And what I like most about there, it kind of gives me a bit of a buzz, because it's not just educating the students, it's educating the educators. It's a fantastic project. And the association between Project Dragonfly and the Cheetah Conservation Fund goes back in the region of 16 years, bringing all their students out to experience frontline conservation firsthand. Let's have a little look to see what they've got to say.
Hi, this is Chris Myers.
And I'm Lynn Bourne-Myers. And we are both co-directors of Project Dragonfly here at Miami University.
And we're just here to say a big thanks, celebration to CCF on their 30th anniversary. That's fantastic. We've been working with them for 16 years. Since 2004, they were the inaugural site of Earth expeditions way back in 2004. And this journey has just been fantastic.
And I would like to point out that we have had, over the years, more than 500 students participate in the Earth Expeditions course in Namibia. And without a doubt, it has been incredibly transformative for everyone. And all our best to the whole CCF team, and we're looking forward to the next 16 years.
Bye, everybody. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. Dan Marsh from the Cincinnati Zoo and Botanical Garden in Cincinnati, Ohio, USA. Extending a warm congratulations to CCF for 30 years. 30 years. And what's exciting for me is that I've been involved with CCF for over half of its existence. We started our program with you back in 2004, so that's about 16 years of programming. We're in our 17th year now, or about to start it, that is. And Lori and Bruce, congratulations. What an amazing thing you've built over 30 years. It is a impressive place with impressive people doing impressive work. Saving the cheetah is no small thing in a country where livestock is what drives the local economy, for sure. That piece of conservation not being homogenous across all countries, that it differs by country, it is a product of place, is key, because the way it's done in Namibia is different than it is in the United States or Europe, per se. And that difference is eye-opening for many people. Sometimes shocking, sometimes provocative, but they understand that it's the local people, the people that control the fate of wildlife, that are going to make the biggest impact. And that's Namibians.
I think one of the big pieces that stuck out to me about one of the things that we heard on the trip was from our talk with Dr. Lori Marker, when she said, there is no they. And just really taking that in to think, if you always sit around and think that someone else is going to do it, that there's a they that's going to fix the problem or fix the world, that no one's going to do it. And so to take that initiative and care enough to actually just start working and doing what you can, that really stuck out to me.
Learning about CCF's success left a lasting impact that I had not anticipated, both personally and professionally. To create change, all voices need to be heard. All perspectives need to be understood. Education needs to be available and accessible. And you continue to work until understanding and a shared value is created. And then you continue to work some more. I believe this mentality can be applied to personal and professional goals. And because of this, I feel like it's made me a better educator in a variety of settings. Being able to hear my student voices, being able to come to shared values and a shared goal by the end of the school year, or maybe even just the end of the day. I will be forever grateful for this opportunity.
So my time at the Cheetah Conservation Fund really impacted me both personally and professionally. You know, as a zookeeper, my job is to not only care for the amazing animals that I get to work with, but to also educate our guests on how to conserve our wildlife resources. And you know, you can read about things in a book or see it on TV, but you don't really get to experience it until you're there in person. And being at the Cheetah Conservation Fund in Namibia was really a life-changing moment for me because it kind of connected all the dots for me professionally. You know, getting to meet the people who work there and local educators and the local farmers. I mean, it really kind of turned that human element for me when, you know, I'm used to the animal side of things. And it really helped me understand that conservation is not just an animal issue, but a human issue too. So happy 30th Cheetah Conservation Fund, and here's to many, many more years.
Hi everyone, I'm Dana Murphy. I'm Vice President for Learning and Community Engagement at Lincoln Park Zoo. I had the good fortune to participate in the Namibia EE program in 2007 when I was at Brookfield Zoo. I had a good working knowledge of formal and non-formal science education, but really the work I had done with communities to that point was really more of an outreach model, more unidirectional, more service provider. And reflecting on it now, I think that some of the tenets that underpin the philosophy that we use for community engagement at Lincoln Park Zoo really stemmed from the time in Namibia, the idea of working with all of our partners and stakeholders, of listening, of co-creating, of evolving.
Well, there you have it. Just a few of the hundreds of student stories that have come out of the Cheetah Conservation Fund partnership that we've had over these years with Project Dragonfly. I am Jill Korach. I'm the Assistant Director of our field programs here, and it's been a real honor to work with you all on Earth expeditions over the years, really showing us the complexities, the struggles, the celebrations that can be part of this type of conservation work and research together. So thank you for that. The images that just went by are of our staff and our instructional team members that have supported these courses over the years as well. So on behalf of all of us, thank you. Enjoy your celebration, and we look forward to the road ahead.
Such a great course. Thank you very much. Well, we've given you a lot of information and a lot of graphics and a lot of images and a lot of people talking. So I think it's time that you just have a relax. And I've put together a little collection for you. So no graphics, no text, no information. Just sit back and enjoy some of the wildlife of Namibia.
Happy anniversary to the Cheetah Conservation Fund from the USA New York chapter.
The Cheetah Conservation Fund turns 30 today.
Because of Lori, we are here to stay.
The New York chapter wishes you all our best.
And because of you, we have all been blessed.
Happy anniversary, Cheetah Conservation Fund.
We love you.
We love you.
Well, thank you, New York. See, there's lots of ways you can get involved. You can donate or support CCF, sometimes in your local area. So look out and have a look on the website to see if there's a chapter near you. Here comes another one.
Hi, I'm Ann from CCF USA Indiana chapter. Congratulations to Dr. Lori Marker and CCF for 30 amazing years protecting cheetahs and other wildlife. It's a real honor to be able to support those efforts. Thank you.
I'm Serena with CCF USA Indiana, and I love volunteering for the CCF and helping to coordinate events that get people outside and keep cheetahs in the wild.
Hi, I'm Nicole, co-founder of the CCF USA Indiana chapter. I've been volunteering for a few years, and it got even more special when I had my daughter on International Cheetah Day. Say hi, cheetah baby.
So don't forget, visit our website at cheetah.org for all different ways that you can support us, and both in your local area and internationally as well. And we'll be right back with some more faces from the front line and some special guests that have dropped me a line or two. We'll be back straight after this.
Thanks so much for being with us today. There's more going on later on today, so don't miss anything. We've got special guests, and there's live auction. I've got a keynote address that I'd love you to join. So please do join us. There's an award ceremony. It'll be great fun. Keep being with us.
So now we move on to the illegal wildlife trade. Now this subject can be quite emotive, but in general you have to kind of rise above the sadness and the anger and kind of focus on the problem that's in front of you. So we operate not only in Namibia, but also out of Somaliland as well. Now I was in Somaliland in November and December of 2019, helping to develop and train the local workforce of how to build a reception area for cheetahs that have been rescued from the illegal wildlife trade. Let's take a quick look. Hi, I'm still out here in Somaliland, and I thought I'd give you a quick update on some of the units that we've completed so far in the new area. One of the most important things when cubs are rescued and they come into the centre, obviously they need medical checkups. A lot of them come in and they're not in the best of conditions, but then it's very important that we put them into a quarantine period. And right behind me now are the first of the quarantine units that have been built. Now this is the bare bones. This is, although they're completed, there's going to be more stuff like shade cloth and screening put up. So I thought I'd quickly show you now before all that goes up, and then by definition they're going to be in isolation, so you wouldn't be able to see them. So there's fairly large units that can be separated by a series of gates and chutes and guillotines and drop gates and things like that, so you can move the cats around, you can feed them and everything without actually contacting them, because if the human contact sides and cross-contamination, that's a huge issue. Right behind me here is a very important part of the little complex, and that's called a sneeze gap or a sneeze barrier. Basically it's an area of at least 3 meters, so if a cat is right on the fence line and a cat is next door and right on the fence line, 3 meters is deemed safe. But to ensure that that's the case, then another screen will go down in between, like a cloth, like a shade cloth, to stop any cross-contamination. Then once the cats have been in there for a determined amount of time, then all the tests are done, and if all the tests come back negative and they're ready or they're deemed not to be infected with anything, then they can be moved across to the other areas. Now we've also got rehab areas, so if a cat that we know of, or one of the cats that are waiting to be moved on, if they're kind of not needing quarantine, they can go straight in here. And this is a rehab unit, slightly different design, a bit more spacious, same kind of concept as far as the separation goes, as far with feeding and that type of thing, but again it's separated, so the cats can't interact, and also you can have complete protected contact between humans and the cats, because you don't want to habituate the cats, because if you hope to release them, you can't release habituated cats, because they need to not see humans as a food source. So we can do that in isolation. So when the cats go off, maybe to a national park or back into the wild, you know, they stand the best chance of survival out there. So these all these units go on for around about 200 meters down there, varying in sizes, varying in uses, and they're kind of set up so all different types, groups of cats. A group of cheetahs is called a coalition, normally males, and they can be kept together, and so ultimately they can be released together. So this is really like a buying time center. You know, we don't intend to keep them here. We want to keep them here as least time as possible, but we have to be very careful. We can't afford for a cheetah to come in and for us to release it with a disease, because that could be catastrophic to the wild population, not only of cheetahs but other animals as well. So this is what we've been working on for the last month. Work's going really, really well. We've completed at least half of the units now, and hopefully within the next couple of days the rest will be done more, and then we can develop on phase 3 of the site, including run areas so they can get a lot of more exercise and whatnot. So I hope you've that's kind of shed a little bit of light on our building site here at the moment, but progress has been rapid. The local workforce, they've really engaged of what we've been trying to do, and I've tried to teach them the skills, all the different skills to make these type of units, because we're not going to be here all the time, or at least I'm not. You know, we can't be, so we have to teach and train the people so they can do it long term. So from Brian Badger in Somaliland, hopefully I'll speak to you all soon. Cheers, bye bye. Well, that was December 2019, and I'm very happy to say that all the units were finished and furnished, and on the 1st of March 2020, the centre, Safe House 2, was opened by the Minister of the Environment and Rural Affairs and the Vice President of Somaliland. So we're very proud of our efforts there, but obviously we can't stop there, and we're right now in the process of developing Safe House 3. So I caught up with Dr. Shira Yashve, who's the illegal wildlife trade lead for CCF, and trying to get the ins and outs of the illegal wildlife trade and what our efforts involve in trying to stop it. Let's go over and speak to Shira. So hello, Shira, and welcome, and thanks for joining us today. Why don't you introduce yourself to everybody?
Hello, Brian. So I'm Dr. Shira Yashfe. I'm a veterinary doctor, and I'm the illegal wildlife trade lead for CCF. Basically, I do both. I also do wildlife crime work and work on animal welfare and animal health to guide our work in Somaliland in our safe house for the confiscated cheetahs from the illegal trade.
That's great, and that's quite a wide, broad, kind of remit that you've got. But with this subject, it takes in so many factors that hopefully we'll cover some of those today. So, the times that we find ourselves in the global pandemic, how is that affecting the work that you're doing right now?
So basically, as our supporters probably know, CCF has been involved in the Horn of Africa, since 2005, but we've been working on anything from underground projects to international policy to stop the trade in cheetahs coming from East Africa to the Arabian Peninsula mostly, and also operating a safe house for these cheetahs that are confiscated and need veterinary support and, of course, lifelong care. And what we've seen because of our involvement on the ground and having people there, of course, and working very closely with governments, is that COVID-19, I don't know if surprisingly or not, has not stopped the trade or even slowed it down at all. The virus did hit East Africa around, it was Ethiopia, Somaliland, those regions were hit at the end of March, but it did not seem like there weren't a lot of, there were some lockdowns, but there weren't a lot of lockdowns specifically, for instance, in Somaliland, and it didn't seem like poaching events, especially in rural areas and remote areas, are getting any fewer events that we're seeing. So, yeah, it seems that COVID-19 is another challenge that we need to deal with, but it's not stopping the trade. So we need to be even more vigilant.
Yeah, because when there's lots of misconceptions that go around, because I mean, and this is not belittling or patronizing anybody, but you only kind of know from the situation that you're in. So if you're in the States or in Europe and you're looking at COVID-19 and you're looking about the lockdown, and the travel is restricted, people may think that's a good thing, like with the tourism and stuff like that. But if you're a rural farmer in Somaliland or something like that you're restricted anyway. The international travel was never an option before, and so it's almost changed. So it shouldn't really be that much of a surprise that it hasn't kind of stopped the trade, and also it certainly can't stop our efforts to do it. So when you're talking, you mentioned the safe house and the fact that you're a veterinary doctor as well. Can you tell us a little bit about the safe house and how that's been developed over since our time out in Somaliland?
Right. So yeah, definitely. We started getting involved in Somaliland actually before I was in my role as wildlife crime lead. And again, in 2005 was the first time we started tracking the trade and everything. But then slowly but surely our involvement grew. And we realized that with the Somaliland government not having a place to put, again, this is live trade. We're talking about live animals being trafficked and moved across the landscape. And they need, obviously, emergency treatment if they're confiscated. They need somewhere to place them. And unfortunately, because they are poached at such a young age and taken from the mother at a way too young age to be able to return to the wild, they need a facility where they can live the rest of their lives in. And realizing that we don't have that in Somaliland, CCF basically filled a gap. We started with one kind of small facility, and now we're on our way to building a third one already. So we've gone through a few stages where We first built Safe House 2, which was another facility because again of the growing numbers of confiscated cubs. Then we renovated the first one to have more expanded enclosures, brought in more staff, more veterinarians, more caretakers. And then now we're seeing that with the numbers rising again, regardless of COVID-19, again, numbers are rising. We need even a third one. And long term, we hope to have a permanent sanctuary where they could be released. But again, it wouldn't be to the wild without, just to release to the wild. It would have to still be in a sanctuary that would be managed. So our involvement grew. I think one of the things that CCF is very unique at is that it's not only, and again, as my role to basically combat the illegal trade, working with governments, working with communities, of course, to learn more about these poaching events and about these trade chains, working with international treaties and everything. We're also very much hands-on. So starting from taking care of, every sick cub that comes in to making sure that he has the best vaccination protocol and the best chances of being a healthy adult, even with all the things that they experienced during the trafficking, which was a lot of them do not survive that stage, of course.
One thing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but from the outside looking in, when I've spoken to people, and the fact that we're talking about Somaliland so much, and we're talking about the illegal wildlife trade and these cubs and the shocking condition that they arrive into us sometimes, it almost paints this picture that Somaliland are the bad guys. It's the problem is Somaliland, and I've been to Somaliland myself, and that's really not the case. The Somaliland is kind of the end stop on the illegal wildlife route. So I think it's important that we point out that the Somaliland government and working with us are trying to do everything to stop this trade as well. So, I didn't want people to think that it was just, Somaliland is the problem. Would you agree to that?
Right. No, not at all. And that's the thing that we're trying to always emphasize. As an NGO, we always work closely with the governments in the countries where we operate. And the Somalian government has always been a welcoming and a very good partner, basically, that allowed us to give our support and give our expertise. And it's funny that you raise this issue, because a lot of times when you see, whether it's articles or reports, the World Wildlife Crime Report, reports from conventions on trade, you see the high numbers in certain countries. And a lot of times all that these numbers reflect is the countries that actually do something about it. So they have a lot of seizures because they're more vigilant, they're doing a lot of enforcement work, they're working, maybe partnering with NGOs that are helping them do these confiscations and seizures, and then take care of the animals or the products that are trafficked. So we think that, yes, definitely, we know that these cubs are taken from the Horn of Africa and trafficked, but the reason why Somaliland is always kind of mentioned is because that's where most of the confiscations occur. So some of them could be originating. These are cheetahs from Somaliland, but some could be from neighboring countries. And then these are then just confiscated. The authorities in Somaliland are the one that intercept them. And that is why we chose to operate there, because there you need a lot of capacity to take care of these cubs. And of course, that's why we also support the government with trainings on enforcement, on legal capacity to make sure that they can do their work even better, while also, of course, supporting the other countries in the region that could be source countries or transit countries, as well as starting to work towards demand reduction work and looking at the end of the supply chain. So we're trying to do all of that. So yeah, thank you for raising that issue. It's definitely something that our supporters and people in general should know about illegal trade.
Yeah, I mean, to use an analogy, it's almost like just reading a headline and then just trying to understand the story. You really need to read down. to the editorial to actually understand the thing, and unfortunately sometimes it's just, and it kind of annoys me in some ways that that's it's almost like Somaliland have almost taken ownership, and they're doing something, and that's what puts them out. And like you very eloquently said, it's that's kind of what gets the headlines. So when we're talking about the illegal wildlife trade, what type of things, because obviously we're dealing with the cheetahs, but the problem is a lot broader than that. We all know that. So how do these things overlap? And is there methods and models that are being built on the back of what we're doing to maybe mitigate some other problems that are occurring in the region?
Right. To that, I think I would also, to answer that and to maybe add to what we were just discussing, another factor that is important to note is that even though, for instance, in the cheetah trade, Somaliland is the country where is a lot in the headlines, the surrounding countries are very active and trying to work against this trade as well. So we have Ethiopia, Somalia, and Yemen that are part of our project that we're running with funding from the UK government. We're working with all the IGAD countries, which is a regional economic collaboration of countries that we're working together to build a HAWA and a Horn of African Wildlife Enforcement Network. And in that sense, they're working together. Basically, these kind of regional cooperations help not only to work against the illegal trade in cheetahs. As you said, it facilitates cooperation, cross-border work, enforcement, community work also on other species. So we do know that Horn of Africa is an area where ivory is getting trafficked from and through. We know that marine resources, there's a lot of coastline there and a lot of illegal fishing that's going on. Even primates are being trafficked through there. It's also a very interesting region politically, and also, of course, with the war in Yemen and everything that's going on the other side. So there's a lot of political background that goes into the illegal, to allow or not allow illegal trade and work against it. So all these things are very complex, obviously, in nature, but we are very happy to see that whenever we reach out to governments, or wherever we're trying to build a new program or to apply for funding for new project, all of the governments in the region, like I said, including Ethiopia, Somalia, Yemen, are very much collaborative. So yeah, and I think that they understand that it's not only cheetahs that they're trying to save, it's also their other wildlife. And by building these networks and having more capacity and more training and more skills for their men or women, they would basically have the ability to stop trade in general.
You make a very good point, and thank you for making it. When I said that Somaliland wasn't the guilty party, that it's not, they're not the problem, and likewise, Somaliland can't just be the solution. So it does take massive collaborations. And when we talk to people right the way across the CCF spectrum and all the work that we do, the word collaboration comes up all the time. You can't do this alone. So with the collaborations that you spoke about, you're talking about all levels as well, I would imagine, both NGO and government level as well. Is that right?
Yeah, that's 100% right. I think that is very unique to our work, and it's also very much needed. You cannot work alone. CCF has built over 30 years skills and expertise, obviously, not only in cheetah conservation and natural resource management and working with communities, of course, and very good working relationship with governments. But at the end of the day, you have to have collaboration with governments, of course, in the countries where you work on or that are affected by these illegal activities, but also we're working very, very closely with an NGO coalition. We call it the Cheetah NGO Coalition, that we work together in international conventions. So we work with the Born Free Foundation, with WCS, WWF, ZSL. We're working really really with a broad number of EIA when needed. We work with a lot of NGOs to help basically lobby for cheetah and other big cats issues in international fora, as well as build workshops and on-the-ground projects together so that they would be stronger and benefit from skills and the knowledge that a lot of organizations have to offer together. And also, as we said, this kind of mirrors these countries themselves, which are the true actors here, work and regional collaboration that they're trying, right, to build this, or they're working to build this Horn of Africa Wildlife Enforcement Network, which is a regional network that would countries talking to each other to stop this trade, that are working together on protocols together and what to do with live animals that need to maybe be, moved between countries. So collaboration is definitely the name of the game on all levels. I agree.
I would imagine that I've been with CCF quite a long time, and when you're looking at the models that CCF have built over the years, and I always say that a lot of the time you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Sometimes you just have to adjust the tire pressure sometimes. And even when you're working just in Namibia, you have to alter the way that you do things between maybe the Herero people and the Damara people and the Bushmen and the Himba, so those models that have been built, how useful have they been in the kind of nuts and bolts of the strategy building for the region?
Right. So I think you're right. A lot of the methods and strategies, whether they're from, an ecological lens or kind of wildlife management lens, or through for instance, through a program for human-wildlife coexistence, or whether it's for how to communicate with governments and be, and collaborate on a political level, whether international, national, or regional. All these things are things that CCF and Dr. Marker have been developing for years. And the best practices that she developed over the years are definitely helping us in informing our efforts, whether it's, as we said, in demand countries that now we're looking into, or in the origin and transit countries that we're already working on. And one interesting note is that we're now starting to understand, and this is something that we're still looking into, again, working very closely with communities, how maybe more complex motivations of these trade might play a role. So we do know that there's demand. These cheetahs, at the end of the day, are these cubs, if they do arrive to the Arabian Peninsula, they're kept, or they're bought and kept as exotic pets. But so there is an exotic pet market, but we also know that probably in the initial poaching event, there is a level of human-wildlife conflict with communities of the mother maybe preying on their livestock, and then the cubs are getting taken. So there's maybe a more complex nature to this trade than initially thought. And definitely programs like Future Farmers of Africa, which Dr. Marker developed over the years and tested and retested and tweaked, are going to now, we're now going to see how they can be applied to East Africa as well, with what you're saying, kind of basically tailoring it to this area. So the political, the cultural, the ecological contexts of this region, of course. So yeah, I think definitely there's the institutional knowledge that CCF has basically gained through the years is very much is and will be implemented in the Horn of Africa as well.
And I think it's quite refreshing. Well, to me personally, I find it quite refreshing that that we know that there's always room for more knowledge, and there's always something to learn. I always say, give me an expert and I'll teach them something. Not that I'm a better expert. It's just that the things are so broad. If somebody thinks that they know everything, well, they're pretty delusional. Because things change, and even something that you may have learned 10 years ago, things change. And we know that in different parts of the world, things change incredibly quickly, and you kind of have to be fluid and dynamic in kind of reacting to those? Because time isn't always on your side, you know, and building these relationships, I think, is the foundation of most things. I mean, you spoke about the motivations behind the illegal wildlife trade, and again, if your point of reference is the USA, UK, Europe in general, you know, maybe the understanding isn't there. And much the same with the human-wildlife conflict in Africa. You know, you kind of have to walk a mile in somebody's shoes. But then the basis of change is education, you know, and the education programs that CCF are devising for not only Somaliland, but for other countries in the region as well. Have you seen a desire or an interest in those programs, and are they being received in the way that you hope?
So I think now we're literally in the process of, like you said, you need to do the legwork first. You need to communicate both with governments, local communities, universities, for us, because it's live trade, so vet associations, veterinary doctors, to basically understand A, what is their baseline knowledge, and B, would they be receptive to specific programs, or what are their needs? What are their gaps? What are the gaps in knowledge that you need to basically come in and help fill? So we're now doing this, I guess I would say, the survey phase, where we're learning more. We're about to finish that, to learn more about what exactly we need to do there. Then, of course, taking all the experience that CCF already has with education, both with children and with educating farmers, doing, you know, wildlife, livestock management programs that would benefit both. And then also veterinary training, which is very important, both for, so to have healthy herds that would be less susceptible to disease and to predation, and also, of course, healthy cheetahs when and if they come, to be able to give them emergency treatment, and for those confiscating entities or for the communities that find them along the way. So it's exactly what you kind of mentioned before. Well, we have a lot of experience. We always believe that it's you have to do adaptive management. You know, we always need we're always saying that everything is a living document or a living strategy. You need to always check your premises, see if it fits, what do you need to change, etc. So this is exactly the kind of process that we're doing, and building on our skills and the new knowledge that we're gaining to see how we can tailor our messaging and our education materials and our training programs to the community there. And yeah, we're working on a few areas. So as I said, veterinary dachshunds and children and communities. So I think we'll see in the next year or two these programs starting to be more and more established.
The way that it looks to me, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's almost like this ethos of promoting self-sustainability. You know, it's not just you know, sending foreigners in to work and work and work and work and work. It's empowering the communities, much the same where you know, at CCF, when we strongly advocate the Namibian and the African internship programs, you know, teaching them to be self-sustaining. So is the thought, that living document type thing that you're moving along, you know, the way that I understand it, it's that same ethos. It's getting that homegrown talent and refining it. So for future self-sustainability, that's the key to the success.
Right. I think it's both. It's also, like you said, always knowing that you have something to learn, and then change, even if, you know, make sure that you always check your premises and change based on what the information tells you. But then also, yes, ensuring that any strategy that you try to develop and implement is one that would be self-sustaining and that would actually benefit also, you know, people that are living alongside wildlife. Again, we can come in and bring teachers and veterinary medicine professors, but that's not the point. The point is to also, as part, for instance, of the UK funded grant that I mentioned before, we call it the LICIT program. We do a lot there. We do enforcement training, we do legal analysis of laws, and then legal training for governments and enforcement officials. But then we also are looking into do what we call training of trainers workshops. So then we train someone, and then we expect them to, or we give them the tools, and then expect them to train the next generation, and then it would go on and on this way. Of course, this does require continued engagement, and I think this is something that CCF is very good at, to know that, whatever grant, whatever program that you have is ended, we do not leave. We're always there to help support, but at some point we know that it has to be self-sustaining. So, but we're here to support, to give more knowledge, to help with whatever we can. But at the end of the day, the governments, the people, the communities are the ones that need to be responsible and want to be responsible. Of course, it's their land, it's their landscape, and it's their wildlife.
Yeah, I spent some time in Somaliland and helped with the development of Safe House 2, and what I found is that there's there's also a desire to learn as well, new skill sets at every type of level, right from the veterinary medicine right the way down to building and maintenance, and learning a new skill set is I found that quite refreshing as well, and to give somebody a new skill that they can develop and help sustain their own families and bits and pieces. So it's not just at the at the sharp end of getting that cheetah in. It kind of encompasses the whole operation, and just almost to promote a different way of thinking, and solutions. So when you're training the veterinary students, or the veterinary staff when they go in, have you found that it's that same sort of kind of mentality? Their level of engagement is heightened because of the new skill sets that are being learned.
Yes, definitely. I think that what I would say to that, and I would emphasize, is that as much as we want to obviously teach and they want to learn, we're also learning a lot from them. So at the end of the day, these veterinarians that are coming out, it's true that a lot of them are trained, for instance, in Somaliland, we're talking mostly because that's where our safe house, are trained a lot in livestock medicine. Obviously, again, as a veterinary doctor, there's a lot of emphasis types of emphasis that you can have when you learn veterinary medicine. It can be small animals, doing small cats, domestic cats and dogs. It could be equine, and it could be livestock or wildlife. So their emphasis there is definitely, the vet schools are more on livestock. So they do have a lot of the basic skills and everything, but they do need training in wildlife medicine. And yes, they're very interested to learn, but also we learn so much from them. So we learn more about how the communities would react to something. What are the prevalent diseases there? What are the potential, strategies to deal with a disease or to deal with an outbreak of some sorts or whatever that could actually work there. Because again, as outsiders, we can come with a lot of ideas and a lot of things, but at the end of the day, we always need to listen to the veterinarians and to the professional people on the ground, and to see how their skills and our skills can complement and build something larger. So I think yes, definitely we're very grateful to have, we do have outside veterinarians coming as well, international, to the Safe House, and we have a battery of international consultants such as myself and others that we're 24/7 on WhatsApp and whatever, if anything is needed, then support. But a lot of times we're seeing, and Dr. Marker has knowledge of cheetah health and medicine like no other. So all of us support the teams on the ground all the time, but we do also learn a lot from them as well. So I think it's very interesting to have that relationship, and very fulfilling and very helpful for the cats themselves as well.
Yeah, when I talk to my colleagues that I've worked in through Africa, again, it's the you're never too old to learn something type scenario, and even the way that you do things. You got a problem, you know where the solution needs to be, but it's the middle bit, and the phrase that I've used in my time in Africa is bush mechanics. It's making the best of what you got in the situation that you find yourself. So, understanding the diagnosis and the cure is the middle bit, that sometimes you do need people with that inherent knowledge of landscape, of everything to do that. So again, it's those collaborations that no one person knows everything. And I kind of think that that's one of the big positives that comes out of working not only in Africa but around the world with endemic people.
Yeah, 100%. You basically find you need to know, as a veterinary doctor, again, you can want to do, even when we work. I was trained in the beginning in small animal medicine, for instance. I can say that I want to do an MRI and surgeries, very extensive surgeries. But when I was also volunteering for a SPCA and working with street cats, it was not really an option to do all these things. So the field medicine looks very, very different. And in a lot of places, especially if you want people to give emergency care for cheetahs in rural areas, even not in the capital where we have the safe house, and even in the capital, some of the things we just don't have. So CCF has been working very hard to basically import all the, the machine, the blood machines, everything that we need for diagnosis, and of course the best skills and knowledge. But we always must understand that you need to have the level of, we always say in medicine, it's kind of art and knowledge. You need to have that level of art and to know how to adjust to the field conditions. And that is something that you do 100% learn also from local people that have been doing this for much longer than you did. Not Dr. Markers, he's been doing it for a very long time. But then I know a lot of the external veterinarians that come, for instance, or the battery of consultants. So it's very, very important. And yeah, it's all about collaboration and being just open to hearing and to learning.
Yeah, and it's almost like you said before, it's almost us kind of building more models, and using those new things that we're learning, and to have them on the theoretical shelf so we can save time, because we don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. We're pulling on that bank of knowledge, like you mentioned with Dr. Marker and yourself, and with the marvels of technology now, it's basically a global effort for a local problem. So it's kind of quite refreshing in some ways. It's just a shame it's under these type of circumstances.
Yeah, and of course, with everything in the collaboration, there's a lot of challenges. There's a lot of issues of resources. You want to bring that, diagnostic machine or whatever there, and you just don't have the resources, or you want to build a larger facility and you need to first make sure that you have funding and people and staff. And of course, on the wildlife crime side, you want the teams of the governments that are even keen to do this. You want them to be very much, trained in evidence collection and to know how to do investigations and everything. But there's always challenges. There's challenges in resources, there's challenges in skills and capacity building issues that you need to go through. But I think that what we're trying to basically do is build a holistic strategy that would take into consideration everything that needs to be done, and then also, like you said, look at the ground and see how best to do it in the way that would build on existing efforts or things that are already there that we can build on, and where we need to bring in new initiatives and to work to basically reach our goal of stopping this illegal trade. Because at the end of the day, the safe house is a very important part of our work, and again, as wildlife crime lead, my aim is to stop this trade so we won't need the safe house. Of course, as we said, this is a lifelong care facility, so the cheetahs that are there, they would need the safe house or sanctuaries for the rest of their lives. But our aim is to just stop this trade so that we won't have new ones that are, because any new cheetah that is coming into the safe house means it's one less cheetah in the wild population. And with populations being so low across the globe for cheetahs, less than 7,500, and of course in the Horn of Africa, which is a unique subspecies of which we don't know the exact number of that specific subspecies. Surveys have shown around 300 mature individuals, but we don't know because a lot of these areas in Somalia and different areas were not surveyed. But for sure, we're not talking about millions. So we're talking about hundreds of individuals. So we need to make sure that this trade is stopped, that we would not live to see the day where the subspecies would be gone. And of course, the cheetahs and the species in general would be gone. So yes, that's why our wildlife crime program is so, I guess I would say, multifaceted. And that's why we need the veterinary side of it, because it's live trade, but we also need knowledge of international policy, of an enforcement, of political engagement, with Dr. Marker leading, all these aspects based on everything that she built also in Namibia and in other parts of the world.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the funding and the support that we get. I mean, we can only do this with the funding, and we've had some incredibly generous individuals, corporations, grants, governments. You mentioned the DEFRA from the UK, and numerous others as well. But that's not it, because a well-known quote from Dr. Laurie Marker is that the conservation is never done. We've bought time for this incredibly rare, as you say, it's quite unique group of cheetahs that are in that region, but it's going to take a long time and a lot of commitment and building, so there is a future for them. So, when we see the grants and the donors coming in, of which we're incredibly grateful for, we need to keep on moving forward. We need to, improve on every level if we're ever going to have a chance of succeeding in your dream of making the safe houses redundant.
Right. And definitely Dr. Marker's dream, I would say it's 100%. And I think that's why it's so important for us that we have such a dedicated team, both the IWT team and then the larger CCF family, whether it's our fundraising, a team or the affiliates all over the world that are basically, a machine that helps us move forward. Our strategies and programs and plans and veterinary diagnostics and research are only as good as we can actually implement them. So we're very, very lucky that we have people, and I can really testify, firsthand that we're working 24/7, weekends, nights, just to make sure that all the projects are done to get the best outcomes, and of course all the animals are taken care of, but then also to keep applying for funding, keep reaching out to everyone, to governments, to individuals, to let them know this is happening. This should be on the international. I know our work, for instance, with international conventions like CITES, like CMS, which is one is the Convention on Illegal or Legal Trade and Endangered Species, and the other is a Convention on Migratory Species. We're constantly working to basically put this on the international agenda, because obviously we need this for political reasons and for awareness of governments, but also funding. If governments are aware that this is happening, they would allocate funding to wildlife crime units that would fight this. So it's all part of the same thing. So I think that's very unique that all of us are obviously working very hard on the professional aspects of our work, but then always thinking about, okay, so how do you fund this? How do you make sure that you have enough resources to do this? And I think that a lot of this is also done through, face-to-face engagement. So we take every opportunity that we can. When Dr. Marker is going to Somaliland for the Safe House, so she also, makes sure to meet face-to-face with governments, with other NGOs, with HOWN, with these groups that work together to stop trade, to make sure that everybody knows what's happening, so that we won't reach a point where hopefully not, but in 5 years, 10 years, everybody would say, oh, there used to be a cheetah here and we never even knew that there was an issue.
As they say, knowledge is king or queen. It's as much about, educating the educators and educating the communities and governments and ourselves. So it's a never-ending circle of life, really, that's going on. And when I say never-ending, I'm not for a minute saying that it's we're not going to achieve what we set out to achieve, but whereas conservation never done, neither is education on one level or the other. If we stop this, then we can go into the programs like the livestock guardian dogs, like all of the established things to make the communities better and more productive, and help those communities, because bottom line, they are the custodians, of there. So that empowerment, I think, is the drive that goes beyond you, goes beyond me, even goes beyond the cheetah. It's because, if the byproduct is that the cheetahs are doing okay, we'll take that.
Right. And I think that's, in that sense, is why it's so important to engage also international audiences, because we've talked about NGOs, conventions, governments, communities on the ground. And then you always think, okay, so what can I, as an American, as a British person, how can I help, or how can I work with something that is pretty remote for me? I don't see these cheetahs day to day. I know they're maybe cool and they're the fastest terrestrial animal, but I don't really, and I know that there are threats, but a lot of times people feel that there's a lot of doom and gloom when it comes to conservation, and they don't really know how they can help. And like you said, knowledge is key. The moment that you're more aware of what's going on, and you understand that you're right, that the local communities are the custodians, but at the end of the day, it's true, all of us benefit to have cheetahs in the world, to have elephants in the world, wildlife. We're seeing, what's happening with nature, and now humans' relationship with nature needs to change in anything, right? If we're looking at climate change, habitat destruction, pandemics, if we're looking at wildlife crime. So I think that, interviews like this, awareness raising campaigns and work that is done also outside of Africa, outside of the community level, are also extremely important, not only for resource generation, but just because it is all of humanity's, to humanity's benefit to have these animals on the planet. So I think it's very important that everybody would, make a point to inform themselves of everything that's going on, and we're always here to answer any questions, of course.
That's fantastic. Well, Shira, I know how busy you are, and I want to really thank you for joining us today and sharing your insight into the projects that we have done, are doing, and we will continue to do. So, Shira, thank you very much for everything you do, and it's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian, and thank you, everyone.
amazing and tireless work that's going on in the region. And we thank everybody that's out on the front line for doing that. Now, you can help and support CCF with our operations with the illegal wildlife trade and all the operations and projects and research and rescue, rehab, release, you name it, that you've seen today. You can do so by contributing today at our Better Unite event, or you can go to our website at cheetah.org and you can support us in so many ways, and we thank you for it. Now, one of our supporters is the Nashville Zoo, and very involved with our operation in Somaliland. So let's have a word from them.
Hello, I'm Dr. Margarita Watt Colburn, one of the associate veterinarians at the Nashville Zoo in Nashville, Tennessee. I first met Lori Marker and CCF when I went to the CCF Center in Namibia as part of my residency program from the Smithsonian's National Zoological Park. While helping to do preventative routine health care on the cheetahs there, I further fell in love with them. And I decided that I wanted to continue to work as much as I could with them. Over the last several years, I have continued to keep in touch with Lori and have helped to do the occasional consultations with some of the clinical cases that they have had in Namibia. I was even lucky enough to work with Lori as well as other cheetah leading experts on the clinical chapter in Lori's Cheetah Conservation and Biology book. Throughout the last several years, I have been following CCF's leading efforts to curb the illegal wildlife trade of cheetahs, particularly around the northern part of Africa. Unfortunately, this is an ever-increasing problem for the conservation of cheetahs in the wild. It is currently estimated that more than 300 young cheetah cubs are taken illegally from the wild and sent over to the Arabian Peninsula via the Gulf of Aden. They're sold on illegal online markets to the wealthy due to the fact that cheetahs are considered status symbol for the ultra-rich. Most of those cubs are removed from their mothers way too young and are kept in very dismal conditions. Oftentimes, these cheetah cubs are dehydrated, emaciated, and end up having lifelong problems that end up cutting their lifespan to be, on average, about 5 years of age. This is way less than the average lifespan of your normal cheetah. With less than 7,500 cheetahs left in the wild, the increased amount of cheetahs removed from the wild, as well as the increased mortality rate and the cheetah's normal low reproductive viability, make these numbers unsustainable. Experts now estimate that the cheetah will be extinct from the wilds of northern Africa in less than 10 years if we don't do anything right now to save them. CCF has been leading the effort in northern Africa to change a lot of the regulations and laws regarding the legal wildlife trade in that area. In Somaliland, along with the Somaliland Ministry of Environment and Rural Development, they have been working to curb the illegal wildlife trade since 2011, as well as providing care to those cheetah cubs that are confiscated. After some laws were changed in 2017, they were able to form a cheetah sanctuary or a cheetah safe house in the capital city of Hargeisa, where they're able to take care of those confiscated cheetah cubs. Nashville Zoo has been supporting CCF since 2005. In recent years, as the need for assistance in acquiring medications for the cheetah in Somaliland has increased, we have sent several shipments of medications as well as milk replacers and equipment needed to help take care of the cheetahs there. Because of my expertise with cheetahs, Lori contacted me to be part of a veterinary consultation group where we're able to assist with several of the critical cases that are faced by the veterinary team in Somaliland. This is usually done via WhatsApp as well as email, and we usually have the challenge of having to deal with the limited resources within the country. Over time, through the generous donations from multiple organizations, the veterinary clinic in Somaliland has actually been able to obtain several key pieces of equipment that help us to provide better health care to the cheetahs housed there. With the support of Nashville Zoo's Wild Works program, which helps to support leading conservation efforts around the world, I was able to fly out to Somaliland in September of 2019 to help with the health assessments of at least 30 of the cheetahs housed there. This was done in conjunction with Lori, as well as the South African veterinary team led by Dr. Peter Caldwell. In 2.5 days, we performed more than 30 cheetah exams, which was a feat in itself. And based on the results there, we were able to provide better protocols for preventative health care and nutrition to the cheetahs housed in Hargeisa. During my time in Somaliland, I ended up going with Lori to help pick the next site for the second cheetah safe house, which in itself was an interesting experience. After my time in Somaliland, I have continued to help as a veterinary consultant, as well as working with Lori and her CCF team to provide better healthcare to the cheetahs housed in Somaliland, as well as find new ways to provide new insight into cheetah research. I am proud and excited to continue to be able to collaborate with Lori and CCF to help their fight to save the cheetahs from extinction. I hope in 30 years the cheetah is thriving and healthy in the wild.
Well, welcome back, and for those of you that have just joined us, welcome. Don't forget, any further information that you need about CCF can be found on our website, which is cheetah.org. You can even donate or sponsor a livestock guarding dog, or a Namibian intern, or even a cheetah. So pop over to cheetah.org and find out all the details. Now, to save any species from extinction, you need a habitat in which it can live. Now, over the past 20 years or so, CCF have been real innovators in the habitat restoration. So have a quick look at this video to see how far we've come with this real great project.
Hi, welcome to the Biomass Technology Demonstration Center of the Cheetah Conservation Fund, here at our headquarters outside of Otjiwarongo, Namibia. We're going to walk you around in a bit and show you what goes on, but first I want to introduce the major staff. Johan Brits is the farms manager and the biomass manager of operations.
Yeah, what we basically do is we take the invader bush and we turn it into something that everybody wants. And by that, we're clearing our land a little bit and make it more livestock friendly and make it a better place to live for all our animals.
Monty Nakembwa is our chief ecologist and our forest steward, so he's very involved in seeing that we do things right.
We harvest bush, and the bush is basically harvested in the field, and after that, it's transported here at the biomass center, and from that it's actually converted into fuel lots. I help CCF with doing field inspections and also with biodiversity surveys.
Great. So welcome to the Biomass Technology Demonstration Center. Okay, after hammer milling, we hammer mill this raw wood chip into a mobile silo that we bring over on our trolley system and then move up so it sits over that pipe on the bottom, which is known as a chain conveyor. And then we can empty out of any one of our silos into the chain conveyor. The reason we have a system like this is since we are a research organization, we can then check different recipes, let's call it a bush. We could have all one type bush in silo A, a different type in silo B, etc. And eventually see which works better to make a different type of extruded product. But whatever type we use, it simply falls down into the chain conveyor and is taken next door into the extrusion hall.
Okay, so from the silos through the chain conveyor, the hammer mill chips comes in and it falls into this piece of equipment that we call an extruder. And this is the actual machine that I'm making the bush block. It's basically nothing different than a simple sausage maker where we use real power to turn a screw like this, and the end result through heat that are added in the process. The only thing that are added to the natural wood is heat, and it goes through and forms the bush block. As you can see here, this is what comes out of the extruder eventually, and this will then be cut into smaller pieces and be used as firewood all over the country or wherever people want it.
This is our latest piece of production equipment. This is a wood pellet press line, complete with raw material tank, its own hammer mill, and its own extrusion apparatus to produce wood pellets, which are the more common form of woody biomass in the global trade. And we're doing this so we can demonstrate what type pellet can actually be made out of Namibian hardwoods in hopes that the industry will really take off and use much more biomass. This is our industrial retort. This is a way to do charcoal on a larger scale than doing simply the small, round, smoky pots that are very common on the farmlands in southern Africa. In this case, we take whatever we wish to carbonize and load it into one of these chambers, which we call cans. We seal on the doors, and then we take a train of 3 cans and put into one of the 2 chambers of this retort. And the chambers are interconnected. So we then seal the door, add a little heat in a firebox. The heat comes through, the wood that's trapped in those containers gets hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter, and eventually it starts to pyrolyze, i.e. to carbonize. Pyrolysis is an exothermic process, so it's giving off heat. So we can shift some valves and trap the extra heat and the extra vapors and send it into the other chamber where we can introduce raw wood. And that way, we're not letting as much pollution go into the atmosphere. We're also more efficient. And about every day, we can take out one finished train of wood and put in a train of raw wood. In addition to being a more efficient process in general, it has particular value to us in the bush block process because the standard bush block, while a very valuable product, is very heavy. By carbonizing it, you reduce its weight a lot without any real loss in the caloric value. So this makes a much more valuable product because it's much less expensive to ship. So this is a standard bush block and then a carbonized bush block produced through this retort.
So last year, the drought has forced us to look at alternative ways of getting feed into Namibia and for our livestock, since we really had nothing. One way that we looked at was to take bush that we harvest, put it through the same process that we've done with the extruder, hammer mill it, and then use it as a raw material to make a bush feed. By adding some nutrients to this bush, we've managed to be able to get all our animals basically through that real dry period that we've had, and from now on it will be part of our production line.
This is a Kontiki kiln. we use it to make biochar. And in order to make it, we burn wood, as you can see there. That's the wood that we load in this pot, and we fill it up to here. And when it is ready, we quench it with water through the valve, which is down here. And as the water rises from the bottom, it actually causes the biochar to be activated partially. And we use that for amending the soils in order to make good compost. This is where the end product goes. It's basically wood chips that are mixed with the biochar. And it's composted here for about 12 months. After that, the biochar mixed with the chipwood becomes compost, and it is ready to be added to soil. This is composted wood chips mixed with biochar. And it's organic rich, and if you add it to the soil, you will increase your soil nutrient composition.
Okay, we're at the main power plant out at the Biomass Technology Demonstration Center. Our main diesel gensets are here, which provide backup power back to the main campus almost a kilometer away. But here at the Tech Center, we're preparing to bring in some biomass fuel electric generators. And this, of course, is renewable energy. We're quite excited. We're going to have 4 small generator sets, each one producing about 22 kilowatts of electricity. And they'll be in a line here and fed off the same wood chips that are providing wood for the extrusion process. We're in the diesel power plant at the moment. We have 2 of these large 180 kilovolt diesel gen sets. And these provide the backup power for the entire campus. Over at the main campus, about a kilometer away, we have a large photovoltaic system of 125 kilowatt capacity and a very large room full of batteries to take us through the night. Marty and I are in front of our latest shed at the Biomass Tech Demo Center. There are a couple lab buildings here where we're going to put in some equipment for analysis of the wood and the wood products. We've got a large work bay here to train people in equipment repair related to the biomass process. And at the end of the building, we have a classroom where we'll be doing all sorts of classes, everything from chainsaw safety to plant recognition. Martin's going to set up a demonstration garden out there of the various types of woody bush we deal with.
Wow, the project's just come so far, and who knows where it's going to go next. So I caught up with Mati Nakembwa, who you saw on the video, and he's our chief steward, or chief forestry steward, and head ecologist in Namibia, just to find out a few ins and outs of what he gets up to and how the project's going along from his perspective. So hello, Mati. So how's life in Namibia treating you?
It's very interesting, to be honest. We are in the middle of the winter at the moment, and the COVID situation and all of that. Wow, what a year.
So it's the world over, but you know, Namibia isn't always the easiest at the best of times. So I can imagine how difficult it is now. So
yeah.
You're one of the longest serving members of the team in Namibia. So how long exactly have you been with CCF?
To be honest, let me just start off. Coming here in '95 as a very young, very young Namibian student. I was at that time still studying, and we came through a tour. We had a beautiful, kind of like close contact with the cheetah. That was 1995. 1995, yeah. So I was just with a school group.
Huh?
And CCF was still, a very young organization at that time. Laurie introduced us to the cheetah, to the education program. I didn't even understand at that time what exactly it was. And then 2 years after, I had an opportunity, and that was '97, to come over and do an internship here.
Mm-hmm.
And then I joined, the staff in 1998. So it was a love story, just to let you know.
Yeah, that's perfect. So I can imagine that you've seen quite a few changes over that time.
Absolutely. I have seen, from just the humble beginnings. We had a very small clinic at that time, a very small education center. And then things started developing towards the year 2000. That's when we had, the facility dedicated to the public. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, seeing a lot of people come and go, lots of changes from then, if you compare that to now.
Mm-hmm.
But importantly is actually, seeing people from different places of the world having a passion and really an interest to save the cheetah. That is what keeps me going as well.
So when you see the school groups coming through now, do you kind of go back in your mind and saying, that could be the next little me there?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, because, just walking through here, I'm sure some people will go and they will have memories, but there will be always those that will return and they will be hooked, to this place.
And that's the future, so, we're building the future, almost without knowing it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, Matty, when we talk about, we've spoken about your history. Let's get up to present day, because you're heavily involved with the habitat restoration programs.
Yes.
CCF. So, can you give us a brief outline of some of the projects that are going on now and how they've developed over time?
All right. So, the Habitat Restoration Project is aiming towards, restoring the encroachment. We have a lot of bush, native bush that has taken over a lot of the rangeland, and that creates a problem for the biodiversity. Cheetahs are adapted to hunt, at top speed, open habitats, grasslands, as well as their prey, and they're finding it very hard to live, in these sort of landscapes. Mm-hmm. So back in 2002, 2003 is when we started doing the first harvest on the CCF farms. Mm-hmm. And the harvesting actually requires that you should have some information before you do the harvest. So it's not just about, let's get rid of the bush. It's about restoring the balance that used to exist before we messed up with the environment. And so my job really is to help with, conducting some of the assessments. And by the way, one of our papers got published last month.
Oh, fantastic.
So we have to look at, for example, in these areas that are harvested, which wildlife species are coming back? Mm-hmm. What is the impact? Are some species maybe being disadvantaged? And that's also one of the reasons why we do a mosaic of, a harvest. So we're not just clearing everything, we are thinning and we leave some clumps and stuff like that. So as a researcher, we go out there, we place camera traps in these places that are harvested, and we look at what animal species are coming back, which animal species are avoiding areas that are harvested. And we compare that also to a thick area as well. So we have a publication out there. I'm also looking at how much biomass do we have in an area, and that is like quantifying, how much you can remove off from an area and what species are in there, and how can you stratify your harvest, looking at, for example, do you need to remove, I don't know, how much percentage of the, like the young individuals, the middle class, or the mature trees and stuff like that. We are also studying soils, looking at, for example, when you are doing the harvesting, how does that affect, your soil nutrient availability? Because if you are removing the vegetation, you know that some of the minerals are locked up in the wood. And we have a method where when we're doing the harvesting, we let the bushes out in the sun to dry first before you remove them. And in that case, then you have the fines, the leaves, the young shoots and stuff. That's where you have most of your nutrient concentration. Those can fall back into the soil. And then that, you have a cycle going. And then also we have other things like birds that we are studying as well. What can we do without birds,
Yeah.
Yeah, so the program is quite involved. Yeah. And then we do also the new, like testing new technologies, the harvest technologies. If you are using a mechanical, machine, how much damage do how much damage are you doing in the environment? How efficient is it? And also looking at things like looking at products, like when you do thinning, can you convert that into mulch, or can you convert that into biochar that you can use for gardening and stuff? Because not everybody can do bush harvesting to produce bush block. Mm-hmm. So we have quite a lot of things going on. We have interns here now from the universities of Namibia, from the universities of science and technology in Namibia as well, trying to test these, biochar applications on the soils.
That's great. I mean, I know the like CCF is renowned to be a holistic organization, and I mean, even within their projects, it's very holistic. You're looking at absolutely everything, because sometimes when we look at a problem, it looks like a simple problem, but there's so many consequences to whatever you do. So you're looking at every scenario that you're going to impact the land. So just to go back to where the bush and the invasive bush, you say it's native, because a lot of people when they think about an invasive plant, they think of it coming like an alien coming in. So it's not an alien species; it's native species of bush.
Yes, in our case, I mean, you can have an invasive alien encroaching, but in our case, it's just native bush. The formerly known acacias. It's a bush that has got spiny, like thorns, and because of the imbalances, the mega herbivores were removed from the environment. Things like elephants, the rhinos. Your fire regimes are suppressed as well. You have some species that take up the rangeland because of that opportunity that was created. There's no fires that are burning. The elephants are not knocking trees down or, causing a lot of, impact in the area. So these trees have an advantage over the others by, spreading their seeds, and then they have these deep roots, tapping water from underground. And we are already a dry land. We are becoming much more drier. And it is a problem, especially now we have the climate change. We are creating drylands on top of drylands again.
Mm-hmm. So, as the name suggests, the Cheetah Conservation Fund, the focus may seem to be on the cheetah, but the bush encroachment and like the desertification that you was mentioning that impacts far wider than just the cheetah. Would you agree?
I agree absolutely, and it's one of the core things that we are trying to teach, that the cheetah does not live in isolation. A cheetah lives within the environment, and everything everything within the environment will impact the cheetah because it's an apex predator. It starts from, for example, the soil. If the soil is poor, the grasses will not grow. There will not be enough prey for the cheetah to eat. And the next thing a cheetah can eat will be a goat or a calf. And that escalates human-wildlife conflict, which is one of the reasons why we have this holistic approach for conservation. And not just looking at one aspect, don't just kill the cheetah, but take care of your rangeland as well. And then also having multiple stakeholders, people, it can be, people from the government, it can be the farmers, it can be the people, the schools, it can be everybody coming together and, working together to make the rangelands productive. That's the only way that the cheetah can survive. It does not live in isolation.
You mentioned the farmers, and I know that CCF is really invested in the farming community, and indeed Namibia relies heavily on farming for livelihoods and stuff. So how does that directly impact the farmer, seeing as though there is so much bush and not enough rangeland?
The farmers are impacted badly, to start with, because bush, there's this thing called the interactions between the bushes and the grass layer. When you have a lot of bush, the grasses are suppressed. And as the grasses are suppressed, you don't have enough grazing for your cattle. And in areas like that, you will have animals animals can starve. We have now problems with, the climate change. And so you don't get rain every now and then. You can have some years with good rainfall and some years you don't have any rain. And if you are a farmer in a rangeland where you have a lot of bush, you are likely to actually suffer more from economic losses. And what we have found as well is there is a direct relationship between the economic well-being of the farmers and also their attitudes and tolerance towards further economic losses due to predators. So what you find sometimes is if there is an economic loss, either being from predators or from droughts or from theft or from diseases, name it, that actually lowers their tolerance towards any other losses. And so that's one of the reasons why you end up having what we call indiscriminate killings. So you'll have people going out there and trying to prevent losses by removing predators, even though they have not caused any loss. And so bush encroachment is definitely linked to human-wildlife conflict. And it's one of the reasons why we are trying to help the farmers to restore their rangeland. In that way, then we can increase tolerance towards predators like cheetahs, but also create jobs, have wildlife, have tourism, and then also have a healthy habitat for all of us.
Yeah, and the bush itself. I mean, the bush block project. I mean, the alternative I understand was charcoal. So how does bush block? How is bush block better than charcoal for the environment, do you think?
Well, it is all to do with the way how it is produced.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to say charcoal is not good. Don't buy charcoal or anything like that.
Yeah.
But it's all about the way how it is produced. And we are certified. We are, FSC certified, which is Forest Stewardship Council, which is, a higher standard really in terms of forest product use. And we are audited. And that means that there are some principles that you have to conform with. You should not clear cut, meaning that don't just kill all the trees, because the trees are providing shade, they are providing the oxygen, and all the they're providing habitat for the birds, for the mammals, and stuff like that. But also you have to look at aspects like, are you really taking care of your workers? Because there are certain labor laws that you need to conform with. Are they paid well? Are their rights respected? Women empowerment, health and safety, and things like that. Unfortunately, when it comes to some, harvesting, especially in the charcoal industry, some of these things are overlooked. And you also look at, people will use, for example, they will harvest trees that you're not supposed to harvest. They are protected trees. Do not harvest the tree that is protected. Or harvesting larger stem, stem diameters, which in the bush block process, you don't need to have a larger stem. You can have, the brushy stuff, then it's chipped and all of that. It's an entire tree processing kind of like process, instead of with the charcoal industry where you are focusing on, big lump charcoal, and that can be damaging to the environment if it is not controlled.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting for a minute that all charcoal producers are bad. That's it's the same the world over. There's good and bad. So with all the research and studies and operation that CCF has developed and pursued over the years, do the government do they look at CCF and use CCF as maybe a model?
Absolutely. We have very good relations with the Ministry of Forestry, Environment and Forestry. I mean, that's where we get our permits from. Every now and then we get invited to go and give a presentation or to attend meetings. This month, actually, we were invited to go and be part of, the rangeland, forest management policy, fire management policy. Very, very good, actually. We have very good relations with them. And we are using platforms, for example, the Namibia Biomass Interest Group, which was developed a few years ago. And CCF was a co-founder of that. So now everything is, falling under that umbrella, and, things like protocols, where do you get your equipment, how do you harvest, everything now falls into the Namibia Biomass Interest Group. And the Ministry of Environment is also part of that. So, and all of these things really came from humble beginnings, like CCF trying to restore the rangeland with a biodiversity focus, not just let's go out there and make charcoal and sell and make big bucks. So now things have like a biodiversity, aspect to it.
So it's a very different scenario than a lot of, for want of a better word, industries, because CCF doesn't want to be the biomass kings. They want people to pick this up, use the research and development, and go out and do it themselves. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We are a model farm. We are trying to model methods and also really trying to create more awareness to the public how they can utilize native bush. For example, our first product was, I can see there's a bush block there just behind you. Yeah. Which is very, very good. I like it. I do. I can see there. Well, I don't have any here anyway. But so bush block is one of our first products. You can make bush block. You can do, we have now a carbonized block. I don't know if you have seen one. It's just using exactly the same product, but putting that through pyrolysis. And then you have like a carbonized block, which is a bit much lighter, and you can transport it over longer distances. Bush block is heavy, that for sure. We now, like what I mentioned earlier on, we are making biochar. Biochar is partly activated charcoal that you can give to your livestock so that you can reduce poisons that they consume. You can also use it as an amendment to your soil so that your soils can have good water retention and also nutrient retention. That we have now on display at the Bush Block. So we are open to the public, you are right. We cannot tackle the entire problem. There's a lot of rangeland. It's actually about 54 million hectares of the Namibian farmland that is encroached.
54?
And 54 million hectares of the rangeland is encroached. And so, which is one of the reasons why we are trying to play a role. We want to demonstrate how can you do this in the most effective way, in a way that you can still create habitat for the cheetah and its prey. So it's a model.
Great. Does it surprise you that do you ever feel like, well, this is it, this is what we're doing, and then all of a sudden something else comes up, like you were saying with the biochar and stuff like that? So there's always something coming up. There's always more alternatives and more stuff to develop and more uses for the bush.
There is absolutely more uses for the bush. We're trying to demonstrate that instead of just looking at the bush as a problem, you have to look at it as an opportunity. And by saying that, really, we are in a dry country. We don't have a lot of resources, but we have bush. And so, we don't just want to get rid of it, but we want to use it in the most efficient way and sustainable way. Definitely new opportunities will arrive. We are looking into bioenergy as well, burning the bush to generate power, green power. And it's not a new concept. It's something that I'm sure there in the United States, you are doing as well. Mm-hmm. In Europe, that is also done by making use of, forest residues or any other biomass that you have available. You can also do things like, there's a lot of chemicals that you can extract out of the wood as well. We're not there yet. Mm-hmm. But I'm sure that if you talk to Bruce, he will tell you that we have now a small laboratory. It's not open yet, but we are trying to look more into what are some of these products that we can derive out of the bush. Mm-hmm. Either being, wood distillates, things that you can extract from the bush, whether it is looking at producing a different kind of wood quality, or making biochar, or name it. So there's definitely a lot of opportunities, and Bush Block is not just the only thing that we will be doing in the near future.
It very much looks like you've turned a negative into a positive, which is always good. If the positivity is there, you're almost giving it as, oh no, not another problem. It's, oh great, another opportunity. So that almost gives inertia to the project. Absolutely.
It's because of in conservation, and this is something that I have learned from Lori as well. Conservation is never done.
Yeah.
So it's never done. So it keeps on evolving. Mm-hmm. And you still should have a focus on how to reduce human-wildlife conflict. But what you need to know is there is always new things that can come up. And like what you said, it's the inertia that actually keeps, the more people get involved in how they can better their environment, it's actually the more they can also be interested in saving the cheetah.
Yeah, that's always, it's always nice to see. You've never got an end game, because as you rightly say, and Laurie says every day, conservation is never done. But you need the positives along the way, I think, to give that encouragement of stuff that can be done. I mean, I know that how keen a gardener you are. I remember when I was in Namibia, your tiny little plot that you had, stuff like that. and I know that we're going to be looking a bit later on about the new garden. So I can't believe for a minute that you're not interested and you get involved with that garden.
I love gardening. I will walk in the garden every day. I will walk in the garden every day. It's basically, just touch the soil. That actually, it brings you back to nature.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the things that I enjoy. We have a garden now here at the center, Brian. I don't know if you've seen the one which is behind the
Yes.
the education office.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's green at the moment. It's winter time, but it looks good. And I don't know how I can survive without, going in, and just looking at things, in there.
Yeah. I mean, in the old version of the garden and saying, what's this and can I eat it? Yeah, you eat some vegetables and stuff like that. And I'm not a big vegetable person.
Okay.
But things like the tomatillos and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I was addicted to tomatillos, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Obviously, you're it's not just, and I use the word with caution, just bush block restoration. You're working with the other departments throughout CCF, especially the ecology and bits of like that. So that collaboration between departments, is that ever growing as well?
It is definitely growing, and it's getting more and more. We need each other more than I would say before.
Yeah.
Why did I say? We are definitely and let me just give an example. Say, for example, if we are out there and we are doing, a camera trap, placement, and I come across scat, cheetah scat, or a keel out there in one of the plots, I definitely have to get in contact with the genetics laboratory so that they can go and collect samples, because they are interested in, sampling for genetic diversity, analysis, or just identifying species and things like that. Or if I am out there, doing the, and I come across, I don't know, a play tree or something like that, then obviously I need to inform the ecology team, or I have spotted a cheetah moving across the plot, for us to come and do further assessments. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I see that, and because we are so diverse, it's nice to know and get some examples of how those things marry together, and how we are more efficient. We're greater than the sum of our parts, as they say. That's always encouraging to hear.
Thank you.
So, Matty, I've been asking people, when you're out, and obviously you're out in the field quite a lot. What's your favourite spot? What animal or part of nature do you get? You've been there all your life, pretty much.
Yeah.
What still gets you excited to see when you're out in the bush?
All right. If I see a large predator, because Brian, we have warthogs here, we have got kudu, we have, if I see a large predator, and that can either be a leopard or a cheetah or a brown hyena, I get very excited. And by the way, 2 weeks ago, I saw 2 wild cheetahs.
2 wild cheetahs?
2 wild cheetahs and a leopard.
Wow. That's a spot.
Yeah. On the field in broad daylight.
So when people kind of think that we know you're there every day, it's still gets you excited, when you see those things out there?
I do, because we worry a lot about them. A lot because we have not really been seeing many of them over this year. It can be because of, I don't know, maybe the populations are going down, or they decided to move off somewhere where it's better. But the big field nowadays is booming with a lot of, wildlife. I don't know when you are coming. I mean, we have giraffe now there on the field. It looks beautiful. Springbok, they are not running away from you. It's just like you are in Etosha, basically. And we have now 3 individual cheetahs that are moving around wild. And that gives us a lot of excitement, because everyone going out in the field become, oh, I have seen it. I have seen a wild cheetah. Wow.
We'll see some pictures of the and hopefully some footage of the big field. But just to explain to the viewers, then this is an enclosed area. This is open landscape. The animals are there because they choose to be there.
To be there.
Yes.
It is what. Yes. Okay. So I usually say these animals have never been handled by human. No one is feeding them. No one is checking whether they are healthy or not. They are moving wild and free. And it's actually what we want. Let them be out there and perform their role in the environment. So if you see one moving, wild and free, it's a different experience than seeing one in a zoo or when seeing one in a national park. And that's actually what I keep telling people. If you see a cheetah here, it's not the same as seeing a cheetah in Etosha. This is something else. It's a different experience.
It always amazes me when you see, whether it's a springbok, a steenbok, a duiker, a kudu, an eland, a hartebeest, how good a condition they are. When they kind of look perfect. And I know when, our zoo friends and stuff, they spend absolute fortunes on specialized diets and all the bits and pieces that keep them. And there are these animals out there just eating the most basic of not exactly great grass. They look in such good condition because I guess because they're just left alone.
They are left alone, and also because of we have what we call natural selection. And so we do get droughts, and they will get a bit skinny, or they can starve. But the ones that are stronger will continue, which is one of the reasons why you always will find them in a good condition. It's because of this, ongoing natural selection that is going on.
And of course, the predators are part of that kind.
And the predators are definitely part of that, because they are thinning out the weak, the sick, the vulnerable, and so on.
And I guess that some of the research that's going on and some of the answers that you mentioned about studying the soil. I've always had a theory that there's something in the soil. There's minerals and bits and pieces that contribute to that enablement of the animals to actually thrive like that. It cannot be just the grass, So
absolutely, yep.
So all that studies, in the long term, I think will give us a lot of answers that will profit is not the right word, but benefit people around the world, basically.
Yes, absolutely. Because if you do not, we have a belief that everything starts from the soil. And like what you have rightfully said, if you don't have good nutrition same like in the garden, you want your soil you want to have your nitrogen, you want to have your phosphorus, you want to have your potassium, your magnesium, and all those elements that the plants require in order for them to grow and produce fruit, or have all your vitamins and stuff like that. So if the soil is in a poor condition, obviously the grasses that will grow in that area will not have good nutrition. And then when the animals take that into their system, you will end up actually not having healthy or strong individuals. But what we have seen in our bush, project as well is, if you are thinning instead of, harvesting, everything completely, your soil nutrients are not that disturbed, because your grasses are still growing and you still have canopies, and the trees are tapping nutrients from underground and dropping them on the surface. So that's one of the reasons really why we are interested in monitoring, these things.
That's great, and it's a fantastic project, and the developments and stuff that has been made over the years is just astounding, and the future also sounds very exciting as well. So, Matty, I know how busy you are, and just for that little list, and I'm sure that wasn't the complete list. You just give us some highlights, but
okay.
Thank you very much for your time, and we wish you all the best. Thank you for everything you do, and hopefully we'll see you again very, very soon.
Brian, thank you very much. I'm very, very happy to see you again. And, I'm jealous about your savanna that you have behind there with your giraffes and your bush flock. But anyway, thank you so much, and say hi to everybody. We are really thankful to what you are doing, and to, the donors, the community, everybody trying to help, conservation on this side of the ocean. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Matty. Goodbye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Matty. Now, there's a man with passion about what he does. Another person in the video that you saw was Dr. Bruce Brewer. Now, Bruce is the driving force, and has been the driving force behind the whole Bush Block program, and he's also CCF's general manager. I caught up with Bruce just to get a few up-to-the-minute updates, so let's hear from Bruce. So we're joined by Dr. Bruce Brewer, who's the general manager of CCF, but also heads up the Bush Block and the Habitat Restoration Program. Hi, Bruce. How you doing?
Pretty good. Good day, Brian.
Yeah, great for you to join us. We've spoken to Matty, and we've seen a few bits and pieces about the new bush plant that's moved out to CCF out of the town now. Can you tell us of anything that's in the pipeline, and what the developmental stages of the program is at the moment?
Yeah, I think when we made the video, we didn't have our biomass power generators. We've ordered some machines to convert the biomass to biogas, purify it a little bit, and run it through generators to make some of our power. Now, we still don't have those machines. They're on order, but we're looking forward to receiving them probably towards the end of the first quarter 2021. They're actually coming out of the USA. They're designed and built by a group out in California. And they'll produce about 88 kilowatts of power to chain in with our 150 to 300 kilowatts of power we use at the factory, depending upon how many machines we have on at any one time. So these will still, even though we've been waiting for them quite a while, when they arrive, be the first real commercial biomass fueled power plants in Namibia. So the whole local biomass industry is looking forward to that. We've also recently developed a laboratory area where we're going to undertake basic analysis of the biomass, both for ourselves and for the industry and students if they wish. And we'll do what's called proximate analysis, you know, moisture, ash, percent carbon. I've even recently ordered a calorimeter. I thought we'd like to figure out how energy dense the stuff was. Before this, these have been tests we in the industry have to send out for. So again, that's quite an upcoming development, and that's tied into our new Biomass Tech Center training area where we've got a new classroom, and Mati and his tech assistant, David Chipangana, are creating a mini arboretum. It'll be a walk-through path with all the local bushes to help students understand what's what. Also, I think when people came, we didn't yet have our wood pellet machine. We have a small pilot scale wood pellet press, and we are now in discussions with an industry group that wants to try to develop a larger wood pellet torrefaction plant here, and would like us to be the site where their machinery is established. So well, actually, it just came in today, but I will agree to that. So we're in process on that. So things continue to crank along, and we're still making bush block, we're still making biochar, we're still hosting visitors, and making a teeny bit of bush feed now and then, although we don't really need it at the moment, but it's just for a stockpile.
I mean, it's really come on in leaps and bounds, isn't it? I know it's been going for some time now, and it probably seems like a lifetime to you because of all the work that you put in. But when the project first started, was it really just the bush block? You know, did you have an inkling of that was it? That was the task?
No, we knew we wanted to help foster the development of a biomass industry. We knew that bush block was simply, I guess I shouldn't call it a loss leader because we'd hoped to break even, but even if we captured the world's global market in wood fuel briquettes, which is the technical name of a bush block, it's a drop in the bucket compared to the use of biomass that we need to promote. So we've always been hoping somebody would come in and do a large scale, a large volume business, such as wood pellets, or a composite wood factory. And the bush block process was seen simply as a teaser to show people that, hey, don't be afraid to come try to develop a biomass industry in Namibia. We've shown you can do it at one scale. Now you can come in and invest an order of magnitude more than we could afford to invest and develop a bigger scale biomass plant.
So as time goes on, in my mind, it gets more and more attractive for third parties because, as with any business, so much money, effort, and time is having to be spent in research and development, and you've kind of done all that. You know, you've set the stall out, you've put the foundations there for somebody to pick it up and take it on that bigger scale. Is that still the hope?
It's still a hope, but it is a tough business. I mean, people with more, you would think, more ability than us, civil engineers and logistics experts, tried to copycat the bush block production process and gave up because they couldn't make money at it. So it isn't easy to harvest, transport, process, sell the Namibian biomass. It can be done, but it is not an easy process by any means. We continue to have people sniffing around that want to take it up, but nobody's really taken it on yet.
So no, I think it's a couple of years ago now, which again seems like a lifetime. But you hosted like a symposium, like a gathering for the biomass. That seemed to be very well received. Is there much feedback that's come back from that, or is there any growth that's fed from that?
yeah, the Biomass Expo actually took off and became an annual event. It outgrew us. They moved to a venue 20 kilometers down the main road where there's a much bigger lodge facility to host more people overnight and have a few larger meeting rooms. And the number of exhibitors doubled and perhaps trebled. It didn't go on this year due to COVID, but it's scheduled for next year. So yeah, that whole idea has taken off. There's an awful lot of interest in developing the biomass industry in Namibia, but it still has quite a long way to go.
Well, Bruce, that's great. It all sounds like good news, although it does sound like incredibly hard work. So I'm sure that looking back at the progress and developments that have been made, you know, that can only give us a strong foundation for the future. So we're going to speak to you a bit later on as well. So, but thanks for sparing the time and joining us and reiterating some of the things that we may have missed on our previous talk. So, Bruce, thanks very much, and I'll speak to you a bit later.
Okay, thank you, and thanks to all the team that makes it possible.
Hello everyone, we're here in Southern California celebrating Cheetah Conservation Fund's 30th anniversary. 3 decades of saving cheetahs in the wild. Here's to CCF and here's to champagne.
Cheetah cheers!
Cheetah
Glory!
Yay!
Glory!
Thank you for all the work.
Yes. Our hero. We appreciate you.
Love you much, Jess. Lots of love. Cheers.
Hi everybody, Jack Hanna here. I want to wish Lori and everyone involved with the Cheetah Conservation Fund a happy 30th anniversary for all they have accomplished and all they plan to do to save the cheetah for future generations. Thank you for all your hard work.
A huge thank you to our sponsors for today, and that is B2 Gold, Seagram's Expeditions, and Safari Lake Geneva. Without you, we just couldn't do this. Thank you. I'd like to say a huge thank you to our main sponsors for today and this evening's event. They are B2 Gold, Seagram's Travel, and Safari Lake Geneva. Thank you so much for making this possible. And I hope that everybody watching has enjoyed seeing our videos and learning a little bit more about CCF. But before we go on to our next section, I'd like to share something that appears in the auction later on. Now, if you are watching on YouTube or you're watching on another platform and you're not on the Better Unite site, just simply pop over. The easiest way for you to do it is go over to our website, which is cheetah.org. Follow the links there so you can register for the event on Better Unite. But have a look at this amazing piece that's up for auction this evening.
Hello, great people of Cheetah Conservation Fund. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this year's fundraiser. And the piece behind you see will be auctioned off, and I hope that it finds a great home. Thank you so much, JJ, Vicky, and Dr. Lori Marker for inviting me. My name's D. Arthur, and enjoy the show. there you have it, and thank you once again for letting me be part of this year's fundraisers. I'm D. Arthur Wilson, and please support CCF as best you can. Thanks, and have a great day.
Truly amazing talent, and I hope that finds a very good home at the auction later on today. So moving on to our next section, out to Namibia, and this time we're going to go back to cheetahs. This time the rescue, rehab and release. And I got in touch with Eli Walker, who's the curator of CCF, to tell us all about the process. Let's have a look. So hi Eli, long time no see. How are you doing?
Good, Brian. It's good to see you. It has been some time for sure.
Yeah, it is. Why don't you share with people, who you are and what you do?
Yeah, my name's Eli Walker. I'm originally from Georgia in the southeast of the United States. I've been working with CCF on and off since 2011. I started as a student here and then came back full time. Currently here at CCF, I'm the curator. So I help oversee the captive wildlife that we have here on site. And I also handle all of the data management that we have coming in across the organization. So we are a research facility. So we do have an extremely wide diversity of data coming in from all departments across the organization. And I help make sure that that data is being captured and stored appropriately so that it can be accessed later for any of the purposes that we might need.
Well, I'm sure that's a task and a half, because CCF, I know, is very, very data heavy. We rely so much on data, and some of this data stretches back to, the founding of CCF. So that's a huge task. I know that the question on everybody else's lips is that how are the cheetahs, the resident cheetahs, doing right at this moment?
They're all doing pretty well. I think everyone's quite happy. We've got 4 young cats at the moment. We have one relatively new arrival who is actually currently right now as we speak being mixed in with 3 of the other young cheetahs. So that's always nice. Themselves, particularly when they're young. It's really important that they have social contact. So as soon as we're able to get these young orphans in with other cats of similar age, we try and do that as quickly as possible so that they're not alone. When they're by themselves, when they first come in, it does take quite some time to get them integrated in with one of the appropriate groups, but it is a slow process. One, because we have to make sure that the cats know each other and that they aren't going to injure each other. But also when it comes to managing these animals, they're coming from the wild. So when these young orphans are being ripped from the wild and then thrown into an entirely new circumstance, an entirely new situation, it's very scary. It's very stressful for them. And just for day-to-day management of these individuals, we have to be very sensitive. But it's obviously they're dependent on us. But anytime we go around them, they are obviously very scared and freak out. So we have to slowly integrate them into the daily routine here at CCF. So we've had this little guy for I think just over a month now, and he's calmed down, he's chilled out a bit, and now he's starting to go in slowly with some of these younger cats as well. We do have some older cats. We're starting to get into another wave of older cheetahs. So we have some health issues that we're managing as we go along as well. Obviously, in the wild, cheetahs, their average lifespan is only about 8 to 10 years. So the general old age issues that you see with cats in captivity is not something that the cheetahs generally deal with in the wild, but they do have all the same problems as normal cats, which primarily is renal failure, right? Renal failure is such a big problem across, I think, most cats. You know better than me, Brian. You've worked with more cats than I have, but as our cats start getting older, they need some additional support. So we have our cats quite well trained for medical management, so we can give them the therapy that they need. But beyond that, all of our cats are doing well. Really happy. We obviously don't have any tourists, so they've had a long break from anyone looking at them too much, other than us caring for them on a day-to-day basis.
There's lots of misconceptions about the rescue type side. You know, you say you're getting cubs in, and the reality is that it's a very complicated process. You know, in an ideal world, every cat that came in would be at CCF for an hour and then be released back out into the wild. But you know, and I know very well that's really not possible. So when a young cat comes in, you just mentioned the little guy that's kind of settling in at the moment. Sometimes it's very early that you know that it hasn't got that skill set to be able to be released. Is that right?
Yeah, you know, that's right. You know, we're humans, and we are very, very bad cheetah teachers, right? You know, there's not much that we can do as people to teach a cheetah how to be a wild cheetah. So as much as we like, or as much as we would want to, you know, it's or as much as we can, we want to put as many of these animals back into the wild. But sadly, you know, the reality of the matter is that when we have these young orphans come in, a lot of times permanent captivity is the only option for these cats, particularly within this, you know, within the landscapes that we have available to release these animals, right? So there's so many factors that go into it. You know, one, like you said, is the time that they have in the wild with their mother. You know, their mother is the only one that can really teach them how to be a wild cheetah, right? There's nothing that we can do to teach them. So if they're deprived of the experience learning from her in the wild, then, you know, it could rule out, you know, their chances for release. Another big thing, and we actually have a paper coming out soon, hopefully on all of this, you know, our entire rehabilitation and release process, that will, you know, really go into a little bit more detail on some of these components. But one big thing is their habituation level to people, right? We as humans are the biggest threat to the cheetah. So taking cheetahs that are extremely comfortable with people and releasing them back into the wild is not always an option, you know, particularly when you don't have a protected area that cheetah can't escape from, where they, you know, like a private game reserve, for example. We work with Arindi a lot, for example, you know, but these reserves, they can only take so many cheetahs, and a habituated cheetah might not have a problem in a reserve like Arindi, but if we want to release a cheetah outside of a reserve like that into, you know, the area where most of the cheetahs in Africa live, you know, like 90% of cheetahs in Africa live outside of these protected areas. If we want to release a cheetah back into one, you know, into this, you know, this area outside of the fence per se, you know, that cheetah must not be comfortable with people. You know, if they're super comfortable with people, the first thing they're going to do is go to a farm and start begging for food, or start eating livestock, and that's when that animal would be killed. So, you know, learning how to be a wild cheetah is one component, but their comfort with people is another. Like I said before, you know, when these young orphans come into captivity, we have to take care of them as people. You know, they need our attention, they need our support, and them becoming habituated to us is just one of the things that happens as a result. We obviously have a lot of techniques that we can use to try and mitigate their habituation level if we think that an orphan has a chance for release. And that's one of the most important components of our rehabilitation and release program, is actually mitigating their habituation level during their time here in captivity. But if they're a really young baby that needs to be bottle fed, for example, you know, there's really not much chance for that sort of individual to go back into the wild, you know, particularly within, you know, the Namibian landscape here.
So when a cheetah does come in, just to make it more understandable for everybody, you know, when it comes in, CCF's land is very big. You know, sure. It covers over 200 square miles. So when a cat comes in that is not the baby, the stereotypical baby, bottle fed and all that, and the initial assessment is that there's a possibility for release, the cats can come in and pretty much stay away from people. So you can halt that that habituation that you mentioned, because I mean some of the for want of a better word, enclosures, because they cover, you know, hectares upon hectares. I mean, some of them are maybe, you know, a 40-minute drive away from the center, and so therefore away from tourists and stuff like that. So that's another option as well. Yeah.
Exactly. So, you know, when we have a cheetah come in, you know, we have a pretty big decision to make, right? Is this a cat that has a chance to be released into the wild? Or does it seem like this is an animal that's going to need a little bit more closer contact or closer care by us as their caretakers? Generally, that's an entirely age-dependent sort of decision to be made. It's really hard to put a number around it, but when we are describing it to the, you know, to our visitors, for example, generally what we're saying is 6 months or younger, there's very little chance for that animal to go back into the wild. 6 months or older, perhaps they do have a chance for release one day. I think we're pushing the bounds on that, and we've gotten it down to probably more like 4 months, 4 to 5 months or older, and they have a chance for release. So once we've made the decision as to whether or not they're release candidates or not, that's how we can kind of decide on how we manage and how we care for that individual going forward. Obviously, a 4, 5, 6 month old cub cannot be released right away, right? Let's make that clear from the very beginning. You know, we can't take a dependent individual and release it back into the wild right away. You know, these animals are going to be spending at least 2 years with us here at CCF in captivity before they're old enough, big enough, strong enough to go back into the wild. But if we do have a release candidate, exactly like you say, we're able to house them in enclosures here at our headquarters in Namibia that are far away from the day-to-day operation of CCF, so that the only contact that they're seeing, or the only human activity that they're seeing on a regular basis, is us taking care of them. You know, where the daily husbandry routine is the only time that they really ever have human contact. And even during the husbandry routine, you know, we are limiting our time with that individual. You know, we don't want to go, we don't want to spend any extra time necessary to make sure that that animal is healthy and happy and doing okay. Whereas, you know, for the cats that we are going to be having, you know, permanently here in captivity, we'll do all of the normal, you know, husbandry training and, you know, medical sort of behaviors that we want to see, and, you know, any sort of management sort of behavior that we need from you. That. Because we know that it's, you know, the habituation level is not an issue for that individual, because release isn't on the table for that animal. But for these cats that are, you know, potentially going back into the wild, we do keep our contact with them to a minimum, and we keep them in an enclosure that is plenty far away from the center. That way, the only contact and the only human activity they are seeing is us taking care of them on a day-to-day basis. And again, that is pretty much how we are mitigating their habituation level. Another really important component, and perhaps you were going to get to this, I can either leave it for now or for later, but, you know, is the post-release monitoring that we do with our cheetahs going back into the wild. This is the most critical phase of our release program, because all of these individuals, they've been, again, ripped from the wild, right? So they were, one, deprived of the time that they had in the wild with their mother and all of the experiences and learning that would have come with that. This is not only how to hunt. Like, hunting is a relatively instinctual thing. You think about a house cat at home, right? You don't need to teach your house cat how to hunt. It's the most efficient killing machine on the planet, a house cat, right? You know, you don't need to do anything. They just know instinctually. A cheetah, you know, they have a much narrower selection of prey available, right? Whereas a house cat can hunt all the birds that are available, all the rodents that are available, all of the lizards, reptiles, and everything. A cheetah is a much larger animal, and therefore its prey selection is much more narrow. They have a very much narrower selection of food items to choose from. So their hunting strategy has to be extremely refined and well tuned to those, you know, to these antelope that they're hunting. So it's a little bit more difficult for them to learn how to hunt. But the hunting is, it's really instinctual. And I believe at least that if you provide any cheetah enough time in the right environment, they will learn on their own how to hunt. One of the biggest problems, though, is what predators to avoid, right? You have these animals growing up in captivity. They don't have exposure to leopards, or they don't have exposure to hyenas or lions, for example. And these are all animals that perhaps they could come into contact with once they are out into the wild. But if they've never seen them and they've never seen their mother respond to these animals, how do they know what to do when they come across them? Again, it's quite instinctual, but there is a lot of evidence to show that these captive raised animals are naive to some of these predators. So there's quite a few factors that we have to think about, and our post-release monitoring of these individuals for the early days in their release, right after they've been released, is absolutely vital. Our role during this time is to provide as safe an environment as possible for this cheetah that has grown up in captivity, to learn on their own how to be wild, to have these experiences, to build up enough experience and knowledge of living in the wild that we are confident they're going to have a good chance of surviving on their own. And to do this really intense post-release monitoring, we need a cheetah that is relatively comfortable with us, right? So this habituation level that we're talking about being a big problem, we can also go to the other extreme and them be way too uncomfortable with people that we won't ever see them again. Because if we can't see them, we can't be there to provide them support along the way. So it's a matter of balancing their habituation levels during their time here in captivity, so that one, they're not too comfortable with people, so that they're just going to go to the first human that they see and be like, "Hey, where's my food?" And it's also, not to the point to where we can't ever see them once we release them back into the wild. If that makes sense. Really long explanation for it, but it's quite it's a very important thing to understand. The balance and all of the factors that go into releasing these animals back into the wild. It would be great if we could just take every individual and put it back into the wild, but we're just going to end up with a whole bunch of dead cats that way.
Yeah, no. That makes perfect sense. And every case, well, pretty much every case is going to be different. And
exactly. So different
and stuff. So you have to use yours and the team's knowledge and best guess scenario a lot of the time, so people understand when a cheetah is released into the wild, the range of a cheetah is absolutely huge. So the monitoring can have its own problems as well. So the use of technology. And as the technology has improved and become more efficient, how much do you rely on technology to do monitoring and stuff like that?
100%. Like without tracking collars, we would not be able to do the rehab and release work that we do. I mean, we could release animals into the wild, but with these cats, like you say, they can walk. In the first few days of their release, they can walk 100 kilometers if they want to, right? So if we don't have the ability to actually follow that animal wherever they go, then there's nothing that we can do to support them along the way. And again, our post-release monitoring is the biggest thing that sets our release efforts apart from many of the other release efforts throughout history that have tried to take captive raised individuals and put them back into the wild. Following the animal and giving them the support along the way is critical. That's what keeps our survival probability at the level that we want it to be, which is obviously as high as possible. So the GPS collars and the VHF radio collars that we use are absolutely essential to the rehabilitation and release work that we do. Without them, again, we would not be able to do it in the way that we do. So these collars allow us to find the animal on a regular basis, even if it's not visual sighting, even if it's not with the classic, wildlife documentary, antenna, wildlife biologist guy tracking the animal on the ground, even if it's just following the animal through the GPS data that's coming down from their collar. it's really, really essential for us to be able to monitor how they're doing. And if you spend enough time looking at dots on a map, the GPS points that are coming from the collar, you can really start to learn what that individual or what that animal is up to, right? So I've watched so many cheetahs, and I've tracked them, and I've seen them in the wild, and I've looked at their GPS data, that I can actually just look at the movement data and have a relatively good understanding as to what, or a good guess as to what, a very educated guess as to what that cheetah might be up to. So whether or not it's resting, whether or not it's made a kill, whether or not it's struggling to make a kill, whether or not it's in a dangerous situation or even in a trap cage, for example, whether that individual has given birth, whether or not that individual is injured, for example. All of these things, with this technology that we have available today, we're able to see all of this. And it's really, again, it's enabled a lot of the progress that we've made in the recent decade or so in terms of our rehabilitation and release program. We have the ability to understand our animals and what they're up to in such fine resolution, particularly relative to decades ago when this sort of effort might have first started, that we've really been able to adjust and inform our management to maximize our success. And again, maximizing success in this work is making sure our animals live for as long as possible and survive out in the wild. And technology is absolutely essential. The tracking collars, the collars that we deploy on the cheetahs, are absolutely critical. I would not be comfortable taking a captive raised cheetah and putting it back into the wild without a collar on, because I have no idea what's going on with that individual. And there's a lot of philosophical debate to be had around that. But yeah, the technology is absolutely essential.
I mean, you mentioned how the progress of technology and CCF keeping up with that progress as well. And you mentioned kind of decades of this type of work being tried successfully in the past. But just to explain to people, I mean, originally back in the day, back in the olden days, it was, a tracking collar was basically like a dog collar with a plate, with a brass plate with a number on it, that you could identify would be with a pair of binoculars. And that has so many pitfalls to it. Obviously, with one is the distance that a cheetah travels, talking about hundreds of kilometers, and they don't follow roads. They can go straight across the bush. And in Namibia alone, just to explain, I mean, it's the size of Texas, 2.5 times size of the UK. You talk about huge areas, but also I feel that one of the benefits of the satellite collars that we're using now, there's lots of pluses towards them, but also that it can be totally non-invasive, and that's not just for the cheetah. That's for everything else, because we know that we're looking at conservation on a holistic platform. So, you have to be mindful that you're not traipsing across, for want of a better phrase, virgin bush and disturbing everything else on its path. I'm sure in another 2, 3, 5 years, then technology will move again. But when you were saying about reading the data, it's like a language on its own. People like yourself that live by their data, when especially during the first stages of release. So can you just explain how, even over the last 5 years, how the collars have developed, so it kind of makes it better for you as the researcher, and also better for the cat?
Absolutely. Yes. So one of the biggest things, particularly within recent history, is the price, right? So this technology is not cheap. These GPS collars, they communicate with the satellite networks, and anytime you're like a handheld GPS or your phone is just triangulating its position based on the satellite positions. It's not actually communicating data through the satellite, right? So the cheetah collars, right, they obviously do the same thing to collect their location, but these animals are, who knows where they, I mean, again, they could walk a few hundred kilometers in a few weeks if they wanted to. So if we don't have the ability to actually receive that data, then it's pointless. So these collars, they have to actually transmit their data through a satellite network. And the technology that goes into doing this is not cheap. And we also have to pay data fees, for example. We have to actually pay for a phone, just like your phone bill. We have to do the same thing for the collars, because they are sending data through the satellite network. And there's only so many satellites up there, and they're always going to charge you for transmitting data through, even if it's small, tiny bytes of data. It's just it's very, very small text string of data that's coming through, but we are charged for that. So over the recent history, the price point has come down as any new technology is further and further developed. Price generally is always an issue, is always a factor that is addressed. And the developers of this tech is always trying to make it more competitive or more accessible to as many people. So we've seen a reduction in pricing, of course, but then also the size, like you said, for the animal itself, the size of these collars is decreasing as well. Then we're able to pack the same tech into a smaller space, and that's obviously good as well. It's probably a good time to discuss the fact that the collars don't cause the cheetahs any problem at all. They're not dangerous to the cheetahs. They're not damaging them in any way. We get the question a lot, like, how does it mess with the cheetah? How does it affect their hunting success? And as long as we are following the standard protocols in terms of how you collar the animal, like actually how it goes on the animal, how tight it is or how loose it is, and the weight requirements. You can only put a collar that is so heavy on an animal of a certain size. As long as we are following these recommendations and these protocols, we don't cause the individual animal any problem whatsoever. These collars in some form have been used for decades. So we're very good at ensuring that anytime we are collaring an animal, it's done responsibly and it's not going to cause the cheetah a problem. But of course, if the technology can cater to it, we would love to make them as small as possible and as light as possible. And that is another thing that we're starting to see as well. Another big thing, and a huge thing actually, is battery life. Battery life is huge, and it's one of the biggest limitations to this technology as well. Generally, most tracking collars with the data frequency that we use are lasting us around 2 years currently. And this is a number that is expanding and is growing and growing and growing as we go along. The batteries are lasting longer, the technology functions more efficiently, so they're using less power, so on and so forth. And maximizing battery life is extremely beneficial for a few reasons. One, we are able to maximize the amount of data we're collecting off the cheetah. We're able to collect more fine scale data on the cheetah. So these collars are programmable. We can tell the collar how often to collect a GPS point. So every 15 minutes to once a day is a possibility. Obviously, once a day is a little bit less useful for our purposes. And for the first month of release, we always have our collars set to at least 1 point every hour. But it comes with a battery cost, right? So it's always balancing your use case with the battery life. Particularly with our rehabilitated and released cats, we do like to keep them collared for as long as we possibly can. So we do make every effort to capture that animal again and put a new collar on it when the battery is depleted. Because these animals are coming from a very unique situation, the work that we're doing is very unique and very new. We do want to continue to collect information on these animals throughout their lives, because again, that helps us inform how we make management decisions in the future. It helps us refine our process. It helps us understand these animals better. It helps us understand the problems that they run into, what we can do to help them better, what we can do to maximize their survival. So collecting this data is very important. So a longer battery life means we have to capture that animal fewer times throughout its life, and that's, from an animal welfare perspective, very important to us. We obviously do want to minimize the number of times we're needing to capture animals back from the wild. But for some cheetahs, once we release them, we don't ever have a hope of catching them again, because who knows what's going to happen to them, where they're going to go. Perhaps they're in an area that's completely inaccessible to us. There are legal things that we have to consider. We're not allowed to go anywhere we want in the country, right? So there's all sorts of things that we have to consider. And as the technology improves, it just makes everything better all around.
That's a great point, because some people may think that, well, you've done all this before. You've tracked cheetahs. Surely you know everything that there is to know. But
if only.
Saw you laughing there, but bear with me. But this year is a perfect example where, in the extreme, I should say, where things change, the rest of the environment changes. You've got climate change, you've got political change, you've got everything that changes. And by having all that data, so by pursuing that knowledge all the time, it gives us so many scenarios to look back on, and enables us to make better decisions. In not just Namibia, but obviously we share our data with all the range countries as well. One point that about the collars, and you're saying that not every cat that gets released is going to be captured again. So the collar doesn't stay on the cat for the rest of its life. That often worries some people, where you put this collar on, you release it, the battery runs up, and cheetah. So just tell us quickly about that.
Absolutely, yeah. So back to the habituation, story in the past. Even within our release candidates, the habituation levels of these animals varies as well, right? So we have cats that are more so habituated, and less so habituated. And we do realize, and we recognize the fact that even though we're probably going to be able to see that animal in the wild, that we're going to be able to track it to some extent, even if it's just through the GPS data, the chances are we're never going to catch that animal again, right? It's just not going to happen. Like, that animal's never going to let us catch them again, So anytime we have an animal like this, we're always using a collar that has a device on it called a timed release drop-off. And this is basically a big switch in the collar. And after a set period, it just opens and the collar falls right off the animal. That way, as you say, we know that animal doesn't have to spend the rest of its life with the collar on, which is great. We are able to recover the collar, and we are able to ensure that cheetah doesn't have to live its entire life with the collar on. If we're releasing a cheetah into a private game reserve, for example, or a fenced reserve where we know there is a boundary that the cheetah cannot escape from, then we're okay. We would perhaps consider using a collar that might not have this. Again, the technology has gotten to the point to where the cost of these devices isn't really, enough of a reason to just not use them, period, across the board. So generally, anytime we're using GPS collars or any collars, we are using them that have this device on it so that the cat doesn't have to live the rest of its life with the collar. And Brian, what did I answer the question?
Yes, no, it's perfect, because it worries a lot of people once you put this and you release it. So explaining that drop off, I think that's just a magic of the collar. It's a fantastic feature that again developed over time.
It's a great thing, and it's really helpful. And they're getting better and better, and it allows us to recover our collars, and then we can just send them back, get a new battery put in, and redeploy that collar. That way we're maximizing on our investment. You made a point though, just briefly just now, though, talking about sharing our data with other countries. And one of the biggest important component, one of the biggest things about our release efforts here in Namibia is the fact that we are learning and we are developing and we are testing this entire process. Like, how do we take animals from a captive situation and put them back into the wild? And this is really, really critical, perhaps further on in the future, when countries that used to have cheetahs that no longer do, might want to start returning cheetahs back into their countries. So let's take India, for example. So the High Court of India just opened up this the project to perhaps release cheetahs into India one day again. So they've made it a possibility for cheetahs to come and be reintroduced into India. And this is fascinating. I mean, it's such an amazing opportunity because as far and as wide as we can expand the cheetah's range into its historic range, the better we can ensure that the cheetah is protected long-term into the future, right? You have you don't have all of your cookies in one pot, for example, right? They're spread out, and that way, if something happens to a population over here, you still have a population over there that is doing okay and it's protected. The work that we're doing here in terms of taking these animals and learning how to put them back into the wild is essential, because it's really going to help us inform and help us make decisions and guide future efforts like this, right? If we can do it now, when we have the opportunity, when we know that the cheetah population is doing okay, and we can actually afford the experiment, right? So this work, it doesn't come, it's not a 100% successful solution, right? Anytime we release animals, a fact of the matter is the fact that we're going to lose some, right? Some of them just are not going to make it, right? But these animals they were already removed from the wild, right? They were taken into captivity. They were raised here in captivity, and then they were put back into the wild. And Namibia's population, I mean, again, they're already being removed from the wild. So if we can just put them back, we're reducing the loss of their original, removal from the wild. But we are in a situation right now to where we can handle this, right? But imagine, theoretically, and God forbid, that something catastrophic happened and you're only left with a handful of animals in captivity, right? Every single one of those individuals is absolutely critical. And that is not a good time to experiment to try and figure out, how do you put this animal back into the wild? So the work that we're doing right now is absolutely critical, because one day in the future, one, for reintroduction efforts, even if everything is okay, like, for reintroduction efforts, we are, maximizing our success. But also, if we ever do get into the situation to where we are perhaps relying on a captive population to rebuild the wild population, we already have our protocols and our understanding in place to do that as best as possible. That sort of situation in the future, again, God forbid, like, we hope we never get to that situation, but should it happen, and we haven't learned and haven't figured out how to take animals and put them back into the wild, then we've shot ourselves in the foot, right? Better to do it now when we can, so that we can, make sure that we are going to be as successful as possible in the future. And that, like you said, in terms of data sharing, is great and is absolutely true and essential, but also just in terms of management and methodology and protocol, it's absolutely important that we are experimenting and learning and continuing to refine and improve our process, so that we can be as effective as possible with reintroduction efforts, or this, again, terrible situation where, captivity is the only option in terms of how to get animals back into the wild.
Yeah, you make a brilliant point. And like so many aspects of CCF and so many projects and bits and pieces, it's very much about building models, and looking at every type of scenario and trying to build a model to fit that, be it with bush block or be it with the model farm, and obviously with the cheetah as well. And that's a very important thing. And I know that I'm biased, but I think that CCF over the years have been excellent at that. There's so much stuff, I don't want to use the phrase, but on the shelf. We've learned, we've built, and we're stocking that. As you say, that one day a scenario will happen, and hopefully, fingers crossed, that's one of our models that we can cut almost, pretty much years off of a project. Talking about mass extinctions or anything like that happens, years is just unthinkable. That you will lose species of animals, be it the cheetah or anything else, if you don't stockpile those models. So that is an incredible part. So very much what you do and the husbandry team and stuff is almost to a great extent it's reactive. You know, you're rescuing cheetahs because, you know, they've found themselves in a scenario where CCF is their only hope. We don't want that, you know, and so there's a lot of proactive stuff that goes on as well. So things like the farmer helpline, for instance, you know, is giving the farmers. So over the years, have you seen the impact of this proactive work that goes on out in the communities?
Sure. So like you say, you know, the work that the cheetah side of things, you know, that generally most everyone wants to know most about is reactionary, like you say. I say it all the time, you know, one of the most important, like over even the cheetah rescue, you know, the livestock guarding dog program, for example, is so much more important because it's solving problems right now, right? You know, and I don't want to be picking up cheetahs from the wild. I don't want these orphaned cubs coming in. You know, I want to minimize that as much as possible, and that's what these proactive programs that you're talking about are here to do. Now, you know, I want to believe that everything that we're doing is absolutely making an impact, you know, and I've certainly seen it myself, you know, where, you know, we might have a farmer that is just killing cheetahs, which is sadly, you know, is reality. You know, there's a very common belief that cheetahs and all the other predators are simply pests. You know, they're simply vermin. You know, it might be hard for, you know, for us from other parts of the world to understand, but you know, when these animals are threatening people's livelihoods, you know, of course they're going to only be viewed as threats and as pests. But when we come in with some of these alternative ways of perhaps managing livestock or some other techniques, and we can start having a discussion and enter into a constructive conversation with people, that's when we can start seeing these, you know, this behavior change, this shift in mindset towards, okay, you know, look, I'll try something new. I've been doing this for years and it hasn't solved my problem, right? I've been killing cheetahs for 20, 30 years and I'm still killing them just like I was 20 years ago. And it's obvious. So maybe that's not the best way of doing things. And again, like you say, you're exactly right, Brian. You know, the other components of CCF, both on the, you know, the other conservation programs that we have going on, but the research that we do is absolutely essential to this. And this is really where, you know, the core of CCF's work comes in. Like, we are the Cheetah Conservation Fund, but, you know, the cheetahs is almost an aside, you know. You know, obviously providing a home for these orphaned individuals is important. This rehabilitation and release work is important because we're learning for the things that we were just discussing, for learning and for putting these individuals back into the wild. But, you know, the rescue and the rehabilitation and release is not going to save the cheetah, right? That is not the key to save the cheetah in the wild. It's the other side, you know, the better livestock management practices or alternative income or alternative livelihood practices, and just, you know, the things that shift people's mindset away from just killing cheetahs by default. And that is, you know, that is what I've seen, you know, myself shift over time with particular people. Now, I wish I could say that that I've seen it across the entire country, but, you know, I don't have enough data or enough, you know, I'm not out enough, you know, to really speak to that so much. I think there's probably some of my other colleagues here, some of our other colleagues that will give you a better answer on that. But I have seen individuals, you know, shift their mindset, because you can actually enter into that conversation, start discussing some of these things that we've learned, and show them the data to back it up as well. You know, like it's easy for us to be like, oh, save the animals, like we love animals, you know, that's great. But if it doesn't affect their bottom line in the end, you know, they're never going to change their mind, because these people have to live with this wildlife every single day. You know, we view it as beautiful and as wonderful and as something worthy and valuable in and of itself. And, you know, that's why I'm in conservation, because I do believe that wildlife has extremely strong intrinsic value, as well as, you know, direct value to us as society as well. But, you know, we must always put ourselves in the shoes of the people that are actually living here on the ground with these animals. You know, if a goat means, you know, a goat's life means the difference between food for a week for your family or not, versus a cheetah's life, like, you know, the decision is obvious for these people. And that's really where the core of CCF's work, you know, that's where the, you know, the on the ground conservation value for the cheetah overall and for wildlife overall is, you know, is in these programs that are these proactive programs, as you put it. It's a perfect way of putting it. You know, this reactive versus proactive. Conservation can't be reactive. Like, we're going to fail if we're only reactive, right? We must be proactive in everything that we do.
Yeah, no, you make an excellent point, and it's a phrase that I often use. It's a balance between idealism and realism. You know,
absolutely.
If you are people outside of Namibia or outside of Africa, you know, what's the most important animal in Africa? Then they may come up with elephant or rhino or cheetah or leopard or hyena or lion, or goats will be a very long way down the list because I'm not a goat farmer. So again, it's just about perspective and context. And I think that you make an excellent point where, you know, you have to walk a mile in somebody's shoes to understand that, you know, the way that they're going to survive, and to make an excellent point that. So you've lived in Namibia for, you know, sort of what, 9 years now, something like that?
Yeah, I've been off for 9 years. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
That's a big old chunk that you've done there. So what's the thing that appeals to you? What's your favorite part about being in Namibia?
The wildlife, you know. You know, I'm from the States, and unfortunately, long before I was ever born, you know, we destroyed all of our wildlife. You know, it's gone, right? Relatively speaking, you know, we still have animals here and there, but, you know, the wildlife's just gone. So I love just being, you know, driving to work, and, you know, you see a herd of wildlife, you know, regardless of what it is. You know, it's just, I really love, you know, I love the big cats. You know, I'm particularly fond of carnivores, you know, animals that eat other animals. I like them for some reason, particularly the cats. And yeah, they're found here. You know, I fell in love, you know, or I fell in love with the cheetah particularly. Came out to Namibia and just got the Africa bug, you know, the Africa sickness. Like, I never wanted to go back home. So Africa has certainly become my home. I've been here for quite some time, as you say. And it's the fact that there's still wildlife here. But we're heading in the same exact route as we were in North America, right? You know, and there's a lot of opportunity for us to change that, you know, that potentially, you know, really sad future from happening. Not to say that there's not as equally as much important work going on in North America as well. I just felt, you know, for me, it was just Africa it's quite intoxicating in a way. For anyone who's ever been here, I don't think I really need to explain that. But, you know, the wildlife and the opportunities, you know, I believe that Namibia just has so much potential to be an absolute world power when it comes to building the future that I at least would love to see globally. Namibia is so well poised for so many different aspects of this this idealistic sort of future that I feel that I am compelled to help do whatever it is that I can to build.
Many people will think that stuff just becomes normal, you know, and living out there. So when you're out, kind of even on CCF land, what's the spot, as in, you know, seeing something that still excites you every time that you see it?
Man, the density of wildlife. You know, like I grew up in a relatively rural area of Georgia, and, you know, it was always really exciting to see a fox or to see, you know, to see a few deer, white-tailed deer here and there, and it's just always amazing. But that's like an everyday thing here, but it never gets old, right? Just the density of animals that are still here, and it could even be like the areas that we're working in are even degraded themselves, right? They're not where they actually could be or where they would be in a more natural sort of situation. But I really think just the landscape, the beauty of it all, and just the fact that you can go for a drive and you're gonna see animals, right? That's kind of how it is, right? You drive to town, drive to work, you drive home, whatever it is, you're gonna see wildlife around, and that is just hard to beat. It's really, really hard to beat.
Well, Eli, I know how busy you are, and I'm sure you want to get back to your data, if not your dinner.
Yeah.
And I want to thank you for finding the time and talking to us and enlightening us on your side of the operation, and we know how key it is. So thank you very much for everything that you do, and hopefully we'll meet again very, very soon. So Eli, thanks very much.
Not a problem. Thanks so much for having me. I'm glad I had the opportunity to talk. It seems like such a great, despite coronavirus and everything, what a great venue to chat through. This is cool for sure.
Great. Thanks, Eli.
All right. We'll talk to you later.
Hello, Lori and the Cheetah Conservation Fund family. My name is Chris Dold. I'm the president of the SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, here with my buddy Hale, and we're proud to join in the celebration and recognition of your 30 years of dedication and positive impact on the conservation of one of the world's most majestic animals, cheetahs. The SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund has been proud to help support your work over the past 15 years. Professional, positively impactful work accomplished by CCF, which has rightfully earned you and your team worldwide recognition as the leaders in cheetah conservation. Of course, we're honored to be able to connect our guests with our cheetahs that live in our Busch Gardens Tampa Park. And we carry along with that a deep sense of responsibility to teach our audience not just about the threats to cheetahs in the wild and their actions necessary to preserve them, but on the vital role they play within their ecosystems. Our efforts at home and our partnership with CCF gives us the honored ability to fulfill our full circle approach to helping conserve cheetahs. We've been proud to support many of CCF's projects over the past 15 years, but really 3 rise to the top for us, those being the Satellite Collars for Cheetah Rewilding and Data Collection Program, Saving Cheetahs from the Illegal Pet Trade, and your Future Conservationists of Africa Education Initiative. So once again, on behalf of the SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, on behalf of SeaWorld Parks and Busch Gardens Parks, we want to again congratulate you on 30 years of impactful work. We want to thank you for your dedication to cheetahs, and we look forward to the next 30 years. Take care.
Hi everyone, my name is Brooke Mitchell-Norman and I'm here with Julie Sturgeon and Mariah Garrison of the Rocky Mountain chapter of Cheetah Conservation Fund US.
As you may know, CCF is dedicated to saving the lives of cheetahs and their ecosystems through conservation, research, and education on an international scale.
Even from Colorado we support CCF. Wait, did you see that? That was a cheetah running. He's probably training for the CCF Cheetah 5K. You need to train for that too. May not run as fast as the cheetah, but it supports CCF. I support CCF because of their innovative cheetah research and community conservation programs that are saving one of my favorite big cats from extinction. CCF? Well, why wouldn't I for this cute guy? I'm able to support CCF all the way from Colorado. I've met so many amazing people while helping cheetahs, and I also sponsored a cheetah named Bella in Africa, and you can too.
On behalf of the Colorado chapter of CCF, we are incredibly excited to invite you to join us in helping support cheetah conservation. Thank you.
From waterways to wineries,
and from Mackinac to the Motor City,
we are the brand new Michigan chapter
and want to wish a hearty, happy 30th anniversary.
to the Cheetah Conservation Fund.
Let's all show some Motown soul.
Join the race to save the cheetah.
Everybody, start your engine.
You see, it doesn't matter where in the world you are, you can support conservation, you can support CCF, either with your local chapter or just visiting our website at cheetah.org. And there's loads of stuff on there. There's all information from scientific papers all the way to the kids section with colouring sheets and workbooks and education guides. There's guides for teachers as well. So when you get a minute, don't go away from here, but you know, after the event or maybe tomorrow, have a visit to cheetah.org and learn more about us and our 30 years of frontline conservation.
Happy anniversary to the Cheetah Conservation Fund. The Little Rock Zoo is thrilled to celebrate the conservation of wildlife and wild places with you. We are also proud to partner with CCF to educate our guests on CCF's mission and its importance. CCF has contributed so much to so many, and the Little Rock Zoo is proud to be a small part of your enormous victories for cheetahs and other species. Thanks for all that you do.
Thanks so much for being with us today. There's more going on later on today, so don't miss anything. We've got special guests and there's live auction. I've got a keynote address that I'd love you to join. So please do join us. There's an award ceremony. It'll be great fun. Keep being with us.
So when we're talking about cheetahs, the phrase about the lack of genetic diversity often rears its head. But the genetics research and studies goes way beyond that. And it also deals with the reproduction of cheetahs as well. So I caught up with Anne Schmidt-Kunzel to learn a whole lot more about it. So hello, Anne, and thanks for joining us.
Hi, Brian.
Why don't you introduce yourself to everybody?
So I'm Anne Schmidt-Kunzel. I am Assistant Director for Animal Health and Research at CCF, and I've been with CCF since 2008.
2008. So that's some time. And I'm sure you've seen many changes over your time at CCF.
Yes, absolutely. It's grown immensely in that time.
So what I thought we'd concentrate on, if you don't mind, is the genetic side of CCF, because I know that you're the animal health as well. So it's the veterinary side that you're obviously involved with. But as far as the genetics lab and the genetic research that's been going on, can you tell us how that started at CCF?
Yes, it started a long time ago with a dream that Dr. Laurie Marker had to have a laboratory on site so that we can do our research the way we need it and answer the questions that we're most interested in. And then I joined CCF to actually get it started in 2008. And we started off very small in the basement of an existing building with one room where we organized everything as best as we could and got it started and proved that it was possible, with little projects and with what we were able to do. And then we were quite lucky to get an upgrade, an instrument that was able to let us do 4 times more work. And also we were able to get a better laboratory space that was tied to the fire, which was quite devastating for CCF, the building burning down. But when they rebuilt it, we moved the laboratory there. And that laboratory is really state of the art and, big spaces, every room nice and separated and clean and really designed for the laboratory purpose. And so we've been working with that since 2015, I believe, and have been very, very happy with it. And we're about to start our third phase, where even that instrument started to get a bit old, and we're upgrading that as well as a lot of the other equipment, so that we're really able to rely on it not breaking down anymore. Because, as you know, we work a lot with everything donated, which is also often not the newest. We have a lot of very, very equipment, and it is about time that we get reliable equipment to do our work. So we're excited about that prospect.
So when the project, I'll call it a project, but it was the culmination of that dream. What was the initial questions that was kind of driving that dream? What was the first things that needed to be known?
As usual with CCF, we want to know everything. so there was not one question, but we really want to know everything there is to know about the cheetah. So we've already known for 3 decades that the cheetah has low genetic diversity, and that's been confirmed with the work we did in collaboration with an international research group on the cheetah genome, which we were not able to do in our laboratory because that's really high throughput, and so that's actually outsourced to big laboratories that do just that. But we were part of the collaboration that was able to put it together. And that was really important to have a map of the cheetah genetics so that we're able to work from that. That's the one question that we wanted to look at. We also, of course, want to look at the genetics of the cheetah in Namibia. And for that, we keep collecting samples with our great scat detection dog team, our ecology team, our clinic team to get as many samples as possible, our human wildlife conflict team. Then see what the structure of the cheetah is in Namibia. We know that it's not very defined, that the cheetah it's called panmictic, so that it's really moving across Namibia relatively well. But we want to have more information for specific areas where the cheetahs haven't been for a long time, and we want to figure out where they're from. So believe it or not, we don't have the answer for that question yet. But it's actually not due to the genetics on that. It's also because those areas that have few cheetahs are still very difficult to sample. So we still don't have enough samples to get that. But we're getting closer every year, and especially the scat dog team is doing so well at the moment that I think we really can plan on having that done in the next couple of years.
Yeah, because we're not just looking at Namibia, although Namibia is a focus. I mean, you're looking at the whole of the range countries. And many people don't realize how much land, how much expanse that is. You know, when you talk about the size of Africa, you know, that's let alone the Asiatic cheetahs and stuff. So the task is huge, and I would imagine that as with most research, you know, you end up with more questions than answers sometimes, and that kind of drives you to the next step. So I'm sure that the new genetics lab has helped in some ways answer those questions that have been generated, but also generated more as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a lot more questions that we're looking into, including diseases in cheetahs. So we are looking at infectious disease, which is babesia, which is a blood parasite. We've been looking at that for a while.
So with our centre in Somaliland, what type of things are you looking at? Just give us an example of the stuff that we're looking at there.
So there's a lot of work that we're doing in Somaliland, as you know, with setting up the centre and the health as well. So I'm also involved in the health side. But I think since you said that we should focus on genetics more for this talk, I'm going to talk to you more about that aspect that I love talking about. And so we got quite a few samples from Somaliland because unfortunately we have a lot of rescue cats that are living there, and so that are being cared for there. And so those samples, we assume there's assumptions as to where they come from. But when you get confiscations, of course, you cannot know for sure where the animal was taken from the wild and how it made its way into Somaliland. And so that's a big question that needs to be answered. And so we have looked at the genetic makeup to figure out where they come from. And so there's different levels that you can do that. The first one is very broad, and that's what we've just finished with, which is to look at the subspecies or the region, roughly the region that they come from, to confirm that they are originating from the area that we suspect. And so we've been able to do that. And then the next step, which we are building to and just actually got some funding, I got just the result today, just like half an hour before the call, that we'll be able to also process them a bit further and to try and understand the structure within, so that we can maybe, instead of just saying, okay, that cheetah came from that region, that we can say, and within that region, it is more likely to have come from the northern part. Or the southern part, and so that we can pinpoint the origin of those cheetahs a bit better and figure out where they got caught in the wild. Because of the cheetah's lack of diversity, it's more tricky. So, you might be aware of the ivory trade in the elephants, where they can tell you, oh, that elephant comes from that national park. The cheetahs being more similar to each other, we don't get such a high resolution. But you can more or less get we can narrow it down to an area which is already really, really important for all the efforts of the fight of the illegal trade, that they know where they need to increase their vigilance. It's a really important project.
So when you're talking about analysing, like you were saying, the first step is the region, and I'm kind of plummeting into my very little knowledge of genetics, but am I right in thinking that it's the you go to like one step deeper and you've got like the natural mutations that happen over generations? So is it like microsatellite, that type of thing? Is that how you kind of you focus in a little bit more?
Well, yes, absolutely. So maybe you should give the presentation because you understand all of it anyhow. So, or like the lead the conversation, I should say. So so absolutely. So the first step is to look at what's more constant, and so it's called barcoding or mini barcoding. And so we look at a sequence that is going to match the subspecies, and so that's the first step. The next step, as you say, is to look at what's called microsatellites, or short-term repeats, which is used in paternity in humans or in forensics as well. And so they have variation in the cheetah, and yes, that's mutations, and yes, they're recent. And so that's a little bit of a paradox for the people who don't understand genetics as opposed to you, and who say, so how come the cheetah has variation in those microsatellites? The cheetah is supposed to not have any variation. And that is because those microsatellites mutate really fast. So for them, 10,000 years is quite a lot of time, and they've been able to create new mutation. It's completely useless for the animal. None of the microsatellites that we're working with has any sign of selection, and they're also not expected to have any function. And so it doesn't help the animal, but it's diversity that helps us. And so for the geneticists, it's really important because we can differentiate individuals, we can do relatedness, we can do pedigrees, and use it for structure in a population, thanks to those microsatellites that have enough diversity for us to work with, because they had 10,000 years to create that new diversity with mutations, because they mutate really fast. But so it's important for that point, but it does have pretty much nothing to do with the big question of survival of the cheetah in terms of diversity, because the rest of the genome, the one that is coding for genes, that is going to give a cheetah an advantage because one of the enzymes works better or something is just different, those do not mutate fast, and so those are still lacking diversity.
So it's just like getting a better quality fingerprint. It doesn't change anything, but it makes it the identity a lot easier.
Yeah, good example. I'll use that one. It's a better quality fingerprint, absolutely. So.
I'll send you the bill. I mean, when people look at the genetics and if you don't understand genetics like most people do to any in depth, there's a lot of misconceptions about the genetic state of the cheetah. For instance, I've heard people say, the problem with a cheetah is the lack of genetic diversity. Where we know that that's not the problem. There's lots of other problems.
Right. So the cheetah does have low genetic diversity, and we all agree with that. But that is, as you say, not the problem, because the cheetah has had that low genetic diversity for thousands of years, around 10,000 years is what is estimated. And that's a good sign in a way. It means that the cheetah has been able to live with that low genetic diversity for a long time. So it's not very diverse, but it's pretty good quality. So likely due to selection, if you want to get into the more technical side of things. But so they've been able to live with that. But what it does mean is that we know they've been able to live with that in the world from yesterday. But the big question is, are they going to be able to live with that in the world from tomorrow? And that is something that we cannot predict, and where if the world doesn't change, they'll be able to live in the world like that. But of course, because they have less variability in their genome, that makes that they're less able to adapt. So it does add yet another risk factor to their survival for the future. But the most important is to keep the numbers high so that we can at least have the diversity today. And that's where all our conservation efforts come into play, to help keep the environment intact and reduce human wildlife conflict, and all the work that we do in politics as well.
Yeah, you make a very good point where you say that, you know, we know everything from yesterday and the past, but, you know, who knows when the future goes. So the research has got almost no direction, because you've got to cover so much and try to cover every scenario, or every scenario that we know about. So hopefully the research will be pointless. You know, it will be in the nicest possible way, but, you know, but you don't know which area we will need to address in 20 or 30 years' time, I'm guessing.
That's why we want to not put all of our eggs in one basket, and we want to have the diversity as much as possible. We won't be able to produce more diversity, but we really, really have to make sure that we keep the diversity that is there the way it is, by keeping numbers, banking sperm, etc. So it is really, really, well, that's what conservation is about, is to maintain populations.
Yeah, and I know that we're looking, or we're, you know, when we've got such a brilliant facility in Namibia, I know that over time that there have been collaborations that we've helped other projects as well that are in a similar plight, but not exactly the same. Can you give us an example of one of those?
Yes, absolutely. We've actually, almost from the beginning on, started a collaboration with Abigail Guerrier from Ongava, who have a rhino population. They're both black and white rhinos that are living free. They're managed, but living free, and that have been investigating their rhinos to look at the diversity in the population, but also the structures. So to see who is the father, because they have to make sure that they don't get too much inbreeding. And so they have studied the genetics of their rhino population in our laboratory. And so just regularly, and we help them with the processing and the analyses.
That's great, because we don't only, you know, share information or collaborate with, you know, you mentioned the Smithsonian and all the other organizations, scientific organizations. We're also going the other way, because there's probably not an easy alternative for projects like you say, were like the rhinos, to actually have benefits from.
Right, absolutely. It's not that easy for this type of advanced research to be performed, especially given that, well, Namibia is a small country in terms of population size, so the availability of laboratories is very limited. We're the only conservation genetics laboratory that is in situ in a conservation organization. And so therefore, people who do research in Namibia don't have a lot of places where they can do that genetic work, other than sending samples abroad, which has two issues. One of them, you have to deal with permitting, CITES permits, for instance, for the endangered species that are trade restricted, but also you have to realize that if you send the samples abroad, that means that the samples are going to be processed abroad, and they're going to be processed probably in the US or in Europe. And that means that the people who are lucky in the sense that they're able to do that project are going to be Americans and Europeans and not Namibians, even though the wildlife lives in Namibia. And so our laboratory actually has a lot of interns and students coming through from the University of Namibia that we train and that to do the projects with us on their own species. So that's also quite exciting.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the interns and the fact that that we put such an importance on training not only Namibians but Africans, because their opportunities to study and learn in like you say a state-of-the-art facility. I would imagine that the opportunities are so limited for those students.
Yeah. So we take it really seriously to give opportunities for training, and we're an official placement for the University of Namibia as well as the Namibian University for Science and Technology. And so they send us their students as part of their rotation and they get credits. And then we also do long-term internships of 6 months for students who have finished their undergraduate degree so that they really get an in-depth training on conservation genetics and also learn about all the other aspects of CCF's work. And those we screen and we scan to find out, who the best ones are, and we then try and keep those so that they stay at CCF and that they continue to grow with us. And we also accept students from other countries. We've had visiting students from Kenya, as well from Zambia and from Angola, and South Africa. So we do absolutely also have other interests in other countries, but we favor Namibians when possible.
Yeah, and I'm sure that the fact that you're there and the lab is there kind of generates more of an interest to the universities as well, because they know that it is that that possibility, whereas they probably haven't got the resources and the equipment and the knowledge, to be perfectly honest, to teach that. So you've enabled that learning stream, within the Namibian University and the college that you mentioned. Would you agree with that?
Sure. I mean, they have, in theory, they have also a lot of knowledge at the University of Namibia, but they have invited myself as well as Dr. Fabiano Ezekiel, who was in our laboratory, who did his PhD with us at CCF, who is now at University of Namibia. They've invited us to give guest lectures as well on the topic of conservation genetics, because that's, of course, a very specialized field that they don't cover as much.
Yeah, so that's enlightening as it is, just to have that, to be part of the country rather than just a project. So it really is the future of conservation. So when we're talking about the studies and the genetic information that we can gather, you mentioned the scat dogs. I know we're going to be talking to Tim a little bit later on about the scat dogs, but how useful has that project been?
Well, it's incredibly needed. I should put it that way. It's a very, very difficult project to start because, as you know, cheetahs have very, very low densities and are almost impossible to spot. And so finding scat samples is easier because every cheetah drops a scat sample or two a day. And so there's more of them in the environment, especially in Namibia, where they stay in the environment for weeks and weeks. We love talking about scat, as you know.
Yes.
So there's a lot more cheetah poop out there than there are cheetahs out there. But even those are not easy to find. It's small samples that you don't see if they're hidden in the bush, and you have to cover huge areas to come across them. So for us to just go out and find them as humans, I mean, it's not really that easy. And so especially in areas where there aren't very many. And so our scat dog team has just progressed every year more and more and more. And they have, for the last year or two, actually started to really go out systematically and cover more and more areas and bring more and more samples back. Still not buckets full because obviously cheetahs are rare and there's a reason why that work is needed and difficult. But every sample is so valuable to us that it's really exciting to get more and more samples in.
And it's pretty much totally non-invasive as well. So that's got its benefits, from day one. So it's that alternative rather than having to have hands-on on a cheetah, which you say with the densities being so low, that would be almost impossible.
Well, difficult because it's hard to catch the animal, but also a risk for the animal. And because when you catch an animal, the animal could injure itself in the capture process, and it might, even we're very well, we have a very good clinic team, so we don't get incidents during the workups. We haven't lost cheetahs during the workups, and so no healthy cheetah, obviously. And so that is something, in a way, it's not really, we're not really worried about losing an animal, but the risk is there. And taking the risk just to get a sample is something that I cannot justify. And so if you have to wake the animal up for other reasons, of course, we take a sample and we're really happy to work with them because they're a lot easier to work with than scat samples. But to just go out and catch the animal so that we can find out what its genetic fingerprint is something we definitely don't want to do. And so, yes, finding the scat samples with the scat dogs is 100 times more. It's just a lot better.
Yeah, I get what you mean. And like with most CCF, all the people that I've spoken to, you always get that feeling of a team. You're kind of interacting with others, be it the ecology team, or as you mentioned, the veterinary team and stuff like that. So would you say that everybody's mindful or more mindful now of working together, as far as say for instance, if the ecology team are out doing game counts or camera traps, would you say that that's constantly improving?
I think everything at CCF grows. I think that we do more and more work, and so we have more and more aspects, and so we have more and more connections with each other because we add a new dimension to it. We have the connection basic from collecting samples that go to the lab and discussing issues, but we also have, for example, a forensic aspect that is being added, and where we can. And I have a child, as you can see.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you.
You know about genetics, please.
Yes. Sorry, I guess that's the working from home office. So, for instance, we're just in the process of adding a project where we work with the Human Wildlife Conflict team, where we look at the bite marks if there is a wildlife or livestock that has been attacked by a predator, where we can also use the saliva on the bite marks to figure out who that predator was. And so that, of course, leads to increased communication and increased collaboration. And yeah, we're one team, or maybe I should say one family. We just work and live together and think about, it's our life, I think.
Yeah, no, that's you make a great point. And a lot of the time when we're talking about departments, if people's point of reference is a business or something like that, then you almost get kind of rivalry, or Department A doesn't communicate with Department C. But when because we're talking about such vast areas and so such a different, every department is different in so many ways, but then at the same time you've got that common goal, you've got that common link that we all work together.
Yeah, and we all have more than one hat, because when something is needed, then then we have someone from our team that needs to go help in another department. And so, for instance, when there's a cheetah workup and sperm is collected, then it's the genetics department that helps with that, because we don't have a reproductive physiology department. And so then we are in the clinic, and we had, actually, Tim came to the genetics lab and processed his own samples for a while. Now he doesn't have the time anymore because they're going out much more. But so, yeah, absolutely. We're all working with each other.
Yeah. So although when we started off, I said, we will concentrate on the genetics. That was kind of a bit of a stupid statement, and I apologize for that because it is so interlinked. I mean, you just mentioned there about the sperm collection. Although CCF is not a breeding facility, we don't breed cheetahs at all. But can you tell us a little bit about that? What happens there, and the reasons behind it?
Yeah, and so that is actually, again, a combination of different fields. So it includes the biology, the physiology, because you're collecting a sample from the animal. But it's for genetic preservation. So what happens is that the sperm contains the genetic material and it can be collected and it can be frozen viably. And so once you freeze the sperm viably, you have this sample from that animal in your liquid nitrogen tank, and you can keep it for decades and it will not change. And so, well, the genetics of it will not change. And so that means that, for instance, a male that we captured today in Namibia, 50 years down the road, if that male doesn't exist anymore, well, that male won't exist anymore in 50 years, but if its lineage even disappeared, we still have its sperm and can use it for reproduction, and therefore, bring that line back into the population, so we can. It's really a bank. So we're safeguarding the genetic material of the generations of today, not just by studying them, but by actually having them and be able to use them again in the future.
Yeah, and that kind of illustrates the point that we made earlier, where it's not about yesterday, it's about tomorrow, and like you say, 50 years time, and who knows whether that one cheetah you were talking about, as an example, whether we'll need that or not, who knows. But if we don't do it now, then that question is mute. So it's kind of it's a gamble. It's we hope that we'll never need it, never use it, but hope won't sort out the problem when we haven't got the answer in 50 years time. So that makes perfect sense. And I know that other organizations and universities and even zoos are working along the AI route and things like that. So I'm sure that a lot of the research that started off at CCF is being used in those projects. Is that right?
Yes, so we actually, that was the sperm collection was actually a very, very strong collaboration with the Smithsonian, who actually sent one of their researchers to CCF for a couple of years to optimize the field processing, that we can do it with minimal conditions, even out in the field when we work not in our center, but somewhere when we called to another place. And so so the other thing is that when we had the sperm collection, we started the sperm collection, they also actually did AI at CCF, and they actually were able to, I'm not saying they didn't actually, sorry, it wasn't, well, artificial insemination, not in the sense that they put the sperm into a female, because that's not allowed in Namibia, but they had, they also collected eggs, and so they did the insemination in vitro. So they used the sperm, they used the eggs, they put them together, and they were actually able to produce fertilization and to have a little murida, a little ball of cells that is the start of life, really, that they were able to obtain. And so that was a first in the research aspect of reproductive physiology in the cheetahs. And that one has not been used because we can't breed, but it is still viable and waiting to see if it can develop further. And of course, in other places of the world, they also bank sperm. We've gone to the United Arab Emirates to collect sperm and teach people how to collect sperm, and started their own sperm bank so that they can also bank their animals, which in part are incredibly valuable because they unfortunately come from areas with little cheetahs, so from Northern Africa, Northeastern Africa, and those animals have never been banked. So we've been starting the banking process there as well.
I think it's such an important point to make, and again, it illustrates the cooperation and the sharing of information because I know a lot of people, they come from, the commercial world where, trade secrets and stuff like that. And it's almost the opposite. We kind of want everybody to be successful because, again, it's for the greater good and it's for the same reasons. There's no personal benefit to it. It's all about, the greater good, which I think is should be quite, is a point that I think that's well worth making. And when you say, if you look at the results of research and the AI and the in vitro stuff that's going on now, that kind of gets the headlines. But then, it started off from that single, that first, that was the almost the baby steps. Almost, I mean, it's a huge thing, and I think I'm doing an injustice by calling it baby steps. But in effect, it was.
Well, yeah, it is a huge thing and a baby step at the same time, because it's still far from being the end. And in fact, the Smithsonian in particular is still working on that tirelessly, and it is still not an easy process. In humans, you hear about IVF, AR all the time. In cheetahs, it's not yet successful. It's much more difficult to get the cheetah at the right time, etc. So we're really far, actually, very, very far from being at a stage where we could say it's easy to use, we'll just re-inject it. But again, because we work for the future, we bank today. So then when the research has come to the point where it can be used, we have it.
Great. I think it's worth just bringing up one point that you mentioned, that a lot of people probably are not aware of, and that's the breeding of cheetahs in Namibia. Can you just tell us the basis of why we don't?
Right. So in Namibia, so if you look at, let's start worldwide. If you look at the cheetah population worldwide in captivity in the zoos in Europe and in the US, of course, the most important is to maintain their genetic diversity and maintain a healthy population. So here, every breeding success is a success. Also because cheetahs are really difficult to breed in captivity, and that is something that's improved over the last decades as cheetah behavior was better understood. And so it's really, it's the absolute opposite. The more you can breed, the better if you match it correctly and if it's well managed. In Namibia, the problem is very different. We have a wild population of cheetahs that is doing relatively well at the moment, with 1,500 adults or adolescents that are living out in the wild, depending on which numbers you look at. So not huge, or a couple thousand, so not huge, but they are maintaining themselves as best as they can. And so here the problem is offtake from nature. And in Namibia, they're afraid that if you're starting to breed in captivity, you will want to take more cheetahs from the wild to keep your breeding program working. And that is actually what's happened in the 70s and 60s, when cheetahs were taken from Namibia to the zoos because they wanted to start their breeding program. And that was a huge pressure on the Namibian wild population, and they're really afraid of that happening again. And so there is this concern of, please leave our wild cheetahs wild, and therefore there's going to be no breeding, because we do not need to breed in captivity. We have enough captive cheetahs that are there because they're rescue animals and that have to live in captivity, even though we don't want them to live in captivity. And so therefore, please let's not increase the number of captive cheetahs. So that is the thinking behind it. It's to keep cheetahs in the wild in Namibia where they can be wild, and not have them used for captive breeding, because that would increase the captive population, which in Namibia is not needed. And Namibia is dealing with rescue animals from human-wildlife conflict and other issues that are in captivity, even though they shouldn't be, or we don't want them to be. And so they try to keep that to a minimum.
I think also, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but you've also got the aspect of people, if it was just allowed, you would get people breeding them for the wrong reasons.
Oh God, yes, of course. And yes, so you have the two aspects. The other aspect being, which likely is not the case in Namibia, but unfortunately, if you look at other countries in the area that have lion farms, petting baby lions, canned hunting, etc., where yes, people breed for absolutely the wrong reasons, absolutely exploit those animals so that tourists can come. So the animals get exploited at all stages. They get bred for profit, they get petted by every tourist that comes in and pays, which is not without stress for the animal that doesn't know those individuals that all come in one after the other. Then you can walk with that animal when they're bigger and have pictures taken with the big lion, the cheetah, the tiger in captivity, obviously, or whichever animal that they breed there. And then after that, well, supposedly the animals go back to conservation, but when we know, especially for those big cats, that there isn't really a big place for them to be released, and that somehow their numbers don't increase indefinitely, then you know that those cats get removed somehow. And that is another thing that Namibia absolutely does not want to have in their own country. And so that's another reason why they don't want to have breeding happening. And that is not specifically for cheetahs, because as we said, cheetahs don't breed that well. And that's also why I mentioned more lions in the example, because that's more likely to happen with lions who breed easier. But it's the same rule for all carnivores, that they should not be bred so that they can't be exploited. Yeah.
I mean, my personal opinion is that Namibia is a very forward-thinking country on a lot of aspects. I mean, you know, like any country, you know, it's got its problems, and there's no denying that. But I feel that what Namibia is very good at is looking beyond its borders and learning by other people's mistakes. And I think that some of those decisions that were made, you know, maybe using that as an example, would be looking at other countries and how that can drastically go wrong.
Yes, absolutely. And their own past with the, you know, cheetahs' exodus to the zoos, and then the current time in other countries, absolutely. And I mean, Namibia is an amazing example for conservation. Look at its wildlife, look at the fact that they're actually an integrated system where you have humans, livestock, and wildlife sharing the same area. Of course, there's human-wildlife conflict, but they still have their predators. They still have their game. Maybe not as much as 100 years ago, certainly, but they have a lot more than we have in Europe and than we have in the US, and they actually still have wild spaces. They're not all big reserves that are fenced in. So yeah, Namibia is an amazing country for conservation and for wildlife.
And long may it continue. And I know that CCF's been very instrumental in some of the decision making and the forward planning of Namibia. So just from, you know, in the last 30 years, we know that CCF is 30 years old this year, and so is Namibia. So, you know, we've kind of developed along the same path. And I'm sure things have overlapped, and Namibia have benefited from CCF in the broader sense of conservation.
Yes, absolutely. And we can be proud to be part of both.
Yeah. Well, Anne, it's been great talking to you, and thank you for sparing the time. I know how busy you are, and all our best to everybody, to yourself and the whole team at CCF. And hopefully we'll speak to you again soon. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Brian.
Which yet another aspect of CCF that has real wide-ranging implications and success stories. One of which happened a little while ago at the Columbus Zoo. And here's a little clip that shows you the results of some of that hard work that's been done over the many years at CCF.
All you CCF supporters, I'm Susie Rapp from the Columbus Zoo, and I'm here with two of our most very famous cheetahs. This is Dave right here, and running around is Adrienne, Dave's sister. And the reason these guys are probably two of the most famous cheetahs here at the Columbus Zoo is because they're the very first in vitro fertilized transfer cheetahs in the world. The Columbus Zoo partnered with the Smithsonian, and for those of you who don't know what exactly that means, it's truly an advance in science for cheetahs, and I truly believe if we can fine-tune this process, this could be something that could save cheetahs in the wild. I know Dr. Lori Marker works every day to save these species, and the Columbus Zoo is right there behind her, coaching her and supporting her in every way that we can. Cheetahs are definitely one of our signature animals here. Conservation is the most important thing for us. And CCF happens to be one of the organizations we support the most because we believe in it. We believe in what the Cheetah Conservation Fund is doing to help save this species. I am going to tell you a little bit about the in vitro fertilization. We once again partnered with Smithsonian, and what we did was we took the eggs from one of a pretty genetically valuable cheetah named BB. She's 8 years old, she's never bred, she's never had cubs, so probably at this stage in her life she wouldn't, but we knew her genes were pretty valuable. So we took her eggs and we had some frozen semen come in from Fossil Brim in Texas. We knew that was a good match. And the Smithsonian Adrian Crozier fertilized the eggs in a petri dish. And then we have a very non-genetically valuable cheetah named Izzy, who was 3 years old. She's never bred. We wouldn't breed her. And we implanted those embryos into Izzy. And 83 days later, we had Dave and Adrian, the very first in vitro fertilized cheetahs. And the cool thing about this, not only did Izzy take care of these cubs for a little bit, we did have to intervene because Dave was twice the size of Adrian, and he seemed to be hogging all the milk, and so he was growing and Adrian wasn't. So we did step in, and but the cool thing is, Izzy was producing milk. Not only were we able to do the very first in vitro fertilization transfer with cheetahs, we were also able to collect milk from Izzy. And for the first time, we were able to analyze the milk of a cheetah, which is very powerful to be able to learn so much about this incredible species. This is Adrian, and she loves to suck my thumbs. So she was, you know, the downside for these guys, they were young during the pandemic. And so we had to put a lot of training. I have incredible trainers that work here. And we had to put a lot of training in them because some of that training that we would just take advantage of is taking these cheetah ambassadors out and teaching people about cheetah conservation. And that's what we do here at the Columbus Zoo. Not only do we exhibit cheetahs, we provide 3 cheetah runs every day talking about the what the Cheetah Conservation Fund is doing for this species. So I'm sorry that we can't meet you in person. I would love for you guys, if you're ever in the area, if you ever get the opportunity, we would love for you to come to the Columbus Zoo and see our cheetahs. Right now, we're in one of our newest exhibits. It's called Adventure Cove. We just opened it this spring. And this is where we have Dave and Adrian because they are so famous. We want the guests to be able to see them right when they walk through the front gate. It's definitely one of the more popular exhibits. A lot of people don't realize there are many, many zoos in the United States that don't display cheetahs. There's only about 45 facilities that have cheetahs and display them. So Columbus Zoo is definitely one that displays quite a few of them. And not only are they, like I said, not only are they exhibit animals, not only are they runners, they're also ambassadors. And they're ambassadors to their cousins in the wild. And our goal is to raise as much funds as we can through this incredible species to help support the Cheetah Conservation Fund and other cheetah organizations. So I want to thank you all so much for supporting this incredible organization that we have partnered with, we believe in, we support, and I personally want to thank Dr. Lori Marker, one of my heroes, but more importantly, my dear friend. Thank you all so much.
There are many zoos, wildlife parks and animal institutions around the world that support us here at CCF, and nobody more than the Columbus Zoo and Aquarium in Ohio. So thanks, Susie, and all of the Columbus team for your continued support. We really do appreciate it. Now, somebody else that you may recognize, I've just got a message from Mr. Jeff Corwin. So over to you, Jeff.
What a riveting read. Oh, hi, I'm Jeff Corwin, and I'm just going through one of the books I've written in the past, and look there, right on the cover, is a creature. Lori, does this look familiar to you? But truthfully, seriously, from the bottom of my heart, Lori Marker, to one of my dearest, dearest friends on the planet, and to all my friends at Cheetah Conservation Fund, I want to congratulate you on 30 years of remarkable success. Your pioneering work to save one of the most iconic and critically endangered species in our planet is unmatched. Thanks to you, Lori. Thanks to everyone at Cheetah Conservation Fund. Today, we have cheetahs surviving and in some cases thriving on our planet. Your work to protect habitat, your groundbreaking research into reproductive biology of trying to reinfuse nature with more cheetahs, and educating the public on the value of cheetahs, especially in Namibia, has made a profound difference and has saved this species. When I look back, Lori, over the 20 or 25 years that we've known each other, through my great journey as a television presenter and as a naturalist, I think some of my most profound and cherished memories are those ones that I spent with you, with cheetahs at Cheetah Conservation Fund in Namibia. Moments I won't soon forget. Moments that stitched together such a remarkable effort that made the difference, that saved the cheetah. There's still work to be done, so everyone please support the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Lori Marker, thanks for all your great work, and I look forward to see you in the field once again on the front lines of cheetah conservation.
I'd like to take a moment to mention and to thank the sponsors for today's event and supporting CCF. First of all, B2 Gold. Now, B2 Gold is almost a neighbour of CCF in Namibia itself, and have supported us over many years in many different ways, and we really do appreciate all the support B2 Gold has given us. Also, Zegram's Expeditions, who are leading safaris and holidays that include visits to CCF, and is an ongoing sponsor of the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Also, Safari Lake Geneva, and last but certainly not least, Wildlife Protection Solutions. We thank every one of you for making this event possible. Thank you. A little video now that gives you the briefest little inkling and insight of just merely some of the projects that are going on right now at CCF. Well, every now and again, there's an animal celebrity that makes its way into the news and social media and places like that. And I'm sure a lot of you will recognize the name April the giraffe. So let's have a little look to see, how does April the giraffe help Cheetah Conservation Fund? Well, let's take a look and we'll see.
Hello, wildlife enthusiasts and conservation partners. My name is Jordan Patch, owner of Animal Adventure Park in Harpersville, New York. And joining me is April the giraffe and Tajiri the giraffe. We shot up to viral popularity during April's pregnancy in 2017 as the world waited on bated breath for the arrival of her calf, Tajiri. During that time, we were able to take on many initiatives to help support conservation efforts in the wild. One of them was with the Cheetah Conservation Fund. And in a year, we've been able to gift them over $30,000 for their efforts. We appreciate Cheetah Conservation Fund because not only do they take on the scope of knowing that cheetahs need conservation help, but the entire ecosystem. Every living member of that environment is important in the role in maintaining a positive and viable space for animals to thrive in the wild. Now, giraffes, if you may not know, are in trouble. There's only about 100 to 110,000 of them left in the wild today. Now, that may seem like a lot, but it's not. And would you even know that there are less giraffes in the wild than there are elephants? Put that in perspective. We all know elephants need our help, but there's even more elephants than giraffes. Hopefully that puts it in perspective for you guys of just how few giraffes are actually left. We've lost 30% of their wild population in just 3 decades. If we continue at that rate, we will be out of giraffes in the wild in a few short decades more. That's something we can't allow happen. So your support of the Cheetah Conservation Fund is what helps preserve natural environments to allow these giant, beautiful creatures to thrive and survive. Now, some neat facts about giraffes, in case they're new to you, is that these animals can reach a whopping 18 feet tall on average, standing 6 feet from the ground up to about their chest. They can weigh well over 1,800 up to 2,500 pounds without even trying. And it would be amiss if I didn't talk about the birthing process of giraffes, which is something I find most wildly interesting about them. Giraffes are pregnant with a gestation of 15 months. 15 months. And after that long 15-month wait, they deliver their calf in a standing position. Now, I told you already, those calves fall 6 feet to the ground. That may sound a little dangerous, but it's designed by nature. Africa is not a forgiving place, so that fall to the ground is what more or less severs our umbilical cord and also thrusts that air and that life into our calves to get them on their feet and going. And when I say on their feet, I mean it. They're on their feet within about 1 hour after birth and running with the tower, which is what we call a group of giraffes, in only about 3 hours, all right? So giraffes in the wild, they're equipped to survive, but they need our help to continue to thrive. So please, make your donations, support the Cheetah Conservation Fund in their initiatives in saving everything from the dung beetle to the giant giraffe and preserving the natural environments of Africa. From all of us here at Animal Adventure, from our giraffes to Cheetah Conservation Fund and you guys, thank you for your efforts, thank you for your support, and keep saving wildlife.
Great job and a really positive story there from Animal Adventure Parks. We thank you very much for your support. But we thank everybody for the support. You know, you watching, if you're a supporter of CCF, you know, we can't thank you enough. We couldn't do what we do without you backing us up and supporting us. If you would like to support us, if you're not a supporter already, you can do so on the Better Unite site where this is being shown, and also on our website, which is cheetah.org. So you're not just going to save the cheetah, you're saving the ecosystem and everything that goes with that. And also you'll help build the future of conservation and helping us to help Namibian interns and African interns, international interns, take the baton and move forward for the future of conservation. Here's a couple of our interns now.
Hi everyone, my name is Moya Justin. I'm from northeastern part of Namibia in the Zambezi region.
Hi everyone, my name is Amelia Hopindi. I'm from Ochivarongo, which is the closest town to CCF Research and Education Center here in Namibia.
I first came to CCF in 2018 on an excursion with my university as part of a module, Conservation in Genetics and Wildlife Surveying.
My study at the university was highly influenced or inspired by my first visit at CCF. I first visited CCF as a high school volunteer back in 2018. I've learned so much here that at the end of my 36 hours at CCF, I knew that I wanted a career in conservation.
I came back again that year in June as an intern for 6 weeks, where I participated in various projects such as skate detection project and hair reading. So I was great that I was able to help with the sky dog detection project, where I helped train dogs to find cheetah skate, and also I had an opportunity to go in the actual field to search for skate samples of cheetahs. So I'm currently here at CCF again as a graduate intern. So right now I'm just helping with the cheetah husbandry team, where we take care of CCF's non-releasable cheetahs. Most of these cheetahs were confiscated from people, or they are caught in farm traps that were set by farmers due to human-wildlife conflict. So I help feed these cheetahs, clean their surroundings, and make sure that they are exercised and healthy.
It is my dream to come back to CCF and join the team that works to conserve the cheetahs. A big thank you to all the supporters and donors who make these internships possible for young Namibians such as myself.
I'm happy to volunteer here at CCF, and I want to thank everyone who makes this volunteer experience possible for young Namibians like myself. I'm happy and very fortunate to work with the best conservation team here in Namibia.
Well, as we enter our final stretch towards our event later on today and near the end of our free streaming session, I want to give a big shout out to our sponsors for our event today. They are B2 Gold, Zegram's Expeditions, Safari Lake Geneva, and Wildlife Protection Solutions. Thank you so much for sponsoring us and allowing us to share the work that we do with everybody here today. Don't forget, if you need any more information about CCF, you can visit our website at any time, not just yet because there's still some stuff to watch, but when you're done, it's cheetah.org and you can find out all the information there. Now, part of the keynote, you might get a famous name or two coming out later on, one of which I'm going to give you a little bit of a sneak preview. When Laurie caught up with one of her dear friends and one of the people that actually went out to Namibia with her for the very first time. So let's have a little look at this, and I hope you enjoy it.
Hi, I'm here in Los Angeles with my very dear and longtime friend, Olivia Newton-John, who we've worked with cheetahs since the middle 1970s, actually, and sharing with Olivia what's going on, not only in Namibia, but also over in Somaliland, and catching her up on our day-to-day activities, which many of you watching this already know the activities that we're involved in, especially with the trade going on now with these little illegal trade of cubs into the Middle East.
It broke my heart to see those videos, and I so want to do something to help. In 1979, I was in Windhoek in Namibia, and Laurie and I met, and actually we'd met before that in Portland when we took these two cheetahs down for American sportsmen, And I didn't even realize I'm wearing a cheetah t-shirt today just happens to be that I'm wearing this today to be with you.
That's great.
And I'm so proud of you with everything that you've done to help the cheetah, and I hope that I can help you in some way in the future, because they're just such adorable, beautiful creatures, and they need to be preserved. This world would not be the same without them.
No, I know. And you got to know them so well. And you've done such amazing things continually in your life, and still
I'm
singing.
trying,
I
I'm
know
trying
that.
different things, but animals have always been my heart, and so it was really hard for me to watch the plight of these poor babies who are being sold illegally across the world. And we've got to do something about that. Cheetahs are not meant to be pets, they're meant to be in the wild and to be enjoyed that way and enjoy their own life. So any way we can help, we'll do it, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So join us again at Cheetah Conservation Fund. Go to our website, cheetah.org, and see how you can help us more. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Happy anniversary! Happy 30th anniversary from all of us at the Bronx Zoo. We brought your favorite cheetah, Littlefoot, to say happy anniversary as well.
Yeah, happy anniversary, and thank you for literally everything you guys have done to save these cheetah. Littlefoot is very appreciative of that, so is Triton.
And hi Bruce, and thank you for all of you and everyone at CCF too. Kira and I just wanted to say happy anniversary without our masks. Although we're pretty new to the cheetah program, the public programs, more than 5,500 people have come through here to meet our cheetah, and every time they do,
We talk about you guys. We talk about the amazing work you guys are doing for cheetahs and Namibia in general. I mean, cheetahs aside, even the people that you guys are able to employ, it's amazing. It's amazing everything that you guys are doing.
And also, thank you so much for helping the communities and giving them the tools so they can live in harmony with the cheetah, because that's so ridiculously important. So thank you for that.
The zoo provides a powerful platform to tell them about the important work WCS does in the field, and to highlight others like Lori Marker and CCF, who have had such a positive impact on raising awareness and helping to guarantee the survival of cheetah over the past 30 years and for years to come.
Hi, I'm Pat Thomas, General Curator and Associate Director of WCS's Bronx Zoo. As Jim noted, species conservation is too big for any one organization to tackle alone, and it's most effective when groups work in partnerships. And we at WCS are extremely proud to work with Lori Marker and the Cheetah Conservation Fund in their efforts to ensure a future for the cheetah. Now, by using a holistic, multidisciplinary approach, CCF is a model of how organizations should address the challenges facing species, and their work in the areas of conservation, research, and education is exemplary. In terms of conservation, CCF has worked very hard to develop conservancies, formulate habitat improvement programs, establish a genome resource bank to store valuable genetic material from cheetahs, and create programs to assist communities that live alongside cheetahs. CCF has also done an amazing job on research. They've done studies on cheetah genetics, diseases, habitat use, the illegal wildlife trade, and population studies, not just of cheetahs, but also their prey species, and also the large predators that live alongside them, all of which can influence cheetah numbers. In total, their research has greatly improved our understanding of this magnificent cat. The CCF clearly also understands the value of education. They've created programs that are designed to instill national pride and international concern for cheetahs through the training of local farmers in Namibia, through school outreach programs, and through internships to train the next generation of conservationists and cheetah advocates. And I'm personally grateful for this last effort because my daughter was lucky enough to spend a summer at CCF a number of years ago, working alongside Lori and her wonderful staff there. Now, I've known Lori for nearly 40 years, and it's been awe-inspiring to see what she and CCF have accomplished since its founding 30 years ago. And I know that cheetahs face a far brighter future because of CCF's efforts, and it's an organization that deserves our gratitude and continued support. Thank you.
Big thanks to the Bronx Zoo there for expressing their good wishes on our 30th anniversary, but more importantly, thank you for your support. Another zoo now, some very good friends of mine down at the Cincinnati Zoo. gave us a little bit of a message. Let's have a look at them.
Hi there, I'm Thane Maynard, director at the Cincinnati Zoo. I want to say congratulations to Lori Marker, Bruce, and everybody involved in the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Our zoo's been proud to be involved with you all for all these 30 years, and I've been lucky to visit a number of times, and the work you do is very important. No one knows better than you that wildlife all over the world is under pressure, but hard work, consistency, listening to your neighbors, CCF's led the way all along. Congratulations on 30 good years, and here's to the next 30 years. Save the cheetahs.
Hi CCF, Lori and Bruce. We're here at the Cincinnati Zoo. I'm Linda and this is Andy and our cheetah Tommy T. We wanted to say congratulations on 30 years of cheetah conservation. It means the world to us to know that cheetahs are safe and secure on this planet because of the hard work that you've done over the last 30 years plus in order to save cheetahs on Earth. We're here with our cheetah Tommy T, which has a special relationship to us here in the program and has a connection back to CCF. Tommy T is one of the products of the collaborative program between CCF, the Namibian government, and zoos across the US. His dad was Wild Boy, one of the 10 cheetahs that was gifted to US zoos to help us with our cheetah genetics many, many years ago. So we wanted to say thank you for allowing us to tell that cheetah story through Tommy T and our other cheetah ambassadors. Also, congratulations and thank you so much. We love sharing that CCF story with our visitors here at the Cincinnati Zoo. And having been to CCF personally, I've seen firsthand the amazing work that you're doing across Namibia and helping to save the cheetah globally. Congratulations again.
Hey, Lori, Bruce, and the CCF crew. Dan Marsh from the Cincinnati Zoo and Botanical Garden in Cincinnati, Ohio, cultural epicenter of the Midwest. Here to wish you guys a happy 30th anniversary. Hard to believe that you guys have been at this for 30 years, saving the cheetah in Namibia and around the world. You continue to inspire people not only in Namibia, but here in the United States every day, through the activities that we have picked up. Let's just say it, we kleptoparasitize some of the ideas from you over the years. But after all that great work and the many years that I've come to visit you guys annually, I still have one burning question, one that we just can't quite figure out here at the Cincinnati Zoo.
Who killed our goats?
Okay, I thought you guys might get a kick out of that, especially Mati, Aniki, and Ignatius. Thanks you guys for bringing activities like this that we can use right here in Cincinnati to educate people about predators and predator conservation in range countries. Congratulations. Looking forward to another 30 years.
We were having an endangered species meeting at the Cincinnati Zoo, and people were coming from all over, and I did a cat show for them. She came up to me and introduced herself, and she said, I'm going to Africa to work with the cheetahs in Namibia because they're so endangered, they're so threatened with extinction. And that is the first time I ever met Lori. Well, Lori Marker, I send you my very best, my wishes for continuation of what you've done for so much of your life, and a congratulations to you on your 30th anniversary. That's hard to believe that you've given 30 years in Africa to save this magnificent cat. I wish my cheetahs were here and they could purr at you, but they send you their purrs, I know that. And Lori, it's been a long, long trip for you. What you've done in Namibia is a very simple thing. You saved the Namibian cheetah. I don't know many people can say that, but without you, there would not be any cheetahs in Namibia, or they might be down to about 2 or 3. So congratulations, and my very best to you, and also my admiration to you for what you've done for this cat. We're all working together here at the Cincinnati Zoo and in other zoos as well to help your work and make it happen in captivity as well as in the wild, because the captive cheetah, as you know, needs help as well. They're not known for good breeders, so we have to be careful to keep them alive in the wild. Again, Lori, my very best love to you, and a wonderful 30th anniversary for the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Yours truly, Catherine, from the little old ladies' home here in wherever the heck I am, I never can remember. And then we just became friends, because if someone's involved with cheetahs, heaven knows I want to know who they are.
Wow, what a video. Love it. And Cincinnati Zoo, thank you so much. One of our longest serving supporters, really, and one of the core organizations that helped get CCF off the ground. So just before we end our free streaming for the day and move exclusively over to the main event on the Better Unite site, just a word and a little catch up that I had with the Cheetah Conservation Fund's General Manager, Dr. Bruce Brewer. Okay, so welcome back, Dr. Bruce Brewer, as the General Manager of CCF. Hi, Bruce. Thanks for coming back to us.
Quite welcome.
Now, COVID-19, I'm sure people are sick to death about talking about it, but for somewhere like Namibia and people like CCF, the impact, has been catastrophic. Might be a very big word, but it's had a huge impact on there. Could you just explain to us some of the hardships that have been found due to COVID-19?
Yeah, it made it quite a year. We were just coming off that bad drought. We'd had the good rains. We were looking forward to a good year, and suddenly, bang, COVID came. So in March, the country started to lock down, and boom, within 48 hours of that announcement, all the foreign tourists had left. There were no new tourists. There was no ability to move around the country. So tourism income went to zero, which was quite a problem. There were also, COVID-related social distancing restrictions. The way that affects us is a lot of our staff lives in the town of Otjiwarongo, 44 k's away from the main campus, and come in and out on a bus each day. And suddenly the 40-passenger bus was told it could only have 10 passengers. So, whoa, we couldn't afford to do, 4 separate bus trips. So we had to shut down the bush block factory for a bit. We had to shut down the number of people that could come in to do the basic maintenance and go to a real skeleton crew. So it was quite an impact. And then it gradually opened up the past month, where we're getting fairly back to normal. There's still, of course, social distancing restrictions on people in public spaces, etc., but we're allowed to use the bus again at, I think it's half capacity at the moment, which is pretty good. So we're recovering. The country itself went a long time before it had any major cases, but now the amounts have picked up. And actually, I think as Southern Africa goes, the rate of increase has been fairly rapid, but the number is not alarmingly high, since we're a country of small population and great distances between population centers. So we're open to the public again. The flights are gradually resuming to bring people in and out. So we're looking forward to a good end of the year and an exciting 2021.
Yeah, it's been strange times to say the least. It must have affected some of the work as well as some of the income. You know, some of the. But am I right in thinking that that CCF was kind of given essential service status? Is that right?
Yeah, we got what's called essential, I think it's essential service. Anyway, we had permission to travel throughout the country if we needed to for human-wildlife conflict. But there again, we couldn't have as many people in a vehicle as normal. There were restrictions there. But of course, we kept a skeleton crew to take care of all these characters that we have around here. And we were very lucky. We had a contractor crew on site at the time of the lockdown, so they got locked in with us, and they didn't want to just sit at home, so we've been able to keep some improvements going around the main campus. We've been able to get most things brought in that we needed. There were troubles for a while getting anything that was coming out of South Africa because there were COVID restrictions on the truckers trying to cross the border, but that's gradually eased up, and now, as I say, we're back to almost normal.
Well, that's good. That's good to hear, because I mean, if we hadn't have got that status change, if you like, that could have been catastrophic. You know, that could have undone. You know, that could have set the programs back a couple of years. You know, if people got in the mindset of trapping, shooting cheetahs and carnivores because there was no perceived option. You know, so,
right.
So that's a positive that's come out of that.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. I mean, lately we are perceived as the main option. We've become the ministry's favorite, which is a mixed bag, but it means they call us for every cheetah problem they have, and generally it results with us having to absorb whatever cubs they've confiscated or found that are in need.
Yeah, one of the themes that have kind of surfaced throughout the day is the collaboration. You know, whether we're talking about scientific collaborations with, you know, universities and institutions, or zoos, or you know, education systems, and the government. You know, we've touched upon that on a few bits and pieces, but you know, having that relationship, I know that it can be a double-edged sword sometimes, but you know, it's nice that you've got those points of contact and you're seen as partners. Do you see it as a partnership?
Oh yeah, and again, I'm sure you mentioned it before, but it's amazing how many people working in the ministries of particularly agriculture and environment, tourism, water, and forestry have come through CCF as interns or other visitors or trainees during their careers. I mean, it's amazing when I go down to Windhoek and pop into the ministry building and wander around. You bump into all sorts of people who go, "Oh, Dr. Brewer, how are you? You know, remember me?" and blah, blah, blah. We put a lot of people into good places.
Yeah, I mean, 30 years is a long time, you know, and it proves, I suppose it proves that you're kind of not going anywhere. You know, it's not one of these short-term, quick fix things.
Yeah.
And along with that, I guess that comes credibility, and credibility when we're talking about, you know, conservation or human wildlife conflict or installing change or initiating change. You know, credibility is everything. You know, so and I think the 30 years that we're celebrating right now has gone a long way to establish that credibility.
It's a long, long time. I'd be even whiter if I'd been here the whole 30. I couldn't imagine that. Whew, boy, I've only been here 20 or 22, something like that. But it's been a long haul.
Yeah, and the changes that you've seen and initiated more than anything else has been quite amazing. You know, if you can turn the clock back that far, you know, did you ever envisage, you know, what we've achieved now, like those 22 years ago?
No, I have to admit, there wasn't a established master plan back then. I could envision a little bit of growth and having a small education facility and a few more people in outreach. And instead, we have a little mini campus with 100+ employees and thousands of visitors each year. It's more growth than I envisioned when I came.
And it's such a groundbreaking thing. So many steps along the way. I mean, the genetics lab is just an example. The only one. And like you said before, the amount of Namibian interns, African interns, international interns that have come through the system. That's sowing so many seeds for the future. And that's what we need. We need a future, and a lot of that is down to your grey hair, I'm afraid. But thank you for it.
You're welcome. It's a team effort.
Yeah.
As you know, Brian, it's not just you and me. It's everybody keeping us going, and we're very grateful for the support.
Absolutely. And when we see, all the people that we've spoken to throughout the day, all the staff members that are working incredibly hard, and, the people watching this, the donors, the supporters, the sponsors, everybody, people think, I'd love to be a conservationist, but by doing that, you're as much a conservationist as you or I or anybody that we've spoken to today.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Yeah. Well, Bruce, thanks for sparing the time in your very busy day, and thanks for everything that you've done. Thanks for everything that you do. And believe it or not, you're going to do a whole lot more as well. So, Bruce, it's great talking to you again.
No rest.
And thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Brian.
Well, that brings to the end our 9.5 hours of free streaming, and I hope that you got to see some of it, if not all of it, and learn a little bit more about CCF and met those faces of the front line, the people that are working day in, day out, saving the species, saving the cheetah, saving the habitat, its ecosystem, and helping the community as well. So thanks very much for joining us on our free portion. We're just going to be offline for around about 5 minutes and then switch over exclusively to betterunite.com. If you haven't got tickets for the event this evening, which is a fireside chat with Cynthia Schmoot, Richard Weiss, and Laurie Marker, Dr. Laurie Marker, and the keynote speech, the live auction, the silent auction, all of the good bits. You can find details if you're quick on our website, which is cheetah.org. Thank you for joining us today, and I'll see you all again soon. Thank you.